Hey, bro.
Reports that negotiations
More on this, let's explore it further.
What's up, motherfuckers? What's up? Hey, everybody, how y'all doing tonight? How you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? It's your boy Aaron, and I'm back, and I'm better than ever. I'm feeling good, feeling great, and this is another episode of A Risk Beyond America. Sometimes I'm still getting that freaking intro down, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got it mastered. Don't really know what I'm going to say when I start this thing, but you know what? We're just going to go in and go 100 miles an hour every single freaking time. That's what we're going to do. And today, we got a lot to cover. But I don't even know if we're going to get into it because I want to get into some freaking conversations. But anyways, before I even go live on TikTok and everything, it's very clear right now that our supreme leader is ready for de-escalation, right? He's made it very, very clear that he is ready to get out of Iran. You know, according to the Wall Street Journal, an article that was just released about 16 minutes ago, President Trump has told associates in recent days that he wants to avoid a protracted war in Iran, and he hopes to bring the conflict to an end in coming weeks. So this comes even after, you know, he extended that 48-hour deadline, you know what I'm saying? That hard, hey, we're going to attack all of your freaking power plants, right? If you don't concede to what the American oil cartel wants if you don't do what we say, right? So he essentially put up this 48-hour deadline, right? And then come on, what is it fucking freaking sorry. I'm trying to moderate myself, pulling up my chats. Okay. Yeah. As the 48-hour deadline comes to an end, kind of, right? He's like, okay, I want to extend it 5 days now. We're gonna give them 5 days because we're in conversations with somebody. We're having a conversation with somebody who's in the government, and apparently they're gonna want peace soon, right? They're gonna want to de-escalate the situation. And Iran has come out multiple times and already discredited everything that this administration has said. Every single time, like for the last 3 freaking days, that Trump has said, hey, yeah, we got somebody on their side that we're talking to. It's coming down. We're getting peace here. The Iranian government's, I mean, what was it? The Iranian Armed Forces spokesperson keeps coming out and saying time and time again that this man is just talking to himself. So, like, you know, for the people over here in my Twitch chat, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen just real quick, and we can go through this video real quick of just basically them saying that Trump is negotiating with himself. He's talking to himself. He's not talking to anybody, bro. I mean, it's clear. Like he feels like he has leverage here. He feels like he has, you know, bargaining power. But at the end of the day, I feel like he bit off just a little bit more than he could chew. Not that America can't handle it. America can handle it. America can do what needs to be done if they really wanted to end this operation. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they don't want to escalate it to that point because of their allies in the region. There are certain things that you just don't do, and I mean, going after Iranian power plants could be it could wreak devastation across the entirety of the GCC. So I'm gonna go ahead and just play this video real quick, you know, and bounce off of that. See what you know what they're saying.
Underway between the US and Iran have failed to stop attacks across the Middle East. It's been nearly 4 weeks since the US and Israel attacked Iran, launching a war with global consequences. While all
anybody
sides
dropping
initially
inside
said
of the
there was no
TikTok, if
room
you
for
want to have a
diplomacy,
conversation
President
about Trump, let's
now
go ahead.
says
If you're not,
the US
you're
has
not,
been
you're left, you're
negotiating
right,
with
whatever. You know what I'm
unnamed
saying?
Iranian
Request
leader,
the chat. We'll get
a
a
claim
get
that
you in
Iranian
here.
officials have once again denied. Well, overnight, airstrikes hit the Iranian capital of Tehran again. The Red Crescent there says a residential area was attacked. That was as Iran announced former IRGC commander.
Yeah, and this is what I keep trying to tell people too, is that, like, how do you keep telling motherfuckers that you're gonna, or God, I gotta moderate myself at TikTok. How do you tell people that you're, you know, pursuing peace talks whenever you're consistently still bombing people, right? Like, yeah, we're never gonna get anywhere if that's the case. And that's why, like, it's very hard to believe that we're gonna get anywhere right now, that we're actually achieving some sort of de-escalation situation here. It just seems very, very not likely, due to the fact that we're still bombing, you know, their residential infrastructure. We're still hitting their capital. We're still hitting Tehran right now. You know what I'm saying? People are still suffering. So if anybody wants to talk about the war, anybody wants to have a conversation, left or right, man, I really don't care if you're a MAGA supporter, if you're not, go ahead and request, you know, drop a request. We'll get you up in here, man. We'll have a conversation about it. Trying to get a little bit of anybody and everybody, man. All different types of perspectives, all different types of philosophies. If you want to jump inside of the chat, man, go ahead and just send a request and we'll get you in here, man. But yeah, like, other than that, man, like I said, Trump feels like he's playing with us. I don't really think that he's gonna de-escalate the situation, in my opinion. I think personally that you got a request. Oh, did I? Who's requesting? Sorry. Orthodox? Got you, bro. See if we get this chatter in here. Got you. What's up, bro? Hello?
Yo, hello.
Hey, man, how you doing, bro?
I'm good.
You gonna have a conversation? You support Trump?
Do I support Trump? I mean, I don't necessarily see a reason as why not to support him.
Okay. I just, could you elaborate as to why, you know, especially like in the midst of like the war and everything, like do you still support him even though, you know, like he promised not to take us to these kinds of wars and getting us involved in the Middle East right now? Do you find that a little bit problematic at all, or are you still like pretty much like, I'm still on board the way that I was whenever we were, you know, campaigning back in 2024?
I mean, I guess like one good thing he's done is, you know, inflation has decreased. That's good, right? Your money has more buying power. Now, like when talking about the war, I mean, people don't necessarily want to go to war. No president wants their citizens to go out there and just get unalived, right? So even if he has promised that there's no war, when war comes to your door, it's inevitable that you have to do something about it.
I would say that we're still at the same inflation rate that we were at with Biden, though. I mean, Biden was problematic in his own way, but I think we're still sitting at like a 2.4 inflation rate around the entire country.
Hold on,
I
let
might
me
be
double check that.
mistaken. Yeah, if you could fact check me and everything, don't take my straight word for it. And if anybody else is inside of the chat, man, and wants to get inside of here, just drop a request inside of the chat. Let me know you're trying to get in here. I'll invite you in. The more the merrier, left and right. I really don't care, man. I'm trying to have a conversation with everybody. I got you, bro. Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah, so I just fact checked it. It's actually 2.4% less than the Biden
Is it
at the peak of
2.4?
Biden's administration. No, it was 2.4. It's 2.4% less.
Right. Okay, so I mean, there
Yeah,
you go. I
mean,
mean that's not
that's
too
a
bad
good
then.
thing.
Okay, so that's a good thing. Yeah, 100%. I'll agree with you on that one. Then if the inflation rate is a little bit better. Okay, so I mean, that's what do you feel about the gas prices?
I mean, if inflation kept going the way that it's gonna go, right, and if we kept allocating resources to everybody, right, that means we would have to print more money. This is my line of
Right.
reasoning. If we print more money, we're going to be more in debt. There's going to be a time where things have to eventually, they would have to eventually and quite steeply actually get way more expensive.
Right.
Are the gas prices bad right now? Yes. Could they be worse? Way worse.
Right. They could get worse though. That's what I'm saying. Especially with the escalation.
Yeah. Okay. So
with the Middle East.
let's break this down a little bit because you're both kind of circling here. So host made the point that, or I guess conceded the point that inflation is going down. So that's a positive. Now, the thing that I think you're absolutely just ignoring is the premise of the Republican government. Like under Trump, the ideology is inflation goes down, more money in your pockets. Therefore, something as small as gas prices shouldn't be that big of an issue.
But
So
is
for you
there
to
more
get
money
held up,
going into our
No,
pockets?
that's
so for you to get
You know what
held
I'm
up
saying?
on gas
Because
prices,
I
capitalism is
think he's attacking my
growing.
point, host.
let
and
me make my
Capitalism
point
is
real quick.
growing the pockets of Americans.
Sure,
So
yeah. But
we are not
capitalism
worried
is
about
enriching the
gas
top
prices going
1%
up.
at the moment.
That's not
You know
what
what I'm
we're,
saying?
no.
This is late
For-
stage 4
it's
oligarchic
trickling-
capitalism.
No, it's for trickling
It
down.
is.
It's not just for the
This is
top of
not
the
our-
market. That's
This
not
isn't our
true.
great grandfather's capitalism. You
The-
know what I'm saying?
the
This isn't
reality-
1940s,
no,
1950s
no,
capitalism. That's social capitalism.
Here's the reality of the
Okay,
Trump
let me-
government. We want the rich to get richer, yes, because we want.
Yeah.
First of all, he believes he's in amongst the rich, so why would you not want to get richer? Though the middle class can sustain everyone else as they've been, as America's economy is best when they are doing that. And for those who are
the middle
poor,
class makes up the
stop.
entire
And for
economy.
those who are poor, stop leeching and use capitalism for your gain for once. That's the mindset. So we don't care about the gas prices slightly going up. It's
so
not. It does not
my
validate
only-
your
okay,
claim
that-
that Trump
no,
is
no,
ruining
okay.
America.
I'm not necessarily making that.
So
I think
hold
you're
on
new
to something
hold
else,
on, buddy. Hold on.
And if you're gonna cry over the next few years, get a life. What are we talking about?
Hold on,
Harris
you're new to
wouldn't
the
have done
shit, buddy.
anything.
Buddy.
Harris wouldn't have done anything.
Okay, and I'm not a Harris supporter.
Except coddled you. I'm sorry.
And I'm
she would
okay,
have
but
done that.
I'm not a Harris supporter. Nor
Coddled
was
your
I a
lesbians
buddy,
and gays.
Hold on. I'm not a Biden supporter, and I'm not a Harris supporter. I did not vote for Biden. And
So
I did
what
not
are
vote
you
for
then?
Harris.
So what are you?
I am an economic nationalist.
Okay.
So I will vote for whoever.
Okay, so you
is
should
gonna
like
make
Trump
more
then.
sense. Okay, but let
You
me
should
make
like
let me-
Trump.
okay, this is what I'm trying to get to. All right, so last year he imposed the tariffs on us. The Supreme Court ruled that to be illegal, right? Not to be okay. Guess who is going to get all that money back? That the American
Guess who signed off?
economy.
Guess who signed off on it in the first place?
I'm guessing you, right?
Well, Congress took a while to shut it down if they hated it so much.
Well,
Little bro,
it
what
could
about
be
ICE? What
arguable that we
about
are actually
people
losing money,
dying
right? Because that could
and
have actually
stuff?
created a
Okay,
demand. It could
hold on.
have
What can
created a
you let me?
demand
Okay,
for those
are
What about
products.
the
we gonna
invasion on
let's have a
Greenland?
buddy.
Hold that. He almost did that.
No, I agree with you that they're problematic. My only issue is why it takes so long to shut it down. I feel like they knew what it was going to be like. They had researchers. They could have done it much sooner if they really thought it was going to be so problematic. So I think they
What is your
placed some
argument?
part.
That's what I'm trying to get to. I think because you're just kind of making like claims, and you're like, oh, you're crying and this and that, and I'm like, I'm not a liberal like
Well, you
that.
are
So
crying.
I'm not.
You are
No,
crying. You claim
buddy.
yes. Your post literally says Trump is ruining America.
It's
Then
because
you
it's a
just said you're an
buddy. Are
economic
you gonna?
nationalist,
Okay,
which
buddy. I'm trying to make a point
Trump
real
should be
quick.
your buddy
Oh
if
my,
you're an
dude,
economic nationalist.
buddy. You're obviously new to the channel. Okay, he left. That's fine. Anyways, anybody else want to get up in here? Let's just actually have a conversation. I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong. I'm not trying to win any debates here. This isn't really like a debate. I just want to have a conversation. Anybody want to have a conversation? Get up in here. Let's get you going. This is not a liberal trying to cry, guys. This is actually somebody trying to pick your brains and figure out where you guys are at.
So, are you a liberal?
Bro, I'm from Texas, so it's really hard to say whether or not I'm a liberal. I have like progressive values, sure, but I also have conservative values, man. I grew up in I'm still here in Texas. I live in a very conservative
What's your
state.
progressive values?
What are my progressive values? Advocating for the preservation of the union.
Okay.
And not
Yeah.
advocating for authoritarianism taking over our democratic republic. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's quite trivial. Like most Republicans would agree to that. It's not like really controversial.
Okay, make the argument. In what way? Because right now they're benefiting the top 1%. No, what you need to understand is that this is the first election that we've ever had with oligarchic capture, where the top 1% billionaires were able to actually be able to buy power. When your dollar has voting power, you have veto power, meaning that the top 1% has control on whether or not laws are getting put into place and whether they're not getting put into place. This is not a people's president, especially when you're enriching yourself.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So, how is it the case that their money now has some type of political power?
How is it that they have?
Hold on. Yeah, in a more specialized way, right? That's only in constraint and restriction to the Trump administration. Like, so what rules or regulations have been passed that said, hey, you can pay for a vote? Because, yeah, I mean, bribery is a thing that goes way beyond Trump, right?
Because when you're making policy, it doesn't actually pertain to me and you and whether or not we have a vote. It goes to the people who are lobbying in the PACs, who are actually paying the politicians to get their policies passed.
Okay, so we're talking about business owners here, right?
We're talking about our political representatives being, yes, swayed by business and business owners, corporatists, capitalists, whatever you want to call it. How can you have the preservation of the union when you have oligarchic capture of the democracy?
Okay, so let's talk about this.
This is something that goes back to Greek times, Roman times.
Well, yeah, let's talk about this. It is deep. So business owners have businesses, right? Businesses mean that they have people employed. People employed mean they are giving people a job.
I got you, Caden.
Now, when people have a job, they're able to pay.
What's up, y'all? How's it going?
Pay for things.
I'm chilling, bro. Trying to get these guys on the right conversation. A lot of them are thinking that I'm just a normal liberal, bro. You want to advocate for a second?
Oh wait, nah. This man's educated. He knows what he's talking about, and plus, he's not like the normal liberals that go outraging all the time. He's very chill, man. Just trust me. The debate with this dude, I promise you, it's going to be a great conversation. And that's coming from a Republican.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of these guys have already been coming in here saying I'm crying. I'm just trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to get the chat going, you know?
Well,
right.
To begin with, you should never let a person like that control your panel.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
The person that came in prior and was like,
Oh yeah,
"Hey,
yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah.
crying, yada yada yada."
You say
All
what,
right,
bro?
host, as a Republican, let me ask you some questions.
What's good, bro?
Okay. You say that you don't like the top 1%, but do the top 1% create demand, create supply, create jobs? Yes or no?
That's not what I'm arguing against 100%. I'm arguing that our stage of capitalism that we're currently in has gotten very predatory and they've been able to capture markets and extract basically rent in areas like healthcare where they should not be able to have rent extraction.
So you're arguing that the top 1% has control when it comes to the financial situation of the country.
It's kind
Am I
of
wrong?
weird.
Because influence and favoritism has been going on for centuries.
Oh,
Okay.
100%.
This has been an
100%.
ongoing problem.
Yes,
And
I
if we
agree.
get rid of that influence, politicians will actually have to do work. And I would be all for that.
I am
But
too,
I don't
100%.
think, but at the same time, I don't think that the top 1% should be responsible for fixing the entire country's problems, whether it's social programs, if it's healthcare, if
Yeah.
it's this or that.
I don't think they have the ability, right, to actually think about the people. I mean, at the end of the day, corporations are just going to be thinking about profits. They're thinking about numbers. They're not thinking about me and you.
Right.
I want politicians actually working for the people, right? Working for the public. So I'm all cool with these politicians not getting, funded by $1 million PACs to go and push policy
Right.
that doesn't make sense. I live in Texas, bro, where there's PACs here trying to take away rights left and right. I mean, dude, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't want
it's
politicians paid off by certain people with certain
exactly.
agendas.
Come on, dude. Republicans are
That
about
which
limited
makes
government
sense.
role, but PACs literally cause governments to get involved in our everyday lives and create policy based off of what the corporations want, passed. And that's what I try to advocate for is that we should not allow that to happen. We should move towards a more people's republic. People's that's what it was supposed to be about. But now we have a bunch of elitist, generational politicians, right? These families that have been, their fathers did it, their grandfathers did it. We need a new age of politicians that get involved and actually are there speaking for the people. Republican, liberal. We just need everyday people politicians that are advocating for real positions. I don't like the culture wars, so like I don't really like getting into those stupid conversations. I like actually talking about, hey, let's be America first and build up our infrastructure. All the money that we spent in just the first 20 days of this war
Wait,
in
so
Iran, we could have
how would
worked
you
on.
be able to determine? How would you be able to determine what exact amount of money is the threshold of now where we're overpaying, right? Big businesses.
I think big businesses should be rewarded. I don't feel like they should be rewarded whenever there's times of crisis like right now. So like, okay, check this out. Right now, we have plenty of oil in the country, right? I mean, the capitalists here in the country just see the headlines and they raise up the prices. It's not like we're struggling at the moment. We get 15% of our oil from Saudi Arabia, and it's crude oil that we have to refine in the first place, right? I mean, we use 65 to 75% of the oil that we extract from our land already. So it's not even like, why does a 15% trade route kind of situation affect our prices by 50 to 60%? It's not because of anything else other than capitalism. So if there's areas like that, I don't feel like they should be able to extract money from us in that kind of way without having to pay a little bit more.
So
Okay.
what exact percent is the correct percent?
See, and I mean, gosh, that's a hard number to get into, man. I mean, I'm not necessarily a politician, but if I was, I
Damn
guess I
near
would try.
impossible.
It is hard. It's hard to get to. Yes, 100%. And I mean, that's why I'm just a commentator. I'm not necessarily a politician, but I mean, if we can have conversations together and figure that out, I mean, I'm sure there are people that are a lot more literate in those things, and maybe one day, if we can figure that out together, I don't know, man. But I'll tell you this right now, that the advisors that are a part of this administration are not thinking about helping, me and you.
I mean,
I would
depending
agree
on
there.
which
That's what's the
category,
question.
I believe in the Republican Party.
Right.
I mean, they're doing a lot for the war on, what I mean, in
I
South
don't think the
America.
Republican Party is necessarily bad. I think that the rhetoric that was birthed out of the MAGA movement and over the last 10 years has just become dangerous and very divisive. And I think that both sides are both offended so much that they're not even willing to have a conversation without their defenses up,
I can agree with you on that, host.
Yeah.
100%.
You know, like, and I feel like we
Yeah, I
just
mean,
need to
I
get
think
back to
I
Our
like
think
once
the
the
government's
rhetoric
not a
rhetoric
is
good
died down.
representation on how this should be, honestly.
Right,
I
100%.
think there's good rhetoric on both sides, man.
Definitely. And then
Agreed.
But
there's a lot of bad ones too. And then those bad actors sadly make up a majority of what gets clickbaited, right? And then
Yep.
conversations like this they don't get far. But the ones
Right.
where they're screaming at each other obviously do. And it's like, come
Yeah,
on
but
guys, let's just sit
we
and
were
talk.
mentioning yesterday that, you know, like the Republicans and Democrats kind of balance out the whole system as a whole, you know, and make sure that Republicans don't go too
Yes, they
far.
are.
Make sure that Democrats don't go too far, because obviously there is people that do that. But with that being said, I feel like that there's a baseline to where we really need to start agreeing more on things, but everybody's so far in their own category that we just don't want to. Even the government's a big representation of that. Like, it is
Yeah.
so divided, it's absolutely insane.
The Congress is supposed to
but I
represent
think
us, you
this.
know.
Let me
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
this to the
Yeah, go
panel.
on. Yeah,
I
of course.
think once Trump is gone, I think things will start to tone themselves down because Trump
Agreed.
is kind of the head of all of this. But what will the world look like, or our country look like, once he's out of office? Because
Right.
I don't think JD Vance, even if he runs, he's not going to be able to fill Trump's shoes at
No,
That's
all.
why
not at
Trump's
all.
trying to do everything right now, like all the hard shit
You know,
that no other president really wants to
It
do.
almost looks like he's trying to breed more like Rubio. I don't know. It seems like him and Rubio are getting along a little bit more than him and Vance do. I don't know. But I feel like there are good Republican, you know, politicians out there. And there are good Democratic ones, but there are annoying Democratic ones and there are annoying Republicans. And we just need to get past the rhetoric where our politicians are screaming at each other themselves. And when we see stuff like that, what do you think it's going to cause the public to do? When we can't see even our politicians get along in the House or in the Senate, then why would we be getting along, you know?
and that's the
Appreciate the
one thing I
follow,
can't
bro.
stand
Appreciate the
about the
follow.
Congress and the Senate. I can't stand that stuff.
Dude,
You know,
seriously, man. It gets old.
and I think as a country, we need to get rid of these career politicians and
Yeah.
get fresh faces, fresh ideas, common sense people who are going to fight for the American people, deal with real issues, whether it's healthcare, if it's the tax code, which is a big
Right.
one. That is what your top 1% benefit from. And that has never been changed or addressed because they're complacent with how it goes on and on and on.
Right.
And I
The bill
think
that they were
that's where we
putting
need to
forward.
start.
Whatever happened to the bill that they were putting forward about limiting the number of cycles or whatever you want to call it, terms that congressmen or senators can actually serve? I saw something about that being put forward like a couple months ago, but then
Really?
I haven't heard anything about it since then. So
That does need to be
And
put forward, man. Seriously, and same thing. We need like limit terms on the Supreme Court. You know,
I wouldn't. I mean, there's that, but I think the bigger issue than anything related to terms is really so. Like, I've had to put a lot of thought into this because I think people are aware of it, but they're not. They don't acknowledge it to the extent that they should, and that's the
right?
influence that money has in politics. Because if you look at the way that, like, any government, not just the United States, but any government around the world, the business interests within that country have so much impact on the decisions that the leaders make that um, I don't know if there's a good way necessarily to solve that because, like, then you have to, like, I mean, I don't necessarily have an issue with taking the rights of those people away, but because they shouldn't be putting the money in the way they do. But at the same point, you're also restricting freedoms. But I mean, like, I don't know, sometimes you can make an argument that people have too much freedom.
Right. 100%.
let me ask this question. Do you think if one person in every single state started a petition for term limits, say congressmen, senators, and each one of those people in all 50 states took that to their representative and say, we have these petitions, can we petition you to address this on the floor of the House and the Senate and make this a law? Would it
Uh,
work?
No,
I mean,
no,
maybe.
it wouldn't work because that's a petition.
Well, I mean,
petition.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
say it wouldn't
The-
work because, I mean, like, if it's one person, probably not, unless the individual who's putting the petition forward is someone of like
If
extreme
everybody
notability.
if
But like,
every signatory showed up with a gun, then yeah.
That's not
I'm not
the
even saying that.
history
I
shows
didn't
that
even
But
we
make
got
that
to do this
argument.
at the polls, though,
Petitions
man. You
don't
know,
work, bro.
we
I
got
mean,
we got to
no,
take this
actually,
fight
he's
to the
correct.
polls. We got to get people to actually advocate for these positions. We got to get real people like us, and have these kind of conversations, get organized, and it
Politicians
can't,
need to be afraid.
they do. They need to realize that the people have the power still. Because look, I advocated, right? My argument was 1%, right? Well, what about the other 99%? We make up the majority of the country. We still are more powerful than the top 1%. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
like the
we are.
But
BlackRock, State
if we
Street,
on the
Vanguard, they're
if
only
we
rich
were on
because of
if the
us.
99%, if not the 99% was on the streets, nothing would happen. If they were on the streets with the guns,
Right.
that'd be a different story.
Oh no, I
I mean,
agree
like,
with that.
in the
That's
United
why they want to
States, that's
divide
the
us so
case.
much because we are the 99%. With that being said,
Yeah.
if we're divided, we're not as powerful.
Right. I try to tell a lot of people because look, I study finance, right? So BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, right? They're powerful, right? Let's be real. Okay, BlackRock controls, I think, 17 trillion of the nation's retirement wealth alone. So when people invest into their
They manage
401ks,
it.
they manage it. But listen. When you
So
give
boomers.
them when you give them access to your 401k, you're giving them voting power at the cost of your money. So now instead of you having the power to sway what companies go and do, you've concentrated all of that between 3 different companies that have people on the board of almost every company on the S&P 500. So guess what BlackRock's doing? They got one person on almost every single board of the S&P making decisions at the cost of our money. If everybody actually just invested their
That's why-
own 401ks, we would actually have so much more power over what the corporations did. They wouldn't have to just appease 3 different
That's-
companies. They would have to
That's
appease
why I
us.
say that's
hold
why
up.
I say that protesting doesn't work unless you are a real threat. And that's why I say they should have guns when they protest. Like if you're gonna give, if it's gonna be like 20,000 people,
But then you got
should
Republicans saying,
have
you
a
can't have your
gun.
guns out, right? I mean, look what happened with Alex Preddy, man.
Yeah, but like there was Alex Preddy
Well-
didn't have a bunch of other people to shoot those. I mean, unalive those TOS.
Yeah, we gotta be careful with TikTok.
Yeah.
they be tripping,
But like
bro.
if everybody around Alex Preddy had a threat, a real threat around them, that they wouldn't have put so many bullets in him.
Right. I mean, I live in Texas, bro, and that's why you don't see nobody mess with the Proud Boys when they go and protest downtown Dallas. You know what I'm saying? Because, dude, they're fucking armed.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They're like literally.
Exactly.
They look like police
And
officers.
liberals are so
shouldn't be
weak.
doing- you shouldn't
Liberals
be
are
messing with
so
anybody.
weak. They don't believe in what they're saying because they don't arm themselves.
But let me throw this idea out. As awesome as that sounds, you make law enforcement nervous when you do that.
Yeah.
Because
Man,
they
who
you
cares
do.
about law enforcement? They're pussies.
Wait,
they
excuse
can't
me?
handle the crowds of people that are all strapping. They can't handle that. They're overwhelmed
God.
by it.
And I guess we have to ask
Law
ourselves
enforcement are
this
the
question,
biggest
is it getting
idiots
to
in the
that
world.
point?
Like we
Is
don't
it-
have
is
to
it-
worry about them.
Is it getting to the point of the new revolution where people would feel like they had to go to the streets and do that? And I would say in this age
Wait.
of social media, this age of mass media, the age of mass surveillance, people are starting to get more and more upset with what's going on. They're able to see what the politicians are doing,
How?
not on a
Wait,
daily
wait.
basis, but on
Like
an
y'all
hourly
remember
basis.
That doesn't. That wouldn't
do y'all
even.
remember the
See,
women's march?
None of that even makes
I will
sense.
So
argue-
many
I will
people,
argue it's
so
always
many
been
people.
like
If they had
this throughout
guns,
American
I mean,
history.
Wait,
my
who was
bad,
saying it
my
doesn't
bad.
make sense?
If they had
Me.
pew-pews,
Which one, Brennan?
I
if
would
they had
argue.
pew-pews,
I would argue
wanna
that
hear
it
it.
it's
would have been a
always been like
different
that
story.
throughout
They
American
did
history.
nothing.
People rioting and protesting and whatnot. That's just been an American value from the
What's up, kids?
start.
Pull up.
Okay, so Hold up.
A
So
worthless
you're
American
saying it's
value.
time to take to the streets for this protesting as if like everything is currently so bad. But there's a number of things that I could simply raise in contention.
Yeah, I'm
Everything
not
that people are.
currently saying that right now.
No, I'm
I
not
was just
talking,
saying in history.
Caden. I'm not referring to what you said. I'm talking
Oh,
Aaron said.
got you.
So he was talking about like the necessity to possibly rise up in the
Hold on,
context
but
that like the
let me just make this point real quick. I'll
You
let you
can't
keep going
rise
on.
up
I
without
think that we
weapons.
actually need to just get organized and take it to the polls. I was just, I guess entertaining the
well, okay.
conversation.
What I'm trying to make the
No,
reference to the
no. You
police
need
because
weapons, not
Mago is
poles.
acting like the police don't do anything, but he's the one that fucking is going to call them if anything ever goes wrong.
God
And
bless
then if you
police,
go
man.
back in time, the reason all of this started is simply put, Black Lives Matter. Now all police everywhere wear body cams all the time. And what's happened with body cams? What has decreased substantially? Oh,
Nothing has changed.
all unjustified shootings, because every time the footage comes out, it makes it everybody can see that they are justifiable because the individuals who partake in these actions
Okay.
generally don't respect law enforcement.
All
And
right.
I'm going to be honest, man, you don't need to if you don't want to, but if a person holds a gun, it's generally that's a threat, a mortal threat against your life in the potentiality that you do
Oh, so,
something
so
really, really
Hold on.
you're
It
not
is
pro
our
Second
it's our
Amendment.
second. Yeah, it's
You're
our
not
I
Second
am
pro
pro
Second
Amendment.
Second
You know what
Amendment.
I'm
Amendment. I
saying? I
own
would
I
say
No,
own
no.
that.
You said if you hold a gun, shoot
Yeah,
you.
I'm talking about
I'm
the
holding
police
a gun right
officer. If
now.
you
Am
don't
I
want to comply
currently
with what the
dangerous?
police officer says and you
That's
get
no.
shot,
That's what he's saying. That's what he's
you being a
saying.
dummy.
As long as you hold a gun,
Wait,
hold a pew
wait.
pew.
Can you
As I'm
actually
saying,
address what I'm
as
saying? Was I
long as you
talking
hold a
about
pew
you,
pew,
Nat? Was
then
I talking about you, Nat?
you can be unalived,
Wait,
right?
was I talking
So what
about
is your
you? Was I
what
talking
exactly
about
is
you
your
or police
argument exactly?
officers?
Are you arguing that we shouldn't take our guns to the streets because we don't want to make the police officers scared of us? They should be
No,
scared of us.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
should fear
The
us.
the
They
argument,
police
should,
being
because you
scared
know
is
what? At the end of the
justification.
day, it's the
no, the
people's
Police being
argument is
republic,
scared
to
is
not the police's
comply.
justification
The
republic.
for
argument is
you
to
getting
comply.
But they're
The
unalived.
American
argument is
No,
to
citizens.
it's
They
not
have the
According to
right
this
comply
to
or
do
man,
their
die.
job.
Yeah, that's a
Yes.
redcoat perspective.
No, it's
Our
not.
founding
comply or
fathers would have
die. No,
not
you're right.
complied.
That's what he's saying.
Really? They
Comply or
wouldn't have
die.
Come on,
complied?
don't have a loyalist perspective like that, bro.
A
Like,
loyalist perspective
for
on
all of the
what?
people,
Okay, can
dude,
I
you
jump
got.
in on this,
Yes, of
please?
course, of course.
Okay, if you had responsible pew pew owners and you coordinated a protest in all 50 states and you let law enforcement know that this is what we're doing, you have a higher protection to do what you want to do. That is something that could work.
Look, at
The
the end of the
police are
day,
Which is
not
what they're
hold
doing
on,
interested.
in
hold on, hold on, hold
Virginia.
on, hold
The
on, hold on.
police are not
Everybody that's
interested
listening,
in the
listen, hold on,
safety
hold
of
on, hold
the
on.
protesters.
Let's move away from this for a second, because at the end of the day, this kind of conversation that we're having is actually not the way that we should do it. I'm telling you, like, we have to go to the polls. We
Why
have to
can't we
get
have the
people out
conversation
there
this
and
way?
get organized, because at the end of the day, what we're entertaining right now, it could be very detrimental to our society. It could be detrimental to our government. What we need is
I
people to
think what's
get
detrimental to
organized.
society is people paying attention to shit they don't understand very much when they should be
I
living their
No,
think
we
lives
have
the
to
way they
talk
because they're
about
ought to.
it. We
giving
have to.
so much credence to the police. Like you don't think that
You
they
haven't
have
raised a
their own
valid point,
beliefs.
buddy. I don't care what you say.
But
They already
protest,
have
I
their
will
own
agree with you that
opinions.
protesting with our guns could lead to an even more highly escalated situation in an era right now that we're in, with the rhetoric that is currently being spread throughout our country. I just don't feel like right now is the time for that. And I hope that we don't even need to get to that point. That's why I try to
When
get on
is the
here and
time?
let's say, hey, let's talk now. Let's have some discourse
When is
and
the
let's have a
time?
conversation about it.
If right
Left and
now is
right.
not the time, then when is the time?
And I understand a lot of people are feeling that way, but we look, man, and I'm a history buff and I hate to go and reference this, but even Hitler himself, bro, tried to overthrow
Oh,
his
Jesus.
government and realized that he had to go to the polls to do it. You can't just
Yeah, and
you
what
can't be
happened after he
violent.
what happened after he won
No,
the
come
election?
on
What
now.
happened
Well,
after he won the election?
I
Come
think
on now.
okay, and that's
host,
what
I
I'm saying. We
think
can't
You
support
cannot
people like that, but what
invoke
I'm saying is that
Hitler's
we have to.
strategy.
You said what?
host, you definitely have a point there. So I will agree with you on that. I don't think that arming the people in the streets is the way to go about it,
No, it's just gonna
because
breed
people
violence.
today,
People right now will kill
right,
each
it
other.
can. Yes, that
what?
is true.
Wait. The
It's so
countries
easy to get a gun.
with the highest.
It's already so easy to get a gun.
I just
Wait a
feel like
minute.
both left and right are so highly like mad at each other right now that it takes one argument to break out for somebody like with a bunch of guns for us to just go at it, bro. We don't need
Yeah, but
another
who
civil war
has
because
them?
if we do that to each
It's
other,
the
bro,
right
like
who has them.
I mean, I'm liberal and I got them, so I mean, there's some liberals that have them, you know,
But they don't.
and I got some nice
Come
ones,
on
you
now.
know.
They don't think of themselves like they don't think of their ideology as being pro gun.
But
Pro
let's
pew pew.
look.
I'm
Because it's
sorry.
not
There's a
an
reason
because
why it's the
Nat and
Second
go.
Amendment, and we have right now what we're utilizing the
Do you
first one right
understand
now. Even
why?
Charlie Kirk
It's only the
advocated for the
right.
First
It's only the
Amendment.
right who advocate
That's why it's number one, not
for
No,
number
it's
two.
not.
We have to
more
talk.
pew pews.
Yeah, we have
No.
the First Amendment to talk, and then we have the Second Amendment to protect the First Amendment.
And I agree. We have to protect the First Amendment. And when you have a president throwing rhetoric out there saying, "Hey, because he had a gun and an extra magazine on him, and that's the reason why he got off," that's what becomes dangerous. And I think that's what
Wait,
definitely.
did all of this rhetoric start with Donald Trump? Because everything that I understand, if I go back in time, this rhetoric started long before Donald Trump. It
Yeah,
was just
exactly.
Of
shifted.
course.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not just
Philando
Donald, bro.
Castile.
I don't think that
Philando
it's just
Castile.
Donald.
Okay, so why is it
Philando
anything
Castile.
Donald
What do y'all
Trump
think
says
Because
is
he's
a bad
finally
thing,
the
but
one
when
that's in
anybody
Philando
else does it,
Castile.
And
it's
if it was
okay?
Biden right now, or if it was Kamala, I would be having the same conversation right now with talking about them because I'm not somebody who's blindly loyal to a party. I'm going to critique every person who's in power because I mean,
what do
I
y'all
don't
think
know.
about
That's what I
Philando
want to do.
Castile?
You said what up?
We got sleeper
Philando
cells.
Castile.
Go on, Caden.
Philando Castile.
I thought he was talking about New Orleans.
Go ahead and explain. I mean, I'm not too well versed.
You don't remember that?
Mm-mm.
He was a legitimate like he was a gun owner. He was a part of the NRA,
Right.
and the police just shot him with
Okay.
his child in the car.
That's
And then
he
the
doing?
NRA was like, we're gonna make a statement, but no, they did not make a statement. They were in favor of him dying, even though he did everything.
We'd have to see the body
Everything
cam
right.
footage
He
to
did
make a good
Everything
judgment.
right. But because he's a black man, the NRA was like, nah, fuck him.
Wait, what's this dude's name?
Philando Castile, just look it up.
Philando?
Philando Castile, P-H.
What a name.
Philando.
I mean, if you really look at it, host, the
What's up, man?
Congress, the House and the Senate could actually pass legislation despite Trump being in the White House.
Right.
But for that to happen, both sides are going to have to put their differences aside and make it happen.
And exactly. But
That's
look what
not
just
gonna
happened with the
happen.
funding of the DHS bill like 2 nights ago when John Kennedy and Ted Cruz were like, you know what? Hey, I like what the Democrats gave us. Let's pass it. And Trump is like, nope, no deal. It's Trump sitting at the top that is causing. It's not I keep saying it's not the Democrats and the Republicans. It's Trump.
Yeah, there's no.
That's why it says
Wait,
not
wait.
Republicans.
I just watched the
bipartisan-
video
ruling
and he
America.
pulled
I
the
said
gun
Trump.
out
What
on
was
the
his reasoning,
officers.
though? What was his reasoning for
Wait,
defunding
hey,
it?
Nat and go. I just watched that video. He pulled the gun out on the officers while they were at the
He
window.
did not. He did
Yes,
not.
he did.
No, he went to get his
Right.
his ID.
So
Yeah,
I will
that's
tell you this,
The
host.
police shot him.
You and I
Well,
can
so-
both
so-
agree
What's good, Red
So
Superman?
you're saying that Philando Castile,
So they told him not to
Castile
reach and pull
deserved to
something
be
out, and he
shot
Holy
continued.
in
moly,
front of his
y'all. One at a
child. You're saying
time.
that
Guys.
Philando Castile
I'm
got
gonna start
shot.
muting people
Hey,
if not everybody can
Do you
talk.
want
We
me
can't
to,
all
do you
talk
want to
at
make me
once.
admin? Do you want to make me
bro, I
admin?
got you, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna make you a mod. Yeah, I got you, bro.
because at the end of the day, host, you and I can both agree on this. They're worried in the House and the Senate if they go against Trump that they're going to be primaried. That's something that I cannot respect
Should be a
because
moderator,
that
not
tells
Caden.
me that those congressmen, men and women, and senators can't think for themselves. They're like they only do what they're told to do.
Right,
And I don't
100%.
agree
Yeah,
with that.
they just push out the same talking points that their advisors tell them, and that's why I keep trying to advocate that we need
Yeah.
people that are actually like pushing people politics, common sense politics, like you said earlier in this, man. And dude, are they
For
either
example-
right or left? Are they doing that?
you look at someone like John Fetterman, okay?
Right.
The Democratic Party doesn't like him because he says what he feels. He
Right.
says what he agrees with and what he doesn't. Those are the type of people that we need in the House and the Senate that
Right.
are going to willing to say the important things and get people to think and be like, hey, we can find a solution to these problems.
And he's a good
Fetterman's a real one.
example. I mean, he's an example of a politician who doesn't act like a child and represents more of a people's politician. But are the rest of them acting like John Fetterman? Nah, bro. A lot of them are
He's
acting
also
like
just a
Schwarber,
normal
man.
dude.
They're acting
Well,
like
I think the difference.
like
I think the difference
Cruz.
between John Fetterman and everybody else in those positions of power is like, unfortunately, if you look into the data with all of this, a lot of those people are statistically to be socio or
There is Joe.
psychopaths, and you look at
This
someone
is just
like
to get the
John
conversation
Fetterman,
going, Joe. You want to join?
and this dude is just a straight up normal everyday bloke. He dresses like every fucking person I
No,
know. I'm
Fetterman
from the
is too. I will
Midwest,
say this: Fetterman is
and
too Israel, too
unless
pro
I'm
Israel
going to
for
work,
me. That is one
unless I'm
issue.
going to work or going out to dinner, I'm wearing fucking sweatpants.
So
I'm
when you
just
say
using him
to
as an example.
Israel, when
You
you
want to get
say
in
to
flannel?
Israel, could you go more in depth than that?
What? Say again?
Well, he said the host said to Israel for me.
Who? John Fetterman? Bro,
I
I'm
think
not a
that's
big.
who
I
the
don't know,
topic
bro.
is about.
I'm not necessarily a big Israel guy right now, man. I mean, 72,000 people, civilians killed. I mean, I can't necessarily advocate for that.
Is it over the
They're going for a
Gaza?
land grab. I
They,
mean,
they started
it
a war,
starts
they
with
lose
that, but
it,
now they're
and
going for a
genocide.
land grab for Lebanon. They're destroying Beirut. Thousands of people have already been died. A
They're not
million people
going.
are
They're
displaced.
going for a land grab in
They're
Beirut. They're
taking they're
clearing out
taking 10%
Hamas.
of the land up to the Litani River right now.
Yes, they're invading it currently to get Hamas, or
And
not
what
Yeah, they're the
Hamas, sorry,
it's
terrorist group.
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
Yes,
Shooting
Hezbollah.
behind their own
But
people.
okay, how is Hezbollah like started? And I'm not advocating for them, but it is a
Right, they've been
revolutionary
launching
group
rockets at
because
them, yes or no?
Israel went and invaded Beirut back in the 80s.
That's not why they're
I
doing it right now.
So they
but
decided to take it out on a beach full of civilians.
What does that have to do
but
with
does that
anything?
justify the death of 72,000 civilians that have nothing to do with it? And that's what
I
what I
mean,
advocate in my videos. If you watch any of them, is not necessarily like I'm not advocating for the IRGC. I'm not advocating for this. I just say because
So
I've
can you
like
do
done a
me a
lot of
favor and tell
extensive like
me?
research of like Vietnam and Iraq, and it's
I
the
don't
civilians that
understand.
get
I don't
hurt.
understand
Can I
these
please
Marvel
hear it from
movie
you
war
that
perspectives
Go on,
it
bro.
on
it
war.
is not a good thing on what happened on that beach? Can I hear you say that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
it's
So
I
evil.
do
They're
you have a
evil,
reason
bro.
to do
Bro,
it?
when you,
Marvel
I cannot
movie
justify
worldview.
the essaying of women or the death of men or women, but I can't justify you doing it right back. And there have been accounts where IDF agents have SA'd women and men. They hold kids
Right.
in
They're
jail.
savages over there. Let's be honest. They've always been fucking
So
savages over there.
it's my beef is just with the fascists that are there. It's not necessarily the state of Israel, because there are people there that are like, hey, I don't like what's going on, but they're silenced by their government, because if you speak out, you're
They're
considered
afraid,
anti. Yeah, you're a traitor of the nation.
What?
You know, they don't run things the same way. Yes, 100%. Just like you have Trump and Hegseth saying, hey, if you're going to speak out against what's going on in the war, you could be held for treason. I think he was talking about Tucker Carlson, but still, that rhetoric
No,
is scary.
that's not, okay. You're
Aaron, are
talking.
you a
If
Giants
you're to
fan?
mention Tucker
Am I what?
Carlson, that's referencing something very
A
specific
Giants
that we don't
fan.
have enough information
I'm
on
a
yet
Rangers fan.
to actually formulate a correct opinion.
Green Bay.
Oh, come on, man.
Green Bay,
Texas, bro. I was
baby.
born in Arlington, bro. I mean, come
Hey,
on, man.
Penn Lincecum owns y'all. Edgar Renteria, baby.
I can't knock you on that one, bro.
At least he's not a Cowboys fan.
Saudi
So, host,
I
Arabia
feel
does
bad
I
for
worse
gave
Lenny
you a
than
Kinsler, man.
follow
Me and
because I like
Kinsler
the
hit that
Saudi
shit off
conversation
the
Arabia
we're
does
wall
having
when
here.
he
worse
came
than
back.
You say
Iran.
what, bro?
Saudi Arabia is worse than Iran, according to this dude in the comments. That's fascinating.
I mean, Saudi Arabia is not. I mean, it's oppressive, and they also are in a because, like, okay, let me just play devil's advocate for a second. We first blamed this war that we were trying to go and get rid of their nukes, and then it turned into, oh, well, we want to free the people of Iran. Oh, we want to take down the regime. We want to take down authoritarian nations, bro. America is allied with authoritarian nations all over the world, and we have quite literally imposed dictatorships at the cost of overthrowing socialist democracies time and time again since 1953. Starting with Iran.
Socialist democracies
Who's
suck.
trying to request to get in here, chat? Let me know again. My bad. I forgot to add you.
But
Go on,
host, I
Noble.
want to tell you, I appreciate the conversation we're having in here.
Yeah.
We need to have more conversations like this.
Yes,
Because
sir.
this is how we get
I
things
told
done.
y'all.
Yes,
I
sir.
told y'all.
You know,
I
because
said the
I'm
same
a
thing
Republican,
yesterday.
and I think at the end of the day, we all want the same things.
Agreed.
And we
Agreed.
need to have people that are stand for the people. And I can tell you, as a Republican in my state of Utah, I'm going to start voting out or not vote for people who've been in office for a long time. I'm going to start
100%.
voting for fresh candidates.
We need fresh
You know,
candidates in, man. We need
because
fresh candidates. I got you,
We
Flip.
just need
you know, 'cause
American first
that's
candidates. We can all agree on that because half of Congress is an American first.
That's what I'm trying to say.
so.
That's all I ever try to do. Like the prompt is just a debating point. It's not Republicans versus Democrats. I'm just saying right now with the
Yeah,
rhetoric that Trump pushes out, it's causing us to be divisive, and let's have this conversation. You know, and
I
let's
feel like
find a place
liberals
in the
have done a
middle,
better
man.
job at that, but I understand
and
what you're talking about.
trust me, it kind of threw me off when I first came in here. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be attacked and this and that, trying to have common sense conversation. And it
No, yeah,
turns
no,
out it
never.
was nothing like what I thought it was gonna be.
See,
No,
So
I
yeah,
I
told
have
you,
bro.
to
as
say
a
I really
Republican, I
appreciate it.
can vouch for this man. He's a good host, and he knows what he's talking about for the most part. I can agree with him on basically majority of America's problems today, other than very few.
That's what I'm saying. And we can disagree on things, but then, you know, that shouldn't make us hate each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's
No,
talk
not at
about
all.
it, and
Exactly.
maybe we'll actually get to a point where, you know, like, I'll be like, I'm not afraid to say, you know what, bro, you're right. Like, there's a lot
I
of
mean,
liberals and even conservatives that are like too prideful to say, you know what, the other side was right here.
let's be
Yeah,
honest. I got you with the whole immigration thing yesterday, and I feel like I kind of opened up your eyes a little bit more.
I mean, I'll say this, man. At the end of the conversation, I was like, bro, you know, that guy Caden and all the other guys in there, we may not agree on everything, but they care about this country, you know, and that's
Yes,
evident
sir.
that they care about America, and that's good enough for me to have them as my friend. That's good enough for me to have them a part of this community because
And
I don't want just liberals. That's so one-sided. I'm so sick of seeing like Twitch streamers and TikTokers that just have one fan base of just one side, bro. Dude, you know how cool it'd be to have a fan base of both sides that just talk to each other in the chat instead of screaming?
and
right.
that's what we need right now.
That'd be
We need
so
more of
freaking
this
cool. Dude, 100%.
because if our government could do this, you would be amazed what we could accomplish by doing this.
Dude, but we could be the example and show people like, hey, we can do this. The government can do this. And if they can't do it, then you know what? Let's get people like us that can go into the government, like into politics and go and do it for us.
You should
Let
make
me ask
sure
you a
to
question.
clip this stuff and like segment stuff out so you can post it on your channel.
100%, bro. I'm trying to like piece through it and everything in the midst of everything else I've got going on. But yeah, yesterday's video, I'm in the midst of clipping that one. I'm gonna clip tonight's, man, because these conversations got to get out there and they got to get short formed and show people that we can have these kinds of talks. Because in the beginning, before you got here, Caden, somebody was just going off on a rant, like, dude, you're just crying, and like I couldn't even get a word in. I was like, bro, let's talk, chill.
Yeah, that happened to me yesterday too. And it's so bullcrap. It's like, listen, you're just as much as an American as I am. Why
Right.
can't I have a voice?
And it was a liberal against you yesterday. Yeah, exactly.
Who's saying my name?
Me. Hi.
Oh, what's up, girl? How's it going?
We talked yesterday. How are you?
I'm
So,
doing
host,
well.
do you
How
think
are you?
everybody in the world has the
What up, what up?
mindset that they intend to work with everybody else to make things go that way? Do you think that's the goal of everybody in the world? Does everybody have these beliefs?
Do I think
Like
that
with
everybody
either
has these
countries or in
beliefs?
general?
What we're trying to do here, have this kind of conversation?
No. Well, I mean,
Okay,
yes.
cool. My
sure.
bad. I was just a
I
little
think
confused.
I
Elaborate.
would say deep down inside, I think every American believes these things,
Every American.
but every person in this country, in the United
Really?
States, we all believe this stuff. But to sit down and talk
Wait.
about it right now,
All
it's
the
very
people in
difficult.
prison that murdered everybody, people in prison that murdered, raped, or did anything like that, that's what they cared about.
It's
Who are you
just,
talking about?
I mean,
I think people
Are we
forgot
talking
about the
pri-
basics.
Are we talking about like?
I-
Are you trying to?
I think
what's
I
the
don't think you
argument
Well, what's your
understand the
subject here?
I'm
Yeah,
confused
if
about
they're-
what counter
human
you're trying to make.
motivation. The
If they're
subject
in
is human
jail for
motivation.
murder or whatever, they're not voting. What are you? They're
Yeah,
not
they're
even
not- yeah.
allowed to vote.
Exactly.
No shit.
Yeah, what she said.
Okay, so I'm asking him about the motivations of the people. It's because they want
The
everybody to
motivations of
work
the general
together in a good-
population, like the
Yeah, he's not
majority
saying-
of us.
That's why people do things that they do. It's not
I mean,
because of their own
what you
personal
brought
interest.
up-
Kissing make her point. What do you want to say?
So my bad.
Because look, the goals of most people is what is in their immediate vicinity. That's all they pay attention to.
I mean, this is just false.
Really? It's
It's just
false.
Yeah.
false. Yeah, it's
When
absolutely
you go through
false.
your day
Broaden
every
your
day, when
claim.
you're at work, you're thinking about what's going on in
I'm not
Africa.
voting for Democrats
Yes,
anymore.
literally.
Really? Wow,
Yes,
you have some
literally.
issues.
Socialist
You have
patriotism.
issues.
I literally
That's what you think about when you're at
every
work.
morning,
That's
my
what you think
uncle.
about when you're at work and in the mornings. You're not thinking about the job you're doing, the people you're with,
I'm
what you're
also
actually
thinking
doing.
about that. I can think of different things.
Okay, so yeah, you might have the capacity. You understand there's also plenty of people that are have lower IQs and can't actually do that.
So what if we
I
educate
mean,
them?
I don't. I haven't met a person, race,
You've
religion,
never met
different
a person who's
that's
dumb.
incapable of like holding different like
You
issues
haven't,
dear to
man,
themselves.
I got some.
Are
I
you
can
saying
tell
that they're like?
you story after story after story
Are you saying
about this.
nobody's
I'm a little bit
redeemable?
older than you.
Are you saying these people aren't
Uh,
redeemable?
a person with an IQ of 70 that's a crackhead is not redeemable. No,
Do not redeem.
I feel like everybody's redeemable, man.
it's
Of
redeemable.
course,
As a
especially a
Christian,
crackhead.
everybody is
IQ of 70.
redeemable,
Can you
especially
I
a
mean,
crackhead, man.
if
wait?
the
So
worst thing a crackhead has done is get addicted to crack,
why do people need to have a requisite IQ of 85 in order to join the military?
I feel like we're going way off topic.
yeah,
This is
I'm
this
thinking
No,
point.
about
we're
it
staying on
where
The
topic.
points
I
are getting
mentioned
us away
70
from the main
IQ. I mentioned the
conversation.
70 IQ, and I'm asking you why people can't
She's
join the
right.
military if they don't have an IQ of 85
I mean, the
or
point
more.
is
I
even
think
you
your
bringing up
conversation
70
is
IQ seemed to come out of
it's kind
nowhere.
of
Like we were
redundant.
discussing,
No.
does the average
We're talking about
American?
we're talking about human motivation.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get you to understand that a lot of people don't care about any of this stuff. And all they
But
care
okay,
about is what's in their
you're
immediate
being
vicinity.
basically a nihilistic teenager right now, saying that
A
the whole
nihilistic
world,
teenager.
buddy, you're basically saying these
I'm
good
not saying the whole
conversations we're
world.
having right
I'm
now,
not
like
saying the
nobody
whole
else is
world.
gonna entertain
I
it.
never said the whole world. You're claiming everybody wants to do this. I'm pointing out the obvious fact that not everybody thinks this way. In
Why do you
fact,
think that is?
if you look
Because
at
of
it
the rhetoric that's
statistically,
spread.
24% of the population doesn't, because 24% of the population has an IQ of less than 80.
Wait. Why is the implication that having an IQ of less than 80 means that you don't care about anything beyond your immediate vicinity?
They don't have the mental capacity to process
I feel like
it.
we're not even talking about like the country now, man. We're supposed to be talking
I'm
about
saying, like,
Because we're
making liberals
talking
and
because
conservatives
politics
unified again.
involves people. People invent politics. It's all people. We're
I'm
talking
not
about
even
people.
talking about politics per se.
You're
People
Yes,
have
arguing
is
interests
point
politics
outside of the
people? Can you
immediate
have
self.
politics without people?
All right, let's move on, bro. Or I'm gonna have to disconnect because I feel like we're getting really off topic from what this like chat's supposed to be about, and that's supposed to be about unification.
So
and
you
even if
can't
that's not what
understand.
I
All right.
understand, but okay, I can understand it. I understand how most people are. What I'm saying is that doesn't have to be just because that's the way things are doesn't mean that it has to be the way that it is forever.
We're talking about American voters on American
I'm
property.
advocating
my
for an
argument
American
is
first, just like
entirely
Hayden
based
said.
on an observable reality. Your argument is coming from a fictional utopia
Pattern
that's never going
recognition,
to
right?
exist.
I don't know.
Fictional
Pattern
utopias.
recognition.
Fictional utopias of what should be like.
I've
What
seen
should be
drug
like.
addicts be redeemable, bro. I've seen drug addicts get clean
Drug
and
addicts
become
be
stable
yeah,
members
sure.
of society.
Not the ones with 70 IQs.
There's a lot of
Okay,
people that are not
who
drug
has
addicts that have 70
IQ,
IQs,
man?
but that's irrelevant, bro. Okay, let's just get on to the okay, I'm gonna
I mean,
disconnect.
if you want to shift
Sorry.
topics,
Yeah,
I
go
was
on,
gonna
bro.
say that I was watching this. I mean, there's this YouTuber, great YouTuber. He makes like simplified history videos. If you know the YouTuber Oversimplified, he makes videos in that similar genre. And I was watching a newer video of his with my friend yesterday about the beginning of World War One.
Right.
And it's very interesting that the political left, especially at this point, especially in Europe at this time, were a big part of their ideology with internationalism, right? It's that like whether you're a worker in the UK, whether you're a worker in France, whether you're a worker in Germany or Russia or Austria, Hungary, right? They're like, we are more united. We share more common interests on the basis of us being working class than we do based off of our split national identities.
100%.
Right? Like, I'm closer to the life of a working class man in England than I am to the billionaire president of the United States. 100%. Right? Like that type of idea. But he talked about, I mean, he went over it briefly, but I mean, there's been good books on this topic as well that talked about how the states, the various governments, the various elites of these various countries were able to invoke nationalism, right? Spur propaganda, arrest opposition, essentially create an environment where people felt like, oh no, I'm actually closer to this more abstract idea of a nation,
right,
than I am to the actual conditions I'm living in that is far more similar to the working class men of all the different nations.
Culture wars, man. Yeah.
Exactly. And the point would be that nationalism, especially the way it was used by like the UK and the German Empire and the French during World War I, was primarily meant to distract the working classes from what they ultimately had in common interest with each other. And I'm seeing a lot of this trend happen nowadays as well. Where like I would be talking to someone about like the recent war that started in Iran, or I would be talking to someone about US, the shit Trump did kidnapping Maduro in Venezuela.
Right.
And they're talking about like, oh, we are going to benefit so much from this. We are going to do this. We had to do this. We this, we that. I'm like, who's we?
Yeah,
None of us had any role in authorizing this military action. The majority of Americans didn't support either of these military actions, right? What benefit am I getting? I mean, that was the whole argument against the forever wars, right? America's invading all these countries, overthrowing all these governments. And what am I gaining? Where the working class is gaining nothing.
Nothing.
And the issue that I have is the liberals would only go that far. They would say that the interventions that we do don't bring enough benefits to the working class. I'm saying you need to go further. So if they're not bringing benefits to the working class, okay, now why is America invading this country? Why are they going to war with that country, bombing this country? Right? And I'm saying that when you take that critical analysis, you're going to see that this whole fiction of American nationalism, right, is just being used to galvanize public support for the rich man's war, which is exactly what World War I was.
Oh my gosh, yeah, dude, I couldn't have said it better myself, dude. That is like, not, it's like if more Americans just understood what you just said right now, bro, then we would be in a much better place right now, dude.
Exactly,
that motherfucker on the coffin, bro. You know, yeah, man, you see it time and time again with World War I, World War II, you know, even with Nazi Germany. It was a very progressive country, right? I mean, dude, they had things like we had, you know, like a very modern liberal society. And it was the conservatives, that were very threatened by it. And Hitler was able to tap into the nationalism of that and the fear of those progressive values, those progressive ideas, and be able to weaponize it against the rest of the country and be able to fill the streets with propaganda, with certain rhetoric that caused us to be divisive and to hate one another. Culture wars like we see right now, because like you just said, we have more in common than you think. We're working class Americans. Everybody that's in the chat, everybody that's watching these videos, dude, the likelihood that we have more in common like together than with like Trump is like 99%, right? Probably even higher than that. So like, why are we sitting here arguing about it? Why are we so fixated on dividing the left and dividing the right and saying, hey, I hate you, you hate me, when we could be like, hey, you know what? We're actually kind of one and the same. We both want this country to get better. We both want, you know, infrastructure to get better. We want healthcare. We want to have, you know, social programs that help, you know, the need, you know, at least the people who need it. I'm very much for somebody that like not letting anybody take advantage of the system, but we need a government that's making sure that the people are taken care of, especially because we are 99% of the entire economy. We should be taken care of.
I mean, and I'll say this, one place I will push back. Now, I wouldn't call myself a leftist, but I'm pretty sympathetic to left-wing ideology. Right. And I'm definitely opposed to, at least in the United States, the political right in the United States. And I don't think that, and while I do think that most people, or a decent amount of people that are right wing, at least are potentially, salvageable, right? That I think could maybe be convinced of reason. There's some that I think might be lost causes, but I like to
100%.
assume that someone, if I'm talking to them, is capable of like reasonable thought. And then hell, maybe if they're capable of that, they could even change my mind on a couple of issues. But what I would say is that so much of the political right is dedicated to what you call the culture war, right? They want to. I mean, one thing that we're seeing now is this rampant rise and anti-Somali racism. Again, I have far more in common with any working class Somali family in the United States. A lot of them are concentrated in the Minneapolis area, right? Than I do, as I said earlier, with Donald Trump. Yet Donald Trump, again, it's this game of divide and conquer. He makes Americans feel good about themselves by having a group to go against, even though the group that they're going against you're far closer to them. You're a bad day away from being with it. I mean, maybe not even a bad day, because a lot of Somali Americans are just, working class families, like most Americans are.
Everyday people,
I mean,
bro.
Everyday people. And I mean, what I would say is, we have to acknowledge what the different political sides are ultimately fighting for, because too often I've heard people say it's not left versus right, it's the working class versus the ruling class.
Right.
And I'm like,
okay,
well, I do agree with the latter. I'm saying that's literally what left-wing politics is, right? Like, again, all the way back to the French Revolution, right? Like, the whole basis of left-wing politics, right, especially as like socialism and communism and all those ideologies developed in Europe in the 19th century, the whole idea, the whole thing that made the left was that they conceived of society as being in a class war. It's the proletarians, right, the workers against the bourgeoisie, the capitalists, right? So exactly, they're the ones that have been saying this for decades, if not centuries.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying they have all the perfect solutions, but the point is that they at least have diagnosed that problem. And now for you to say it's not left versus right, it's the working class versus the capital. I'm saying, well, that is the left versus right. The
100%.
left are supposed to be the forces working and advocating for advancing the working class interest. And the forces of the right, I mean, they will use these fictions, they will use these abstractions of like nationalism, right? Like, one thing that's happened a lot in America is, right, like the rich would convince the poor white people to be very racist because they at least got a little bit of a social status above black people, right? So they would give them these fictions, they would give them these little treats so that they become consumed by these other conflicts, but they ignore the class conflict that's the root of our society.
I have a question. What party makes it more about race when it comes down to it?
What do you mean makes what more about race?
Like issues, I'm assuming. Yeah, for sure it's the right. For sure.
I would say, yeah.
I mean, I would say if we're talking about race, I would say the two different parties weaponize race differently.
Okay,
right?
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
Democrats try to use racial representation, racial visibility as a means of legitimizing their own politics. Oh, look how tolerant we are. We have a black man in this position, or we have a black woman in this position, or we have a Hispanic or indigenous woman in this position. Right?
Yeah.
Is the visibility politics.
Right.
Whereas the right, they're a bit more, subtle. They're like, I mean, not necessarily with representation. Their strategy is this demonization of outgroups. It's what the American right has always done.
Right.
It's all black people's culture is defective and destructive.
Right.
Oh, Hispanics are this existential Hispanic, like undocumented migrants, which are largely Hispanic, are this existential threat to the survival of the United States, right? Or what's it called? East Asian immigrants are coming in and taking in our engineering jobs with these H-1B visas. Right. So like, the whole point is that they don't use the word race because that's become taboo since the Civil Rights Act or Civil Rights Movement. But they do try to demonize and weaponize hostility towards these other communities so that, they could feel like, oh, I should be siding with a white rich guy because he's the guy who's saying he wants to protect me.
Right.
And then, like as the host said, this is exactly what Hitler did, right? Germany wasn't Nazi Germany the day after Hitler became chancellor.
Nope.
Right? He had to propagandize his population. He had to make them believe that no, it's not the German working class against the wealthy elites. No, it's the German nation against these other nations, including Jews, because they were anti-Semitic. And we need to protect the German nation. And
100%.
the thing I fear is that, I mean, one of the big moments in Germany that occurred that allowed Hitler to consolidate power was the Reichstag fire. Now, no one really knows who did it nowadays, but the Germans, the Nazis blamed the communists, right? Because I don't know if y'all know the poem. It was like, oh, first they came for the communists, right? Then they came for this, and they came for that. Then, and the reason why they said first they came for the communists, because that's the first group they went after.
100%.
Right?
Communism has always been going at each other. Yeah.
Didn't I remember I just watched like a the Desi Arnaz, Lucille Ball documentary, and there was a whole thing about them being accused of being communists. Like it was like so serious they were going to lose their jobs just because someone said you might be a communist.
Being accused of being a communist, like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, was like a death wish. You know what I'm saying? They kill people for that stuff.
Like you were going to get blackballed. You were not going to be able to work. I mean, I think that we talk about history and we don't really connect to it because we didn't grow up with it. But when I hear like even my own mother talk about what life was like, and I think that it's important that we sit down with people who actually lived it and say, what was it like on the street level? What was it like for you on the ground level? And I've asked, my own mother who was born, she's 79 now, something like that, or 70. I think she's 70 now.
Right.
And she has told me, even her growing up and still having been a young woman in the 70s. So she grew up, more in the 50s and the 60s, and her telling me, it absolutely was a line in the sand. There was racism blatantly out in public everywhere you went. My family has been here for several generations, but we're Hispanic. And so she used to tell me, my grandfather was rich. I went to private schools, but I used to sit alone because I was Hispanic and I wasn't allowed to eat with the other kids. I was mocked and made fun of. If we drove in certain areas, we couldn't be there at night. There were towns where if you drove by them, you knew not to stop because they weren't going to let you use the restroom.
Oh yeah, and that is in Texas. We have Sunset Town still here.
Yeah, and she used to tell me like that's a very real thing. I remember, I'm 47 now, and I remember when my mom got her first bank account because bank accounts were new, and I remember her being like so excited that she had access to her own money and that she didn't have to ask a man to buy something for her, that she could go to the store by herself. I remember when her checks turned into a debit card and she was so excited that she got a debit card, and we went to the store and the cashier had never run one before, and she was like, let me see it's so interesting, and I tell people, even in our short period of time, so many things have changed, but so many things stay the same.
100%.
And what bothers
like our
me,
school systems.
yes, things do change, right? Obviously, and we don't really see them change. They just kind of wave and crest, and then we look back 20 years and we go, oh man, yeah, I remember that was so different back then. But what I never hear, and I think it bothers me the most about the right and the left, is that nobody ever comes to the table with an idea of how do we get out of this rat race?
Right.
Nobody says that. Nobody goes, here's where we're headed, and there's not one leader who has any plan. Right? On any front. That's the biggest issue. We've got climate change, problems with our, obviously we can't get it together to work together as countries. We're fighting left and right. We're bombing each other left and right. We've got racism, sexism. We have all these issues hitting us from left and right. And you've got a nation of people who have never been more divided than we are today.
100%.
Right?
I mean, seriously, yeah. We're more
And
divided, I
nobody is
think, than we've been
saying
in a long time.
exactly. And nobody is saying maybe we need to start looking at where we're headed, and do we really need to think about a universal income?
I mean, I was
Do we
gonna
need to
say
think
that. Oh,
about
sorry.
different structures where,
Especially with the rise of
because we have
technology.
the technology, right? We have the technology, and technology always improves our lifestyles. That's the whole goal of technology, is so that we no longer have to, take a week to eat. Right? That has always
100%.
been the whole point of technology, is to make our lives better. And when we look back and we go, man, people were, I look at the Industrial Revolution and I think about all these stories, and people were always afraid. People were super mad when the train was invented. Well, a lot of people lost their jobs because they no longer had positions based on the train. When computers started, people were so mad. Oh my God, now I'm not going to have a receptionist. I'm going to have to do my own email, my own things. Like every time technology booms forward, people get left behind.
They
Systems get
do.
left behind.
And sadly, I tell
That's
people all of
normal.
the time, like, with the rise of like AI right now, they're constantly like pushing for technology that is going to replace a lot of us and enable us basically redundant, right? I mean, a lot of these jobs that, like, I'm in college right now, a lot of the kids that I go to
Yeah.
school with, because I'm 29, I went back to school later, but I mean, the kids
Yeah.
that I'm in school with, like, I can see that they're going down a path that's going to get replaced here in the next couple of years if you're paying attention to the way technology is going, right?
But
And
it
it's just
won't. And that's the thing. It won't yes, it will. Of course, certain jobs are just not going to be necessary, but it creates new jobs always.
It'll create a new industry.
Always.
Yeah,
I mean, I
exactly.
would say even deeper than the jobs available. I mean, I remember I watched. I think it was Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. This is a few years ago. This may be like
Yeah, when they were getting along.
2021, and I mean, they were talking about like automation, especially with regards to trucking. And Ben Shapiro asked Tucker Carlson, so would you place government regulations to limit automation with regards to trucking? And Tucker Carlson was like, yes, I don't want to put those people out of their jobs. Those people need to have jobs.
Even
And
if
it
it
reminds
is
me,
automated, there
But
needs to be a human
hold
there, I
on.
feel like.
But what a horrible job.
I mean, I was going to say that, like, look at us now.
There's no
that,
quality of life as a trucker, first of all. It's a horrible
exactly.
job.
I know a
And
lot of
the
truckers
odds of
that love
you,
it.
yeah, well, I'm
I
sure
mean,
they
I know
love it
people that love
because
the trade, but it's hard work, and it does not give enough benefits to the hard work that's being put in.
right.
That's the point Kissing's making.
Yeah, you're not at home. You're on the road for a week. I mean, I'm sure there's some people who love the
We're kind of punishing right
isolation.
now, Lyle.
What was that?
Oh no, I was responding to the chat. My bad. You're good. You can go.
I was gonna say it's not a great job. Plus, it's first of all, it's really hazardous to our health. It clogs up our highways. The amount of smog and things that we have, the amount of time that it takes to get materials across country. I mean, I don't know where you guys live. I live in a area that's heavily industrial with a lot of distribution centers. There's like 5 Amazons in my
I live in
backyard.
the Midwest, so you should understand.
Yeah, so
I live in Texas, so
when I get on the freeway, there's 45 trucks, like, and they're just it's a nightmare.
Oh yeah, it gets intimidating.
Yes, and there are ways around it. But the reason we don't make those better choices is because of money. Because you can't make more money if you're not the person in oil, or you're not the person who's in, and here's where it really sucks, is that these big giant corporations are in the government's pocket. They're really running the government. That's what it is. The government is just
At the end
whatever.
of the day,
They're
we have
puppets.
to realize the truckers of America are kind of heroes because we wouldn't have the luxury that we have today if it wasn't for them, right?
Caden,
Again, no
look what happened during
is
COVID.
denouncing the workers themselves, right? Like
No,
the
not the
criticism
workers.
that Kissing is making isn't of the work that they do and the value they provide to society. It's more so how the system itself is structured.
Yes.
But one thing I was gonna say is it's funny that the guy that you kicked off early that started talking about like IQ and low IQ people can't care
Yeah.
about things or whatever. He asked me, right, like, oh, do you think about African politics when you're at work or whatever? I mean, funny enough, I do. And it
Yeah.
reminds me of this book I was reading because what's his name? The gentleman who led the independence movement in Ghana, which was the first Black African country to gain independence. He was a really deep philosopher and a political theorist. And I was reading this one section of one of his books, and he was talking about a one-party state versus a multi-party state, right? And he was talking about the advantages and the disadvantages of both of these sides. And it's really interesting that America isn't really a multi-party state per se. Legally, it is.
We were supposed to be a
whereas, like, in
multi-party state.
But America has all the drawbacks of a because the benefits that he said were supposed to come with a one-party state is that, for example, in China, since it's just the one communist party, they're
Right.
able to plan in the scale of decades, right? They can
Right.
conceive a plan now and implement it throughout the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Right.
Whereas in America, if Biden comes in, he has his economic agenda, and then Trump wins. Now Trump has a different economic agenda. Now
Yeah.
then Obama
Yeah.
has a different, and then Bush has like so everyone has a
And every
different.
4 years, they undo what the other person
Yeah.
did.
That's why I
Exactly,
see China
exactly.
growing 8 to 10% of its GDP a year, while
Yeah.
America has been at 2% for like
That's
the
a-
last 2
Yeah.
decades.
That's a good. Oh my
It's a
god.
great analogy because it's kind of like
Oh,
it's like you're knitting and somebody's coming behind you and undoing what you're doing. Like, what's the point?
Exactly. So
That is the point. The point is to get the government to do as little as possible.
But the problem is, like with the Republican Party
Why?
right now, they're not doing
Because
as
the
little as
government
possible.
is
They're very much involved in
perpetually
our lives.
because the government as an institution, whether it be Republican or Democrat, or CCP or whatever it may be, is a perpetually corrupt and ineffective institution.
right.
Well, that's
It
just
is
not true.
never. It is
Yeah, well,
never
look throughout
as
history. You gotta look throughout history. It's proven.
look throughout history. You will see this.
Look through. I mean, you brought up China again. I'm not saying the Chinese government is perfect, but at the goals that they've wanted to achieve for the advancement of their population, they've absolutely achieved it, and it
100%.
absolutely could not have happened
Well,
without
but
the
of
actions of the
course,
state.
Right.
this
Look how
comes
they've
at a
advanced their
cost of
society
the.
over the course of the
This,
last
this
80 years.
of course, this comes at a cost of the tyranny of the people. The people are under a one-party rule. The people
Sure.
do not have a choice in who represents them.
Well,
The
they do have a
Uyghurs are
choice.
getting demolished. We know these
They're
things.
not.
Of course they are, you fucking fool.
Okay.
No, I think
how
you'd
many-
have to
I
take
think
a
How
look
many
at.
Uyghurs
I-
have
I
been
think
unalived
you-
by the Chinese state in the past 20 years?
You can
I
go
was
look
gonna
that
say-
up, brother. You know
hold
all the
on.
facts that I do. Go
I
look
know
it
the
up.
facts.
I'm not
You
here to
don't know the
educate you.
facts.
When
I'm
you
not here
look
to
at-
educate you.
I'm saying
I'm
you're not.
here to
hold on.
I'm here to lay it down plain and clear.
Time out. Listen.
I'm here to lay it down plain and clear.
We are
Look, these are
American
the
people. We
Look,
are here to
look,
educate
look,
each other
these
and
are
talk
the-
about these problems. Listen,
Hey, look,
listen.
these are the
listen.
trade-offs. The trade-offs are you
Caden's
can
the
have an
moderator. You might as well listen
efficient
to him as well as much as you listen to me, homie.
you can have an efficient one-party rule, or you can have a democratic representative government that is limited in its control of the people.
But right now,
Those
our
are the
government
choices
is not
here.
currently
No, wait,
pursuing
Thomas,
a very
Thomas.
limited government role.
Yeah, Thomas, I fundamentally disagree. Because America's government does have the capacity, right, and in different ways intervenes heavily in the political and economic affairs of
Yes.
American society. That's
Social reform
one.
helped
And
us
then
get out of the
two,
Depression.
again, while I would agree that China is not a liberal democracy, right, that's just not what they're trying to be, right, they are in their own way democratic in a way that they would justify to themselves. And you
Yes.
know what? You know what the outcome is? The Chinese government for good reason, is more popular amongst their population than the American government is amongst its own population.
How many parties? How many parties? How many
I
parties
think a
can you vote
statistic
for in
came
China?
out that most of the world would trust China over trusting the United States at the moment.
How many parties can you vote for in China?
Again, why is the standard of democracy how many parties you have?
Yeah, well, let's compare the quality of life.
Yeah, if we're looking at quality
What
of
about
life,
quality of
in
life?
China,
Well,
they have a
quality
much
of life
better
is what you want.
quality.
Then vote for all the
It's
dictatorships you
cleaner.
want.
Their
I don't
cities
know.
are more
Hold on,
advanced.
Thomas.
Their
Wait.
infrastructure is more advanced.
Why,
You don't see
why does
homeless
quality
everywhere.
of life not matter to you? That's
Because
my question.
I think quality of life is a great idea, but if it comes with total repression and oppression, then I don't really want it.
Here's
I don't
my
know,
question to you. Do you think?
You don't
Hold
feel like
on.
The way
that's
I
repressive
feel
in a
is
way?
I
Do
don't
you
want to sit
think
there
you're
and
not
bust my
oppressed
ass
now?
and have things taken away
No, I'm
from
not
me.
oppressed at all.
You
Hold on.
absolutely are.
How?
Thomas.
We all are.
How?
Let me frame it like this, okay? As late as like the mid 1990s, right? If you want to look at like GDP per capita, for instance, I don't think that's the best measure of economic well-being, but it's
a decent one. I'll give you that. It's something.
China was comparable to sub-Saharan Africa, right?
100%.
In the mid 1990s, they were comparable. They're about the same, right? And my family is from Nigeria, which is obviously, in that region.
Yes.
And Nigeria adopted, I believe, its most recent constitution in 1999. And they have been a multi-party, not a single party, but a multi-party state with elections, regular elections every few years, and they've switched parties and they switched coalitions, and it's been a multi-party democracy. Whereas China, again, in that same time frame, right, has obviously maintained itself as a single party state. I guarantee you, every single Nigerian that isn't either an elite or a politician will replace their model for what China has tomorrow if they could.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I don't doubt that the Nigerians are corrupt as fuck. I don't doubt that at all,
You don't
and
think
that
the
they would
Americans
want
are
to do
corrupt,
that
dude?
if they could.
It's not that they're corrupt.
No,
I'm saying that
okay, I gotta
are
get
judging
with all due respect,
the
I gotta get
level of
a sentence
democracy
off.
within.
I gotta get a sentence off here.
Hold on. This is the last thing I'll say.
Okay,
You are
fair enough.
judging how democratic a society is by how many parties participate in its election.
That's true.
And I'm saying that's an arbitrary measure that you have decided that a Chinese person would disagree with.
I don't think it's arbitrary, because I think a democratic regime by definition is how much the political institutions respond to its people. And if the people have limited choices in who represents them, then by definition it's not a very democratic regime.
I mean, there's limited choices even in liberal democracies. But hold on. Of course there is. Right? Like, what? There's in America, for
Not
instance,
true. Not true. So if you look at Western European countries, they have a lot of political parties. Whereas if you look at somewhere in the United States, we don't have a lot of political parties, but we have a lot of viewpoints spread throughout those two political parties.
Sure, and with China, they have a lot of viewpoints spread within one party.
No, they don't. That's the problem.
They do.
I just feel like
what are the differences in viewpoints?
Hold on, Thomas.
Are you making
Thomas,
that refute?
do you know who the leader of China is right now?
Xi Jinping.
Do you know who it was before him?
No.
I always get these two mixed up. I was talking to my friend. I think it was Leng Xiaomin.
How long has Xi Jinping been in power?
I think 2010, 2012?
Okay, 2010. So since I was 8 years old, Xi Jinping has been in power. So it makes sense that I don't know the person before him.
I'm not trying to blame you. I'm not trying to.
No, but I'm saying that it's not a very representative system.
Hold on. I'm saying that with China, right, with Xi Jinping in his rise, to power, because again, he didn't commit a coup, right? He was inaugurated by the internal Chinese political apparatus, right? I'm saying that his rise to power and his policy focus was a distinctively more state-centered, at least around economic policy, shift than the previous liberalization attempt of the two previous leaders in China before him. Right? The point that I'm trying to make is that even within the Communist Party of China, there are those that support more state control, more state planning, a larger public sector. There are those that want a more private sector. There are billionaires, actual billionaires, that are members of the Communist Party of China.
You like
Right? So the
billionaires
idea
now?
that, huh?
You like billionaires now?
No, I'm not saying I like billionaires. Again,
Okay,
my
well
point
then
isn't-
I wouldn't
hold on,
bring them
my
up.
point isn't that the Chinese system is perfect. My point is that there's political plurality within China.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
pros and cons to both democratic institutions.
Here's
of
here's
China
the
and
problem
both in
though.
the United States.
Here's the problem. Here's the
But I will
problem
say
though.
China
So,
might be doing capitalism a little bit better than America's doing capitalism.
so I think you mentioned that Xi Jinping has been in since what was it, like
2012.
2012? Okay. Do you think in a democratic society like the United States, for example, or the United Kingdom, for example, or any Western democracy, do you think that Xi Jinping would have regained power for all those years?
Maybe
BB's
not.
been
I
in
don't
power,
know.
I think,
Because-
19 out of the last
hold on.
26
Hold on.
years.
Thomas,
do you
Thomas,
think
Thomas.
do you think
Do
that
you
maybe
think-
he got those votes, or he got those quote unquote votes out of a sort of oppressive tactic of coercion?
No, because he was competing
Really?
against other.
So you think
Okay,
it was
hold on.
entirely democratic that Xi Jinping ended up with all of the election results in his favor for all of these years?
I mean, I think he is a popular figure within the Chinese. I mean,
I
again,
think you
given-
know you
given
sound
how-
stupid
hold on,
saying
hold on,
that.
Hold on. Given how China does their elections, right? For general secretary, for premier, right? For all these like high-ranking bureaucratic positions.
How do they do
yes,
that? Give me some insight. How do they do them?
Are you against communism, Thomas?
Absolutely.
I
Can
don't
you
even
explain
think
to me
China's
why?
communist.
Yeah,
Funny
communism
enough.
doesn't fit in with American
Because
values. I
because
feel like we can all
communism
agree with
is
that.
communism is a society that I don't think can functionally exist.
Okay, so but
So
do you feel like
communism-
socialist aspects should be allowed within our capitalistic society?
So-
even though
so-
socialist
so
values saved
I have-
capitalism multiple times.
I have distinct problems with socialism and communism,
Okay.
where I
Because
prefer
there's
capitalism.
distinctions, 100%. There are distinctions.
Yeah, so with socialism, my problem is that any public ownership that abolishes private ownership is automatically going to cede more power to the government, because realistically, worker co-ops are not going to do it. It's just not going to happen.
Hold on, but can't I say vice versa? That any actions of privatization in like modern society is just going to empower corporations? At least in
100%.
practice, this is what's been the case.
It could power corporations, but capitalism is an inherently flexible system wherein you can make a lot of reform without a lot of overthrowing.
But
You
even
can make
pure
a lot of
capitalism
I
is
mean,
just a
we-
theoretical idea in the first place. I mean, capitalism
Laissez-faire
has to ha-
capitalism is not just theoretical;
No,
it's
it
very
is
practical.
because the government
Wait,
has had
hold on,
to
yeah,
put,
where
the
has
whole
laissez-faire
laissez-faire
capital-
the
No, because we
theory
had
of
child-
the invisible hand. Remember, the market is supposed to always be able to correct itself, but time and time again, we've seen that
It
the
did.
government has had to correct the market. Even the
No,
closest one is just look
we
at
have
COVID.
not
Yes,
seen
we
that,
did.
actually.
We bailed out
We've
so
seen-
many companies with stimulus
For
checks. That's
example-
socialism. Did you get a stimulus check? That's socialism.
For example,
That was a socialist. That's a
for
socialist
example, in the
idea.
rebound from the Great Depression with FDR, we saw that FDR's policies actually probably prolonged the Great Depression for about 8
No, it
years.
didn't. What are you
It
talking
actually
about?
did.
It saved
According
our
to who?
country.
No, you can look it up. It actually probably prolonged the Great
No,
Depression.
don't tell me
messed
what
our
Whereas
to
if
economy.
look it up.
Reagan
Make
messed
your
our
argument.
economy up. He
I'm
gave it
not
back
gonna
to the
look up-
corporations.
economy.
I'm not
Reagan
gonna
had a
look up
great
your
economy.
position.
Reagan was
Because he gave it back to the
Reagan was the
corporations.
economic savior.
Because he gave
Reagan
it back
was
to
the
the
savior of the
corporations.
economy.
Okay, but let me put it this way. There's a reason why your great grandparents had a nice life in the 1950s and 60s, and why your parents probably
So
didn't
did
have
my
the same
parents.
life.
My parents had the same life.
Well,
I didn't have the
there's a
same life
major-
because we
Yeah,
veered towards
I mean-
a system of socialism and
Wait, when?
authoritarianism.
Who do you
When
think
did-
is
when
not
that's
did
a
sync-
product of
America go towards
and
Reaganomics?
it's not
Holy
coordinated
moly,
with the American
relax.
way of
So we're
life.
chilling. We're
Thomas.
chilling. Hey, let's chill, Thomas.
Thomas.
We're just
No,
talking.
I'm not
When-
chilling.
when-
I'm not
Thomas,
chilling.
when
I
did
hate
America-
socialism. Fuck you.
Thomas, when did
Why?
America shift
Wow.
towards
Like
socialism?
fascism? You sound like a fascist, bro.
No, I'm not a
Thomas.
fascist. I just hate socialism.
Thomas,
Well,
when did
I
don't
America
like-
shift towards socialism?
What is
You
my
said
what?
your parents were fine and they were raised under Reagan, and that since then you haven't been as good as your parents because we
That's
shifted
true.
towards socialism. So I'm saying, when did America shift towards socialism?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably when China entered the WTO.
So 2000. So the Bush administration was a shift towards socialism.
I think so. I think coupled with that
What?
and the wars over the Middle East,
You
I think
George Bush was a socialist.
no, I did not say George Bush was a socialist. Not at all.
You're saying America went in a socialist direction under George Bush when he was
I
president.
think that's when it may have started.
Saying
Yeah,
you hate socialists, bro, because I got flagged, and I'm gonna have to kick you if you get me flagged again, bro. So just be careful. With
I do fucking hate socialists, but
bro.
He
okay.
just said.
All right, last time, bro. Just leave it alone.
I do dislike them. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be dishonest with you.
I know what you mean by dislike, so just use dislike, and I'll know what you mean. You feel me?
I really dislike them.
Okay,
I really dislike them.
That's cool. Let's just talk about it, though. Let's just
okay.
talk about it.
So Thomas, how was America more socialist in 2010 than it was, let's say, 2000?
I think by then we had a lot more government control over the economy.
What does that mean?
So the government intervened.
Explain what that means.
Very clearly, we had in 2010 we had higher taxes compared to 2001.
We did.
Yep. I think you would
agree
agree on
nurses
that.
paying more in taxes than the corporations pay because they pay 21% versus nurses that pay 26%. Corporations
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Tax rate. They pay. They don't. It doesn't matter how much they make. They pay under the Trump administration a flat tax rate. While me and you, we don't pay a flat tax rate. We pay according to how much money we make. And the corporations, companies like Uber, pay almost $0 a year, even though they extract money.
Why do companies like Uber pay less tax?
Because they report zero profits.
Why do they report zero profits?
And
because Thomas, it's a way to get around the system.
And Thomas, all of that is because we are in the peak of a capitalistic society where every single way to save money, to earn money has been cut and subscribed to.
I'll tell you this.
Cut into ways that make you pay for subscriptions just to have features on your car.
Rent extraction.
Okay, wait, Thomas. I just looked it up. You were incorrect. The tax rate decreased throughout the 2000s. So again, I ask you, how was America more socialist in 2010 or even 2020 than it was in 2000?
I mean, well, the first thing is, I don't think 2000 is really my first data point for when we started becoming more socialist.
Well, you said when China joined the WTO, which was 2001.
I think it's a weird.
So
take
I think
for
that's
you,
a.
Thomas.
I think that. I
We've
think
never
that's
been less socialist.
No.
That's what I'm
So I
saying.
think that's a.
100%.
I think that's a. I think China
have
joining the W.
value right now in politics.
So I think China. Hold on.
Thomas, Thomas, when my mother was in school,
I think China
they didn't
joining
make them pay for their lunch.
Oh my God. I think China joining the WTO is not necessarily a framework for when we've seen the U.S. descend into socialism. I think that's a framework for when we've seen or when we started to see the errors of globalization, which is that since China joined the WTO, we've seen about 70,000 to 90,000 factories shipped overseas. That's the problem with China joining the WTO. The problem with China.
But again, Thomas.
That's the capitalists here in America's fault.
Thank you.
That's literally capitalism.
That's capitalism.
That's literally China outplaying the United States
and
because
capitalism in the U.S.
infinitely profitable. We have to extract resources and labor from the cheapest nations in the world.
Yes.
Okay, but Thomas,
Trump's trying to change that, by the way.
But Thomas, you haven't really answered my question, though. Thomas, you haven't really. So when did America? Because you said your parents again were fine under Reagan, and you were less fine because America was shifting towards socialism. In what time period was this shift towards socialism occurring?
I would argue that the shift towards not necessarily socialism, but authoritarianism has occurred since the inception of the United States. And
inception.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
So I would argue that the government has gotten more and more control since the inception of the United States, and even though it's had setbacks, like with the Reagan administration, for example, or with other administrations, the government has gotten more and more power in the United States over the people of the country. and
Wait, hold on.
that in
How
and
did
of itself has
Reagan
resulted in
decrease
a
the
more
power?
authoritarian regime.
Wait, how did Reagan decrease the power of the United States, government?
Reagan, like Jimmy Carter, actually took part in a large deregulation program.
Yeah, so he gave more freedom to corporations. Is that it? I mean, he also
not just corporations, but to
ramped
everybody.
up the drug war. I mean,
no,
but
not
again,
just to.
wait, hold on.
Started
But
the
The
eradication
drug war is a
of
totally separate thing from
the
economic.
deregulation policies that he's putting in place, as in, oh, we're gonna reduce the fine for this means of extracting oil. It's not anything. I'm not gonna be.
But he also lowered the tax rate for all of America.
Sure, but that's not the government having less power.
Of course it is. If the government taxes you less on your dollars, of course the government has less power over you. Are you stupid?
Thomas.
No, they don't. Because they
Thomas,
set the tax rate.
You're so.
If the
what's crazy to
government
me,
gets
Thomas,
less
is
money
that you're
from you,
so
of course they
so
have less power
outraged.
than you. From
You're
you.
so outraged, and I guarantee you that you probably have paid more in taxes than any of these. Anybody in the
No, probably
government,
not.
anybody in these big corporations.
Yeah,
I owed $16,000 last year on top of what I make, like an already pay throughout the year. I have paid way more in taxes than Elon Musk.
If anything,
probably not.
pay a lot.
But you know, if you think 16,000 is like too much in taxes, then
When
I
you
gotta.
compare my income,
$16,000 check
Yeah,
at
I
the
don't
beginning
know.
of the year. That's hard.
You really want me to feel guilty
Wait.
for you over $16,000 in taxes? I mean, that's.
when you look at my income, Thomas, I'm a single mother with
Uh-huh.
2 children. Why should I owe that much money?
What is your income?
Well, what are you doing?
I made $130,000 last
You made
year.
$130,000 and you paid $16,000 in
Yes.
taxes, and you're arguing to me that that's too much?
Yes, that's too much.
You sound like a gusano, I think.
What are you doing
what
to make
about
that
the
money?
corporations that don't pay a dime? I just told you that Uber
Yeah,
does not pay a dime in taxes.
Look at the host. I mean, even his ears just have perked up at a lady making $130,000 paying only $16,000
not at all, not at all, not
No,
at
no,
all.
no, Thomas.
Of course it
owing-
has.
I think she should have paid
owing
nothing. I know I could probably teach
That
her
is
a
a
couple of
stupid
things, not
point
how to
by a
pay that much
dumbass.
money in taxes, because that's BS. Because
It
dude,
is
politicians and
bullshit.
corporatists and capitalists don't pay that much money in taxes. Dude,
Dude,
that's
of course they
absolutely
do.
ridiculous.
80% of the wealth in this country pays most of the taxes in this country.
Because they're 80% of the wealth.
Hey, bro.
What?
Okay, but
Of
then you
course
shouldn't
they're
have a
gonna pay majority
problem
of the
with that.
taxes
But
in
But then you shouldn't have a
aggregate.
problem with that. If
But Thomas,
if
the
80%
issue
of
is
the
that-
wealth
bro.
centered in the country pays most of the taxes, you should have no problem with that. That should be what you
Well,
want.
Thomas. The issue is that the proportion
The problem
of their
is
wealth.
the problem
Bro, no
is
shit is there. Bro, get up in here.
the
bro.
problem is
Dude, I met
you've
at the
realized
Communist
even
Stand.
the problem
How the
is
hell did you
the problem
find me? I
is
told
within
him
the
that I was live
capitalist
live
system.
streaming.
Wait,
That is
you know him?
crazy.
The problem is even within the capitalist system.
Host, what you saying?
Wait, host, you know that dude in chat?
Small
Hooper's
ass
Revenge?
world.
The problem is
Yeah,
even
bro, I
in
remember
within
you,
the
bro.
capitalist
That's
system,
my
the
bro.
United States
You trying to get in?
within the
Hooper?
United States. Here we go. Even within the United States system's
Who goes to
capitalist
UTD? Who?
economy,
Flick, you go to UTD?
you've realized
No,
that the government will always
Nah, that's
waste
just my friend.
the money of the people. You know that's true.
Yo, what up, bro?
You know it. You
Yo.
know it from the fact that we've
What
had
is
the
up,
highest
man?
corporate tax rates, we've had the highest progressive taxes, we've had all of the institutions to ensure that the richest people are getting taxed the highest, and all of that money has been wasted because government is an inherently destructive and corrupt institution, and you don't know how to make sense of that.
Okay, hold on. The rich objectively pay less in taxes now.
Not true at
right,
all. They pay the
than they
most.
did
We have the
they
most
do not.
progressive
I'm
tax
telling
rate
you,
in the United
bro.
States.
There are
Thomas.
plenty of corporations that don't pay a dime in taxes, bro.
Not
Just
as
look
big
up
as
the
that.
numbers.
Look at the
Thomas.
richest people of this country, and they pay the most taxes.
Thomas, I'll let you finish. Hold on. All right. The point isn't the percentage of the aggregate amount of taxes paid by the wealthy. The question is the proportion of the wealthy's wealth that they're paying in taxes relative to someone less.
You
Right.
do guys,
Right,
you guys do realize it all depends on how they set their business up, correct?
Sure.
I would-
But the
I
point
would
I'm
argue
making
And
is that
Americans
the
can
rich
do the
pay
same thing as
less
them, right?
in taxes.
So
Just
if they're
one at a
doing it,
time.
why can't you guys do it?
I would argue that it doesn't. I would argue that the most important thing is who's paying the most taxes in the country.
Okay, you can argue that, but you're just not addressing the argument of your interlocutor.
I would argue paying
Of course
taxes
it
in
is.
general as an American.
No, you're not.
is
Because
The
you're
just
just saying
argument is
what
that
you're saying
the
is
argument is
irrelevant.
that the United States gets about $123 trillion a year, and nothing that it's spent it on gives me any trustworthiness in the government that it would spend my tax dollars.
So are you conservative?
on
Are you
government
are you
programs.
libertarian? What are you? Like,
I don't
are you
know,
a
he
MAGA
keeps-
supporter? Because you're confusing me.
You said
Yeah, you're
100
very-
I am a
trillion?
MAGA supporter. That's true.
Wait, hold on. How do you support MAGA? What?
How?
I love
You're
MAGA.
Advocating
asking
for
for
limited
1
government
point-
role, and the Republicans are actively trying to nanny our freaking country.
What do you
Not
mean
at all.
Republicans
Not
want
at
a
all. You
limited
have it
government?
twisted.
MAGA,
wait,
not
Republicans,
Republicans.
want-
Not at all.
understand-
The Trump administration has a policy wherein for every, I think, 120 policies that it deregulates, it will implement one policy that it regulates.
Okay, Thomas, do you understand that Trump has added more to the deficit? He has been the biggest government spender
Sure,
of any
sure. And I
president.
think if we're talking about
Yeah, like
United
25%
States
or
spending,
something like
I think Trump leaves a lot to be desired.
Okay, and you understand he's asking for a $1.5 trillion Pentagon, correct?
A $1.5 trillion Pentagon. Talk me through that.
Like he wants to give $1.5 trillion, about double what we give to the military.
Over how many years?
This year.
For 1 year.
Just in one
And the
year,
defense
he wants to
budget
get
up
1
until
point-
2027 is what they want.
Yeah.
I
First he
actually
wants to-
don't think that's true. I mean, I have
this
to
is
go
real.
fact check that, but I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
put
that's true.
the Bloomberg link inside of the chat for you, homie, real quick, so you can go and look.
So he
it up
wants to give
yourself.
$1.5 trillion to just the Pentagon in 1 year?
Yes. First
I
he
don't
was
think
saying
that's
1
true.
trillion,
Bro,
and
we
then he
already
upped it
spent
to
like
1.5.
$25 billion in the first couple of days in the war, and now they're asking for another $200
That's
billion
nothing.
for a war that they're about
25
to end.
billion is nothing.
No,
Yeah,
they're
now
asking for another
asking
200 billion.
200.
I just told you how much we make a year. We make 125 trillion a year.
What?
Our GDP
What?
is
That's
not
how much
our total
revenue the United
nation's
States
wealth
makes
isn't
a year.
even that much.
We make 123 to 125 trillion a year.
Hey man, America's GDP is in like the low 20s, like
No, our
trillion.
GDP has been pretty good actually.
Look up
Yeah,
the
it's
fact.
not
I mean,
100
it's
trillion.
it's dependent
Fact
on
check
the
it.
it's dependent on the quarter, but so far year over year it's been pretty good.
You're over here talking
Yeah,
about
but the point
China
is,
though, but
it's
China's at
nowhere near
84.49
100
trillion, and it's rising 8 to 10% a year.
84.49 trillion. What?
What?
Their GDP, China's GDP is 84.49 trillion and rising 8 to 10% a year, while we're at
have to be.
139, while we only increase 2% a year.
So we're higher than China is the point you
We're
just made.
higher, but oh my gosh, but we've been around for 250 years, while China's government has only been around for about 80. Look what they were able to take themselves out of a third world country and turn
Right.
themselves
Hold
into
on,
an
hold on.
A third world country under who?
a
Hold
true
on, hold on. I
competitor
gotta
of the
let my
US.
Who
brother
were they a
speak.
third world country under?
What do you mean? They were a peasant
Who was
society.
who was the
before
leader
World
when they
War
were?
II.
Who
Under
was the
Chiang
leader
Kai-shek.
when they were last a third world country?
Under Chiang Kai, or I guess under Mao Zedong, if you want to be.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
you wanna-
you, the great chairman. The great
Mao
chairman
Zedong brought
was a
them
fucking
out.
third
If it
world
wasn't,
leader.
if
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah,
for
I
Mao
get-
and Deng,
Wait,
then you
Thomas,
know what?
wouldn't-
China wouldn't have turned in what it turned out. Thomas left.
Yeah, if it hold on,
So,
hold on.
wouldn't
If it,
that be a credit to the communists that they
This is a
stopped
hard
being a
conversation
third
for
world
him.
country under the communists?
He left.
did he leave?
Sure, there's a lot of
yeah.
credit to communists, but then again, all they want is to control their people. People have no power. I mean,
He was-
if you really
How
want to talk about it, look at what
Just
happens
please
when they
address this, man.
protest as a communist country.
What
They get
happens when they
shot
protest?
What
down.
happens when they protest?
Tiananmen
Like,
Square. Tiananmen Square. They get shot down.
You wanna know what's funny about Tiananmen Square? This is something so funny how people like frame it. Let me talk about this, right?
Yeah, bro, go for it.
Tiananmen Square was not this unilateral protest of all just like people who wanted Western liberalism. It was many groups, communists as well. It was people who had their own grievances about the dingus reforms, whether it was something as small as like, oh, I'm just a little bit annoyed by the corruption, or whether it was communists who wanted to bring back like Mao Zedong thought, whether it was actually some people who wanted Western liberalism. Doesn't matter. The point is they weren't protesting communism. They were protesting their like own grievances with the dingus reform.
Right, but what did communists do to them is the point.
Hold on, Caden, do you know about Tank Man?
About what?
Tank
Man, the guy who was standing there.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you
know
think
what
it
the
was?
tanks, do you know what the tanks were doing?
Yeah, they were coming in to help stop the protests and the riots.
No, they were leaving.
Yeah,
He
they were
wanted to
leaving.
prevent them from leaving.
He wanted to. Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I looked into it. I saw no evidence as such, but educate me.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. The
so
tanks were leaving Tiananmen Square. This was at the end. They were leaving, and the man was blocking them because he wanted them to return. And
Maybe
they
I'll have
obviously
to
which
tried to
doesn't
like
make
scoot
it
around
right
him.
or wrong. The point is just that Tank Man is not like the agenda is not
Right.
exactly what it is.
But
Yeah, the
I'm
point
not
is
even saying
that the
that
common
he's right.
narrative
Like,
around Tiananmen
is
Square.
we need a government controlled by the people and not a government controlling the people. And you
But I
know,
think
the
that, like,
America has
Also,
been
The
wait,
Chinese
hold
people
on.
have
for
more
200.
control in their
I have
government than
Hold
Americans do.
on.
one at a time.
America has
One kid
been
and
a
go.
controlled experiment for 250 years, and so far has worked out. I mean, it's proven to work. So therefore, I trust our government system and the way we do our elections.
Wait, so
Could we do
by
some
what
reform
standard does
to it
America
though?
work and China not work?
I'm not saying they don't work. I'm just saying. I mean, there's
Okay.
been multiple example of what communists can do. I mean, look throughout history.
Well,
I think pure
hold
communism is
on.
just it's pure ideology, just like pure capitalism. You know, like
Hold on.
we could take some aspects of communism or socialism and apply it to our capitalism. Go on, Flick.
I would question why you say it works, because I don't feel that it has worked in almost every single period, except for a very short period of time within our country where people felt that they were, that their money went farther, that they were able to achieve
Sure.
an
So
education,
once
have good
again,
food,
throughout
and it's
history,
been, honestly, it's been, I think that any society, people, we're gonna work our butts off because we have to, right?
absolutely, yeah. So I
Exactly,
guess
because we
my
have to
point is
survive.
look throughout history. I mean, there's been multiple times where states throughout history that was controlled by the government, and just because the people wanted to stand up, they were slayed down and whatnot, and that's why we created the states the way that we have it now today.
Wait, hold
It's
on. But
because
has
of that.
America not done the same thing?
I mean, there's been multiple events, absolutely, but then again, I mean, we all stick by one thing, the Constitution, right?
So does China. China has their own constitution that they abide by.
I think in America, the issue that we have that's a lot bigger than, some other countries, especially some of the Asian countries, is that we don't have a social contract of being respectful of each other. And I think that that's one of our biggest issues in America. We will fight each other in the streets just over anything, literally.
Right.
We're so
I think
barbaric.
the issue is I think Westerners are too indoctrinated within liberal ideology, and I mean liberal with a lowercase L, as in, like John Locke, type shit.
Right.
I think they're too indoctrinated into the conception of liberalism that they cannot possibly conceive of that their system has drawbacks and other systems have advantages that would make other systems not necessarily the ideal or the perfect system, but in many ways potentially better. Right? And the fact is, when you look at China, it's funny, when he had to bring up protests, right, he brought up something that happened in the 80s, 40 years ago, right? That's why didn't you bring up like the 2019 protests in Hong Kong? I'm not even saying I
it
agree
was
with
just an
China's...
example. It's a valid example. Am I wrong?
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, for one, okay, you're bringing up Tiananmen Square, something that happened 40 years ago, and within the historical context of it, right? I obviously condemn. Like, it is a very
Okay, my bad. Joseph Stalin. I'll bring
Stalin
him up.
isn't Chinese.
Well, correct, but a communist state, correct?
Sure.
Correct. Slayed his own people, right? Slayed a lot of his
understand
people.
though. I think
People compare him to Hitler,
communism,
correct?
when Marx wrote it, he wasn't necessarily like writing it for like Soviet Russia. You know what I'm saying? For pure communism to work, we need to be in a very highly advanced society that doesn't necessarily rely on us like having to go to, like, we're moving towards it, but like Soviet, like Russia was the last place a communist revolution was truly gonna work, bro. I mean, it was obviously gonna end up in somebody taking advantage of somebody.
Kaden, let me take you at face value. Okay, Stalin, I mean, we're talking about China and what their system is, but you said Stalin was also a communist and he was a dictator and he repressed his people. Okay, well, there have been capitalist countries that have done the exact same thing.
Yeah, South Korea killed 50,000 of their own people for being suspected
50, like
communists.
300, like 2 to 300.
Do you know how many people we killed just to contain communism? All of the proxy wars, all of the CIA operations to overthrow socialist regimes.
That's something I want to bring up real quick, which is like, sir, you can bring up Stalin, you can bring up Tiananmen Square, you can bring up any of these communist projects or socialist projects. But here's the question I ask you, right? We can even bring up Castro, right? Castro was a bit of a brutal guy, you know, whatever, right? But if you had, I think, 700 something attempts on your life, confirmed, right? Or if you were, China observing America and the West, actively going into other countries, actively doing espionage, actively trying to rile up popular protests against these socialist governments, right? All these things. Again, not saying Tiananmen Square was justified. It's obviously condemnable, right? And not saying that Stalin's mass purges were justified, right? Obviously, some of them are like condemnable, right? But the point is these don't happen without the pressures of knowing that you simply trying out something else is going to get your country have espionage happen. It's going to have Western agents going into your country to try to have popular protests come up. It's going to basically insinuate that you are under the pressure now. You are under the eye of the West, right? And when that happens, you're probably not going to be in the most, well state of mind to do the things nice and kindly, right? You're probably going to be kind of an asshole. Because honestly, if I was one of these socialist leaders and I'm looking at these other places like, man, there's a lot of coups d'etats going. There's a lot of people, being infiltrated and all this shit. Man, I'm probably going to be kind of an asshole too, right? So if you want to talk about what these socialist leaders do, whatever, you absolutely cannot ignore the context of the pressure they were under simply because they were doing something different from capitalism.
And mind you, right, to give like a good counterfactual, right, you can look at Hakibo Arbenz in Guatemala. Right? He was a democratic socialist. Yeah. Right, he wanted progressive land reform. Much of the land of his country was controlled by American corporations. He wanted to redistribute that to the Guatemalan peasants. And he won a liberal. They had a fascistic dictator before, and then they had a popular revolution. They elected another guy before him. I can't remember his name right now. And then they elected Arbenz. He was the second leader of like the democratic Guatemalan state.
Yep.
And he wanted to engage in these progressive reforms to positively transform his country. And again, he didn't do the mass repression. He didn't jail and imprison opposition. He didn't execute people for having the wrong ideology. Whatever terror you think of Stalin doesn't apply to Akibo Arbenz. He was, and he had even started these policies that were massively popular.
It is a very good part.
And who did we impose, Flick? What kind of regime did we impose onto Guatemala after that?
Exactly. After America couped the government, overthrew the democratically elected leader, they put in place a series of right-wing dictatorships, the most notorious of which was Rios Montt. He was really good friends with Reagan. What's it called? And the government engaged in a campaign against a left-wing insurgency in the Mayan population in general, committing a genocide, and that unalived, I believe, like 300,000, about 250,000.
Most of the Mayan population. Yeah.
Exactly. It genocided the native population. It massively sent back the reforms, the positive, progressive, so popular reforms that Arbenz was trying to put in place. Right, and ensured that Guatemala remained, at least for the Cold War, a U.S. vassal state. So now, when this is literally the one thing about this revolution, right?
I have a question, because you guys obviously know a ton about history, and I love it. I love to hear that you guys are so informed. My question is, all of these things keep cycling and repeating in one way or another, right or wrong?
I wouldn't say cycle. I would say that they repeat in similar fashions.
At some point, things get better throughout history.
But
Trump did in Venezuela earlier this year.
Empires rise and fall, and it's the same thing over and over again. And my question is, when do we get beyond it, and what does that look like? Because nobody's talking about that. Nobody's going, well, we've got a plan. just like she's saying in the comments, the pendulum swings constantly. Yes, we go from one side to the other, and right now the country's going towards a large purity culture. Okay,
100%.
and if you haven't noticed it, you could tell just by talking to older people. You know, my mom says that everybody's so conservative now because she grew up in the 70s.
Right.
I mean, I was
we constantly go back and forth, but how do we get beyond this? Because in a capitalistic society, you can only squeeze so much out of us, and then we collapse.
so
And
I'll
that's
say
where we're at.
this.
We've talked
I'll
about
say
this,
this:
Slick. We've
the
spoken about this.
history
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
all hitherto society
Well, I'm sorry, I
is the
didn't hear what he said.
history of class struggle. And I mean, what you're describing as this pendulum swinging back and forth, or this cycle repeating itself, is just the restructuring of class society, right? You know, under slavery, you have those that are enslaved, and you have the slavers. In feudal society, you have lords, and you have
Serfs.
peasants, right, or serfs, right? And in capitalist society, you have wage slaves or proletarians, people that have to get a job and receive a wage for a living, right? Versus the capitalists, those that own the economic infrastructure, those that own what's it called, the means of economic life.
Right.
And you ask, how do we break free from this? This is actually a gift that capitalism has given us, right? Capitalism and the advent of the Industrial Revolution, right, allowed humans to produce for themselves on a scale historically incomprehensible, right? Like, again, the fact that we're talking through the internet on our mobile devices is just, this will be witchcraft to someone even just 100 years ago.
That's true.
Right? Yeah. Capitalism has brought us great technology, but the issue is that this infrastructure, the direction of industry, the development of our society is now contingent on the interest of a ever decreasing class of billionaires.
Correct.
Right? The issue is that they now control the direction of our society. So what society really needs to do is become cognizant of this fact. They need to become aware of what the reality is around them.
Which I think is happening.
Which I hope is happening. I hope it's happening.
Right.
And then two, again, you say everyone can realize there's a problem. Why? What is someone that's going to be saying the solution? The solution is that we take what capitalism has built. We take this infrastructure, economic specialization, right? Specialized labor, right? That capitalism has brought us. But instead of doing it to the end of billionaires, right, trying to accumulate more and more wealth for themselves, we do it to the end of bettering society. We do it to the end of investing in social well-being, social living standards.
But the problem is that we can't agree on what those standards are, obviously.
No, we can't, because there's a lot of people that don't believe in,
Correct. They do not want to help each other.
Social standards.
Exactly. There are too many people who say, I don't want anything that doesn't suit me, and I'm so mad about my neighbor having anything.
Until it affects them.
And this is what I said earlier when I said that Westerners are so fixed in the idea that their government is just the most superior form of government ever, and no other form of government could ever be better.
They never escape their Western propaganda.
Exactly. And that's what it is. Americans are just some of the most propaganda. All this rhetoric, as you said, Kissing, about like rugged individualism, right? MLK himself criticized this, right? Socialism for the rich, rugged individualism for the poor, right? The point is that we have been propagandized into looking at our working class brothers, as I brought up earlier with World War I, as our enemies, as our competitors, as our rivals, right? That I have to step on him or he's going to step on me. Right, it's a society of distrust, right? And the funny thing that the rich have done, the reason why there is this distrust is because of capitalism. But what the rich have done is take the issue that they're causing and repackage it in a way that actually reinforces their power.
Right.
So now
100%.
they not only remain more, they get more powerful, and it's framed as like a good thing. Now people, Elon Musk, right, being a billionaire, was able to get away with people thinking he was Tony Stark for so long.
Yeah, I
Dude's
mean,
an
I like
idiot. Only thing is
when he
he's just
came around.
rich.
Like when Doge was around, I was like falling for the propaganda myself. I was like, oh, this guy's like tech wizard, bro.
Yeah, they had him in
give me the
Iron Man
secret to the
2.
Yeah.
universe, homie.
Yeah.
But again, the point is that we need to realize and this does mean deconstructing a bit of propaganda.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, this is exactly what various political groups that were saying what I'm saying in Europe 100 years ago when I was talking about World War One. This is what they were trying to say, that hey, we have to see the propaganda. Solus,
Yo, what's
I
up?
brought up. See, I brought up earlier. It's crazy that you came here because I was talking about what's that shit called? The World War One video we watched yesterday, right? And
Yeah.
how they was talking about how the various left wing groups, even themselves, became split on this idea of do we align on class solidarity or national
Oh,
line?
unity.
And
Yeah,
they were
yeah.
the populations allowed themselves to become propagandized into
Easily.
thinking, no, I have more in common with this nation than with my fellow brothers. And then what we're seeing today is just the American version of that internally.
Well,
Yeah.
History's
I
just
think
repeating
one of the
itself. Yeah, we're seeing it.
I think one of the scariest things about at least in recent technology, it does frighten me that I guess sort of realizing that what I see is not at all what it is. The picture that is being presented to me is an algorithm that is driven to push me in one of two ways, and to get me to buy more things and get me to hate my neighbor, and get me to do literally just destructive things. And it's all fed to you. You willingly pick it up and it's in your phone. Do you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
man.
Like it's
That.
a very weird time. And just kind of knowing like what I see is not what you see. My feed, my everything that is geared towards me is not at all what is geared towards you. And if we showed each other our phones and we showed each other our feed, we would be completely shocked by the things that we see in each other's feeds. Do you know what I'm
100%.
saying?
Yeah.
We there would be a narrative, and it could be one subject, and we could all look it up, and it'd be different for every single one of us. So much so that even if we looked at the comment section on a same post, we would see different comments.
Oh yeah, isn't that crazy?
Hey, that's that post tech boom capitalism. But
Yes.
I wanted to. But here's the thing, right?
And so because I guess I was trying to land my plane, but because
Go ahead.
it is this way, and we are so divided, and I think to myself, like, how can people like I have a boss who's totally MAGA, and I'm like, how does she look at the world and see this and say this is a good thing? And I'm looking at it going, what are you talking about? This is horrible for me. This is horrible for us. And she doesn't see it that way.
Yeah,
And the truth is, why doesn't she see it that way, right? It's because what her algorithm's feeding her, what my algorithm's feeding me.
No, it's just
right?
about traditional values at the end of the day, what you believe in.
But it's your values are constantly being shaped and reinforced by other people. And it's what you're
more
seeing
important than
online.
values is your interest.
What does the definition of like conservative values even mean? Because I feel like a lot more progressives and conservatives have like a lot more in common on what they think like traditional values are. You
Yeah.
feel it? I just think that the culture wars get in front of us. Oh, gay rights or abortion rights, things like that. Those conversations get us arguing and hating one another, that we can't even get to the conversation of the fact that, hey, yeah, we kind of actually see eye to eye on a lot more issues than we realize here. Because
it's true.
Once we remove the fog of the culture wars and actually talk about the issues like we're talking about right now, like we're all being taken advantage of by the corporate billionaires, how we're all struggling here at the bottom, and how they're all just extracting our money from us and our resources from us and the resources of poorer nations, and we're seeing it before our eyes. And you ask like, what's the solution to that? What how do we fix that? And it's I said this the other day to the guy Hoopers, that the most extreme version of capitalism is imperialism. And until we reevaluate how we structure capitalism, how we approach capitalism, until we stop going to other nations and invading them and trying to take their resources, we're never going to get to a place where the people have the voice in the way that we want it, because the capitalists are always going to have the voice. The government's always going to do things at the behest of American capital. They're going to do it. Right now, Iran, that's all about oil. Iraq was about oil. Libya was about the unification of Africa and moving away from the dollar and trying to establish a currency that was backed by African gold. We invaded Iraq because they moved the sale of their oil to the euro instead of the dollar. What is Iraqi oil crippled to now? It's the U.S. dollar.
What's funny
Not
is
only is it crippled to the U.S. dollar, it's literally in a bank in the U.S.
Exactly.
In New York.
What I was going to say is what I think is so interesting is that the majority of the leaders in this country and a good majority of most business owners in the United States are quickly aging out. I think I was telling Caden yesterday, I'm a business development manager and I sell B2B, and I constantly meet with business owners, CEOs, owners of businesses, big corporations, smaller corporations, privatized businesses, you name it, international organizations. And what I see time and time again in the last 5 years, I've never met so many people aging out, not just workers, but owners. And so what's happening is they're selling their businesses to big private investment firms. And so just like you see, I'm sure you guys have heard, okay, BlackRock owns this and they own fucking half the world. And these food corporations own every fucking corporation. It's literally like that in almost every single industry. These large corporations are coming in and they're buying off the businesses from all of the private business owners here in the States, and they buy them and they start them under different names. And so they don't appear to be big conglomerate organizations, but they are. And it is really scary because at the end of the day, all they're doing is amassing this wealth and then breaking it off, and then they take all of it and they leave us with nothing. And it's happening in every single industry, from food, auto parts, cleaning supplies, like you name it. And I see it constantly where I'm like, I'm putting the pieces together because I talk to a company and I'm like, wait, so you're owned by Heritage? Okay, Heritage also owns 17 other businesses in my territory. And it's crazy. And that is in almost every single industry. And I just don't see an end to it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't see where any of that gets capped because there's no laws to regulate it.
Of course, there are no
the
laws to
people who
regulate
are
it.
making those laws are paving that path for those people.
Well, I'll say much less than there not being a pathway to regulate it. It's in fact the opposite. The system is regulated and structured in a way to ensure that they can make even more money, right? Like, people talk about Obamacare as this big evil leftist policy or whatever, right? The government regulating our healthcare. But if we're being honest, I mean, healthcare has only gotten more expensive in the private sector as well as a consequence of Obamacare. But Obamacare itself, I mean, I'm on Medicaid, that's great. But the point is that Obamacare, far from being the type of healthcare reform that America needs in this country, like a public option or single payer, right? It's ensuring that the system remains a market system. This is the whole ideology of neoliberalism. It's expanding markets into every facet of society, so that even now Medicaid, right, or Medicare with Part C, right, the Med Advantage plans, now they're contracting out private companies to run their insurance programs. So even the state-funded program is now exists by letting a private corporation that lobbies the American government, right, get all these fat government contracts. It's exactly how Elon Musk got rich. I mean, first it was Tesla, and he took advantage of EV tax credits that like increase demand, right? Because you artificially lower the price of these EVs. And then Elon Musk was able to get rich off that. And then now more recently with SpaceX, right? He's getting all these government contracts, whether from NASA, whether it's defense contracts. He's getting billions of dollars worth of contracts that he's lobbying the government for. When he says he paid Trump 250 million towards his campaign, there's a reason why he did that. Because he wanted them fucking sweet deals. 100%. And another good point that the host brought up is that we have to recognize the same system, right, that Kissing has alluded to, that the host has alluded to, that I've alluded to, right, where the wealthy just have essentially captured the government, has created this network of like different industries and sectors of the economy, right, where the few conglomerates that exist essentially dictate the direction of our government's policy. 100%. They can't even conceive of a policy outside of this framework. And I mean, the most violent manifestation of these interests, as the host said, is American imperialism, right? When America is going to war in Iraq for access to their oil, when they're doing the same in Iran, right?
Everybody's screaming it's regime change. It's about oil, right? I mean,
exactly.
Dude,
I mean, and now,
extraction.
And that's why Iran is going to win. Iran had the clever strategy of, we know all the American government cares about is, it's the economy. It's having this system that funnels money to the wealthy. And a big disruption to that system could be caused by their blockage of what's it called, the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep, one country
that was the key part of their strategy.
Of the global's oil supply. That's always going to be a threat to the American capitalists, right? I mean, we have bases literally in Oman, Bahrain, right? Qatar. We have Iraq, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, all of them. The only ones that we don't in the Persian Gulf is Iran. You don't think that America's wanted that for a long time?
Exactly. I mean, you go back to the Project for the New American Century, and former Halliburton CEO Dick Cheney, right, was what's it called? Saying
which
that
is so funny because Halliburton's one of the biggest corporations that I've known that always hires illegals.
Look at that. I mean,
that's one thing, man. The people who say they hate illegal immigration will be the ones who love
their
most.
labor.
But
capitalism wants cheap labor. Exactly.
Yeah. I do staffing, and I can tell you the businesses that are not hiring legal citizens. Like, it's so many companies. Like, it's ridiculous. It's there's so much immigrant labor that is happening in every single warehouse across America, and it's very hush hush and nobody talks about it. But the conditions and the things that they do, I mean, you guys it would blow your mind. Like when you go into these manufacturing facilities and you see how our food is made or how things are produced, like, it's just
the war on illegal immigrants is just a culture war. Trump's over here. He says
I'm not even talking about the illegals,
immigrants. Period.
I'm not even talking about the immigrants. I'm talking about the conditions in which our food are produced. Like, we are. I don't even know how we're alive. Like,
mass production for the win.
It's horrible. Like, I don't know how we're not all 600-pound life. You know what I mean? Like, the food is disgusting.
Yeah.
The food is disgusting. It has no nutrients
at all. Shouldn't have 30 ingredients in it for something that should only have like 4.
Yeah, man.
But not even that. Like, it's so funny. I laugh when people go, "Oh, I eat clean," and I go, "Yeah, well, do you know where your lettuce came from?" I do. It comes from a farm up in Salinas, California, where the soil has no nutrients. It has been farmed to the nth degree, and at some point it no longer produces anything that is healthy for you.
Big agriculture.
It doesn't.
But what's it called? I wanted to make this point because earlier, but we're on Iran again, and someone was talking about like this sort of history of empires, right? What is to do. And not just me and Flick, we had this conversation, right? A little bit ago, about like obviously this isn't like the collapse of American capitalist society. But what can be seen, in our projection, right? Our very educated projection is that, like, this Iran conflict might be the domino that falls and starts pushing the other dominoes, right? And ultimately, this is how it goes, right? Like, America going into Iran is for oil, obviously, that's one thing. But also, what is specifically unique about this, right, is that this isn't the early 2000s anymore, right? Where like Iraq was this, like, let's be honest here, they had no fucking chance, right? And in that time, right, a little bit after the Soviet Union's dissolution, we see this large kind of wave of American unipolarity, right? Either you were Team America or you were next on the chopping block to be Team America, right? So, America could do its imperialism, do its oil and resource.
I'm listening.
Resource extraction, all this shit. They could do it, and it's easy. They're licking their fingers and shit, right? But, right, what this is, I think, it's characterized by this desperation. This is not Iraq. This is not, anything like we've seen before. This is kind of something I see as a last desperate attempt at holding on to your empire, right? You're looking around. You're seeing these countries.
Like aging men who are about to die, holding on to dear life for the grasp of power and money.
Yeah, essentially, right? Because this is what it looks like, right? America can look around, 20 years ago, and okay, no one's even close to me. I can do whatever I want. America looks around now and is seeing Iran start to say, hey, if anyone wants oil, if you do it in RMB, we'll do it for cheaper, right? And India has been interested in that, right? Even Japan, right, one of the largest Western partisans in the world, is starting to think, well, our stock market is crashing because of this American intervention shit, right? Yeah. And they're offering oil for cheap for RMB, right? Looks tempting, right? And this is ultimately the thing. We're not in a world where America can do whatever it wants anymore. And America understands that, right?
Yeah.
And America right now is rushing around, is trying to do things. Venezuela, Iran, all this shit, right? And when the rest of the world looks at that, right, America's number one thing, the reason why they're a hegemony in the world is their financial dominion over the globe. But once countries start saying, man, the US stock market is going to shit because they're just going into wars constantly over and over again. Why do I even want to hold this, right? Why do I even want to hold the USD given how volatile the policy has been under this like modern era, right? And once they start saying, let's let go of it, that's when the US hegemony like really starts to get under pressure. It really starts to fall. Because once USD starts flying out of the treasury of these other countries, what do they have? They don't have this super large, or America doesn't have this super large industrial base like China does, right? It doesn't have like a huge amount of natural resources like Norway does, right? Its main thing is financial dominion, right? And now what we see are countries becoming more skeptical of this, right? I mean, when you look at the world news, right, you see it about America, and it's like America goes into country and bombs people, right?
Yeah.
When you look at it about China, right, it's China does multi-billion-dollar deal with Canada, right? And that's I think that really does just summarize what is going on, right? China's not doing anything prolific. They're not doing anything, ridiculously genius or whatever. They're just being China. They're just doing deal for better or for worse too, right? Because they trade with some questionable people as well, right? But the point isn't that China is good or bad. The point is that China is just simply doing business, minding their things, making their money, and America is in this desperate attempt to hold on to anything whenever they can. And while they do that, it just makes it worse, right? So to indirectly answer your question, because I don't think it's like, oh, this is when capitalism as a whole falls or whatever, or capitalist hegemony as a whole falls, right? But in regards to the American hegemony over the globe, I think that this is very possibly, well, what's the term? The straw that breaks the camel's back or whatever.
Yeah, I think so
right?
too.
I mean, I think this event will be looked back in history as similar to the Suez Canal crisis. In 1956, right? In opposition to Egypt wanting to nationalize the Suez Canal, right? Egypt had wanted to build a dam, and they needed funding for the dam, and they said, well, Suez Canal's in our borders, it's part of our country, let's nationalize it, because up until that point, it was essentially dominated by the British. So the British and the French both conspired with Israel, right, to like manufacture a conflict where France and Britain could come in and say, hey, okay, well, for international security, we're going to be taking over the Suez Canal again. Things are too crazy right now.
Do you guys
Right?
mind
And
if I
the
ask
point
something real quick? Well,
Sure.
what is the main topic as of right now?
I think people are just
Where the
kind
world's
of
headed.
going. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Where are we going? I guess it's like,
Because like
what can we do
I'm
to?
glad we're talking about all of this, but like I feel like it's not really going everywhere or anywhere, and it's I've been listening this entire time. It's really hard to follow along because as you guys are talking about it, I have been doing research. I have like 10 tabs open up right now, just different topics. So
My
like I'm
bad,
trying to
Kaden,
keep
bro.
up
I know
here,
it's a
but
little bit different than last night. I'm sorry, bro.
no, I enjoy this. I just want to know what the actual topic is.
Well, I think they keep circling because I don't know as much about history as they do, but they're circling back to try to point in a direction where they think it might go. But I just keep saying, like, I think we need to think outside that box.
Yeah, so if you
I
don't
think
mind,
we
I have a
yeah.
bunch of definitions, a bunch of like ideas and whatnot that I would like to share with you guys. If you guys just want to give me a moment and just hear me out.
Yes,
So
of
some of
course.
the
Yeah,
key
give
points you guys
the
were
real,
talking
bro.
about is like communism and stuff like that. So I went ahead and I did some research. So the first thing I typed in is what is communism, right? Communism is a far left political and economic ideology aiming to establish a classless, stateless society based off of common ownership of the means of production, replacing private property, rooted in the works of Karl Marx. Right? Okay, so I was like, interesting. I
So
looked up.
is that like a society where we get a universal income?
So
There's just there's
it's
no
society.
It
income.
wouldn't
There's
be
no
income
income.
based.
There's just
key,
no
Yeah,
key
income.
it would be like a
principles.
utopian society where we wouldn't need it.
Right. Key principles are
I mean,
common
that's
ownership, classless society, abolition of private property, and then planned economy.
Yeah, heaven.
It's an idea that I don't think works just because we're inherently selfish people.
That's why they say it's purely theoretical, and we need just like
Yeah.
capitalism is purely theoretical as well.
Right.
But we can take aspects of communism and maybe fix capitalism, because you got to understand,
Yeah.
the manifesto
So-
is only like what 47 pages. It's not very big. Marx didn't give us a lot to work with. It's really left to interpretation.
It's also not his best work whatsoever.
And then that got me
I
wondering.
would
So,
read
what
Capital
is the
too,
problem
guys.
with communism?
Good.
If you know that is the structure and the idea of it, right? So I looked it up and I asked. I was like, "Well, what is or why is communism a problem?" So it says communism is criticized for causing massive human rights abuse. Liberals are about human rights. Am I wrong?
100%.
No. Yes. You
Yeah.
are wrong.
In a way.
Liberals are not
No.
about human rights.
Oh, liberals,
Not in
you said-
practice.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Massive human rights abuses, widespread poverty, and the loss
think we
of
talked about that last
individual
night,
freedom.
David.
So key arguments against communism are like the human rights violations, mass famine and deaths, economic efficiencies, loss of freedom, and concentration of power. And yeah, I was like, okay, well, those are some things I also just disagree with. But I looked up, well, why does communism not work in the US? Communism is generally considered incompatible with the US due to fundamental conflicts with American principles and individual liberty, private property, and free market capitalism. It faces structural challenges, including inefficiency of central planning, lack of incentives, and necessity for authoritarian enforcement to manage redistribution. So
Right.
I guess key points are like conflict of individualism, the economic efficiency, lack of incentives, and then need of authoritarianism. However the fuck. you say that.
Hold on, wait. I'll let you keep on going if you give, but I can answer a few of these and then the rest can.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Sure. So like, for one, we'll first talk about like this inefficient central planning stuff, right? Which is often like an argument used. So I guess I would first ask you a question. Like, do you know like the line where people talk about like, oh, like the Soviet Union was so poor that they had bread lines, right? You probably heard of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So please don't call me sir. I'm not that old.
Oh no,
But,
I apologize.
no,
I'm from the South, so it's just due to
no, but
respect.
no, I'm joking. I'm joking. But like, yeah. So, do you want to know when these bread lines were very prevalent? Like when these like things started happening? Like, what leader do you think these were under? If you just had to take a guess.
I have no idea. I'm not familiar with Russian history much.
Okay, so it wasn't under Stalin, it wasn't under Lenin, it was under Gorbachev. All right, Gorbachev was the guy who, in the U.S., we say he's like the good guy, right? He's the guy who dismantled the Soviet Union, right? Which, by the way, a side point, I want to make it really well known. I know me and Flick have talked about this, but like, how bad of a leader do you have to be that your country disappears under you? Anyways, second of all, right? These bread lines started happening. Why? Because after perestroika, right, the removal of Soviet central planning, right, the incorporation of free market forces, right, with no structure, with no regulation at all, right, they basically created a rogue state of corporations who were marking prices high for these certain commodities, right, which they would get for cheap, right, and ultimately that's why you had bread lines, right? People couldn't afford bread because the price, there was no price controls ever put in with their market reforms, right? The market reforms is what caused a famine in the Soviet Union. It's what caused, right, a mass loss
Can
of
I ask a question?
social. Yeah, go ahead.
When you say that it happened because there was no market reform, does that mean, I need you to dumb it down for me a little? Are you saying that it's because they allowed anybody to set any price and people were outpricing people? Is that what
it happened because of this introduction, and I'll give like a comparison to China.
Today bread's $2, tomorrow it's $17.
Yeah. They were basically right. Like the reason why like people often say, oh, like China only succeeded
like
because
what happens here when we have a hurricane or something, they start selling water.
Basically.
Okay.
So like a big point people make is like, oh, China only became successful because of capitalism, right? Which isn't true, right? The reason why they became successful is because of their method of introducing these market forces gradually while keeping a political, let's just call it what it is, domination over these things, right? Where Russia basically said, okay, we're going to throw all that out the window, market reforms right now, we're introducing markets right now, no price controls, all this shit, right? And they ended up going through a famine, right? Now we look at the centrally planned era of the Soviet Union, right? I actually have a document of this, right? Whenever the Soviet Union was industrializing, right? I think the average caloric intake of America was around 30 or 2,800, near 3,000 or something like that, right? The Soviet Union was about in par with that, around 3,000 as well, right? I think the only thing they were lacking was like, they were like 5 or 10% short of the protein like proportion or whatever, right? But the point is that central planning is what built these socialist projects. It's what made these socialist projects like livable at all, right? When we talk about like safety nets, the Soviet Union safety nets, education, healthcare, all these things, right? These were all dependent on an industrial base that was centrally planned, right? And when the Soviet Union started to collapse, when it started to have these issues of poverty, all these things, right? This is due to the gradual revisions and reforms of these central plannings, eventually turning into, again, Gorbachev's perestroika, which was just an ultimate market reform on the economy, and corporations went rogue and people couldn't afford food. So that's for one. Again, I'm not even saying that the central planning was always good. A big example of when it wasn't
so similar to where we're headed.
A big example, a big example of
I mean, a pizza is like $30.
Dude,
I know.
Oh my gosh, there's literally a pizza spot next to me. It's $30 for
a pizza. Do you know how much it is? Like you on a just for me to feed myself and my 2 kids if we go out to eat, close to $100.
What the?
Yeah, it's not good, man.
Yeah, me and my wife Natalie, it's like 30,
anyway.
35.
So
that's a lot
like,
to me. Sorry.
And this isn't to say that central planning is just better, right? There are, or I would say it's better, but like there are obviously examples like the Great Leap Forward, one of the worst policy disasters in history, right? Under Mao Zedong, right? Was a horrible, implementation of a centrally planned economy, right? But the point is when people say communism doesn't work because central planning is inefficient, that's just dogmatic, right? It can be inefficient if you fuck it up, right? But if you do it well, it can accelerate you. Like the Soviet Union was literally going past America in certain aspects because of central planning, right? Under China, it was still a centrally planned market, even with the market reforms, right? So that's for one, right? The centrally planned economy, like the boogeyman or the like the taboo of it in America is just a dogmatic thing, right? The second thing I would say is like, and this will be my last point because I've been talking for a while. I'll let whoever answer about the rest of this stuff, right? But about like human rights abuses and whatnot, right? I already kind of covered this a little bit further, and this isn't to justify it. Obviously, we should condemn whatever human rights violations happens in any country, right? Regardless of communist, capitalist, doesn't matter, right? But the point is, you have to understand, capitalist countries were the ruler of the world, right? They still are, right? And they're committing human rights violations to uphold this system, right? Whereas when you look at human rights like violations in these communist projects, right? This is more so, first of all, and like I guess I would say a critique of the people themselves who are like representing communism and whatever socialist project they're doing it in. But again, something I'd like to like bring back in, which is we take it for granted, but when you're a country under the scrutiny of the world, you're not going to be in a good head state. You're going to be paranoid, right? Like, obviously, I'm not saying that Stalin's mass purges were all good, but fuck, man, if I'm Stalin and I'm looking around at how people are like looking at me like, man, we want to take this country down, I'm probably not going to be the most open to like opposing opinions, right?
And then he was proven right when Germany invaded.
And he was proven right to some extent. Yeah, I know, but we don't need to even say that, right? So I guess the 2 points summarized, right? For one, central planning as its like own thing is like often like just shit on in America when it shouldn't be, right? In fact, we could probably do better with some central planning ourselves, right? And for two, the human rights abuses, right, are more indicative of the leader of the time, and also there's a lot of like historical context to really understand why these things were happening, right? And if we want to talk about human rights abuses under these socialist projects, again, I already brought up South Korea, right? We can talk about human rights abuses from the other like proxies that were Western, right? That they were doing not even under pressure of anything, but just simply doing it to do it, right? South Korea killing hundreds of thousands of their own people, right? Taiwan doing the white massacre.
You guys keep talking about history, right? And what I want to know is, again, how do we move forward? Because we can talk about what happened in the past all day.
Right.
That there's no solutions being brought to the table by anybody.
We just use the past for evidence of our claims.
Exactly. We have to utilize the past, I think, to learn from our mistakes and make sure that we don't repeat it again. And I mean, if we don't become aware of the past, which I think a lot of people are ignorant to the past. I mean, let's be real.
Why we have history
my
in school.
Generation, they didn't.
It's a lot of
teach
history.
Y'all past 1945 because for us, they didn't teach about Nam. They don't teach us about the 80s. They don't teach us about the 90s and everything that we did. I learned about Nam myself, and Nam is one of the most disgusting and heinous wars that we ever went to. Like, I mean, it's pretty bad if you start to really dive deep into it.
Can you trust anything that you read or hear or see? Because everything that we've written or read,
identifying sources and whatnot, because sources really matter. If you go to the wrong source and they continuously tell you one thing,
but Kaden, how do you even know what the wrong source is anymore?
That's true.
Well, you weren't taught that in school, how to identify certain sources and whatnot.
Kaden, do you believe the things that they taught you in school?
I mean, the social construct of school is to give you common sense and prepare you for the workers class.
Right. And Kaden, in the school that I went to, they taught us not even a iota of information about
I understand that, but you can take certain structures from what you learn from school and use them in an everyday basis, correct? Including conversation.
But what I'm saying is,
I know what they did in the Philippines chat. Yeah, it's pretty horrible.
Where do we get our information? We get it from the internet largely now. You can't trust that.
Yeah, you have to go read books. Like, I mean, I'm a very
you can go and read books, and even the books that you've read, again, rewritten and scrubbed by American authors, and the books that are again.
We're not reading Americans. That's for one.
We gotta read. I read a.
We're not
but you see what I'm saying? All information is swayed by the person who's writing it and the country that they live in and the ideal that they have.
Sure, and that's why
and I get what you're saying. There's all these facts. My point is looking at the societies and all the things that we know of modern history, right? That all you guys know. Let's start talking about what are some of the things that you see in other cultures or in the past that you think we could implement that in the United States and it would benefit us.
I mean, Hooper's already brought up an example: central planning.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one thing as well, by the way, like because I think what you're talking about, it is like a worry that a lot of people have. I mean, it's very important to critically read things, right? You never want to read something dogmatic. Like even, Marx himself gets a lot of things wrong, right? I mean, I've already said this to Flick, right? In Capital, right? Like, I do disagree with how he expresses like R, the rate of profit, right? S over C plus V, right? And whatnot, I disagree with him calling like some, the first stage primitive communism, right? So not that, we don't use that term, right? So there are obviously things that you would disagree with anyone you read, right? Whether it's Lenin, whether it's Marx, whether it's Mao, all these things, right? So you have to read things critically. And for two, right? And this is obviously like, it depends on how much, you have, how much time you have. I've been blessed to have the free time, existing in the petty bourgeois class, right? But like talking to people, man, that's one big thing you have to do, right? Like I live in tech, the host knows this, obviously. I live in Texas, right? You go around to these small municipalities around, these kind of ones that go under the radar. You got to zoom in real far on your Apple Maps, right? And you talk to these disgruntled workers, right? Or if you're me and you have the privilege to go to my motherland is China, right? And I go to China, I talk with those people, right? I talk with, like whether it's my family members in the party, whether it's, people selling food on the streets, right? You talk to these people and then you understand, the world a bit more, right? Obviously, again, that's something that comes from privilege, being able to do such, right? But it's very important for one, I would just say my two things is one, critically read everything. Everything you read, do it critically, right? Never like fall into the trap of like just taking something as gospel, right? And two, right? Talking to real people who are struggling right now, people who are under American capitalism, people who are around the globe, whether they're in China, whether they're in Africa, whether they're in, Europe, whatever, right? You got to talk to these people and, see what their daily life is like. That's something I wanted to talk about earlier when we were talking about class consciousness, being conscious of these things, right? Like, it's not only that America is like trying to suppress it, but the class consciousness that's there, they're trying to subvert it as well, right? One big thing I always talk about is that Trump would not have been able to win without like the neoliberal like face of Democrats, right? Like Bill Clinton signing NAFTA, right? NAFTA is like seen as this kind of, amazing world record policy, whatever. And on paper it was, right? But what happened after NAFTA? Many blue collar workers down in the South, right? People who are hands-on workers in these areas, right? They were disgruntled. They're like, wait, you're selling our sovereignty away, right? We're now unemployed. We can't pay for our houses, right? And then Mr. Trump comes in saying, I'm your guy, which obviously he's not, right? But so the point is that the amount of class consciousness that's even there, like, which is like, for example, these blue collar workers being disgruntled with the DNC and their elitism, right? This is a valid thing to feel, but Trump and the Republican Party subverts it into, well, you got to blame minorities for it, right?
Yeah,
and then that's like where it goes wrong, right? So that's why I would say like the solution that you're like the big question you pose, which is a question, we as like not, typical American political positions have, right? Which is like, okay, what's your solution, right? And the funny thing is that slogan that liberals always say, which is progress takes time, is exactly true in this case, right? It starts from the bottom, right? You have to talk to people in your community. You have to educate people around you. You have to build solidarity, right? And it's not going to be this kind of like one day we just press the communism button or the social, which is I want that, right? But the point is that it starts from the bottom, right? The solution is right in front of you. That's why I'm saying.
I think it's a big tangled web that we're in, and I think it's really hard to think our way out of it. But I often think to myself, what would happen if we just decided to wipe everybody's debt? What would happen if we took off gender from applications and credit scores? What if we took out social security numbers? What if we had a land where there were no borders? What if we, what would that look like?
A
That's what
lot
I'm
of
saying.
people
Like,
would be harmed. That's for sure.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, it would cause
Yep.
a shit
I
ton
mean,
of
that
damage.
we have a border policy for a reason. I'll put
Yeah,
it
I
that
think
way.
even
I mean, I'm not even
communism
saying that
advocates
it's
for
like a
border
good or
policy.
bad thing that like I'm not even saying like in principle that it's good or bad, but the objective fact is that if that were to like we rely on global capitalism for our
we
livelihood.
rely
That
on
is
it.
that
We
is a
rely
truth.
on it
And
for
and
sure.
if it
But at
were to
one point,
happen,
these things that I'm talking about didn't exist,
Right.
and
yeah,
right,
but it's
Right,
like
but
they
we're
didn't
now we're
exist.
talking make believe.
but now that
No,
they
it's not
do,
make
That's not
believe. It was
real.
real.
well, I mean, yeah, they didn't exist
Yeah,
at a
and
time.
Tara
Again,
said I
I'm not
understand her
even
want for
saying.
peace, but that's closer to
I,
anarchy, and it probably would be
I'm
an
not. I'm not
anarchy.
even. I'm not even
No
saying
more
like
But is
humanity.
it really? It's because we can't conceive of it because we know that there's so many people that will take advantage of each other, right?
I think
If we don't have
humanism.
regulation
I
in
think they're
place.
saying
That's one of the biggest
more than just the
difficulties of that.
principle. Again, more than just the principle. Like, oh, is it good that these things exist, or is it bad, right? Or how even are humans capable of existing without these structures? That's not even the question. The point is like we live in a real society, right?
Mhm.
Today, right? There is an actually existing society around us,
Yeah.
right? And the society and access to things within the society are dependent on really existing institutions, right? Real institutions, real workers, real movement has to be done, right? And just getting rid of these institutions, right, without having constructed institutions to replace it, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like
People will
nobody
just
is talking about what could replace it. Like there's no
And maybe that's kind of.
there's no cure for capitalism.
But
Maybe
that's
that's
what
what
I'm
that
saying.
is.
That's what I'm
I
saying
think the cure
precisely.
is what we're
It
kind of
is the
talking
cure for
about.
capitalism.
In a way, I would say that communism is maybe the cure for it. Maybe not in its purest form. And I will say this right here, right now. The Hoopers guy that's in my chat, he randomly just joined into this chat tonight. I didn't know he would join in here. I met this guy 2 weeks ago at my school when I saw them at a communist stand. I did not know he was going to get in here tonight, and my wife was telling me to go into their organization and go talk to them today. I think they were supposed to meet today. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I'm not gonna
the
lie.
girl was saying something about that, but
Yeah. You know what? You want to know something? And okay, you gotta keep this in between me and you, okay? I'm not gonna lie. Listen, the RCA, which is that organization, okay? Flick already knows about that. I already told him about this, right? But what's it called? I'm not saying to not join the org. Like I'm not saying to not. Okay?
I don't think I
I'm
will.
not like
From what I've looked up,
I'm not saying to not. I'm not saying to. But I will tell you, like, when you join any of these, like, this isn't like just a thing about the RCA, right? This is a thing about American orgs in general. But like, obviously, you should get involved if you can, right? Like, no matter what, like, it's better than nothing, right? Whether it's RCA, whether it's what's the one PSL or the fuck YPJ or whatever. As long as it's not the DSA, that's like the actual only no, right? But but what I will say is like you like always have some skepticism when you join these things because American orgs they're pretty shit in general. That's what I'm telling. Like all the big ones, CPUSA,
all the
RCA,
same at the end of the day.
yeah, they're kind of shit. But what I can say is what's good about these orgs is it gives you the opportunity to do your own work, right? To go because you're gonna go around doing organizing, all this shit, right? And you can actually talk to people from these areas, right? So I will say like it's good for yourself to be like active and to do things, right? But like I will always tell this for any org, like especially RCA, not gonna lie, like be a little skeptical about it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not telling you not to join that. Also that stays between us, all right? But
and for me, I felt I could do better, like and more by building this up and trying to get people to talk left versus right, communist with your liberal, conservative. Dude, I don't care. I feel like all of us could get together and have a conversation, and conversations like this where people aren't very aware of what communism is, because it's a scary word. It's kind of taboo still, right? But when you start having these kinds of conversations, right? It's finally starting to get a little bit of movement here in the country. Finally, we're finally getting out of an era where you can talk about these things without it being so taboo, and it's very important that these conversations are had, even if it's here on social media through these different types of lives, because we could maybe build some type of coalition, organize ourselves, even if it's through social media, if it's through these, channels that we have here. We need to take advantage of them. Like he said earlier, Flick, capitalism literally gave this to us. It's a gift from capitalism. Let's use it and take advantage of it and quite literally take over what the capitalists never thought we could do. They don't think that we're smart enough to go and take over and seize control of the government. They don't think that we're going to get out there and get organized. They don't think people like me and you are going to get
definitely at
You're
it.
talking about communists doing this, right?
No, he's just saying us in general.
I think just acts of like social. I don't even think it's like a party idea. I think there's like just aspects of socialism could help bandage capitalism just like it has before. I mean, 1950s capitalism was saved by some socialist policy, and it's happened before time and time again, at least 4 to 5 occasions.
I'm personally a little shocked.
Of it might work, but
are you good with the conversation still, Kaden, bro? I mean, I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, no, I'm chilling. I'm just listening.
Got you, bro.
I think I'm a little surprised that things are not a little more violent.
Like what, in this conversation?
Honestly, no, just in like the country, because I feel like
I have an answer for you.
We're at a really squeezed, breaking point in America, and the cost of everything has never been higher. I'm in California, so I feel it the worst, right? Even to go gas up at a club store, like I have a Sam's Club membership, which I usually can get gas around 3 something. It's costing me, $5.29. That's on the cheap. If I go to a regular gas station, we're almost at like $6-7. The cost of everything is outrageous. Like I did disclose to you guys kind of how much I make. I make more than probably 80% of the country, and I can't afford to take my kids to the movies more than once a month. Like, we're at a point where
ran cities are pretty expensive usually. I won't lie. Or states in general, they're just more expensive.
They are, but I mean, I don't think anybody in any state of the country is doing great. Do you know what I mean? Like the cost of everything is high on almost all fronts, and everything is so difficult, and the quality of everything is so bad. And so you've got a lot of really angry people. We're divided on all sorts of issues. And so I'm very surprised that it's not more violent. Like that people are not rioting in the streets.
I'm gonna
breaking down walls.
You could thank Charlie
I mean?
Kirk for that, honestly.
So this is kind of where it comes, right? And I have the answer for you. By the way, I almost I had to really focus on not laughing when you said 6-7. Anyways, but what's it called?
Sorry, I'm a little too old for that. My kids would have laughed though.
What's it called? So have you ever heard of let's say some liberals seeing what Trump is doing and shit, right? And they say something along the lines of oh, we're becoming a third world country, right? Have you ever heard that being said?
I think I've probably said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Don't say that anymore, and don't listen to people say that anymore, right? This is exactly what it is, right? We are a first world country. Whether or not people want to accept it, we are. And that's not saying that it's good or bad, but we just it's just a fact of nature. We are the first world country, right? We're the empire of the world, right? And it's kind of
is that what you're saying? We're Rome.
Yeah, or even better example, right? A more easy example, right? We're we're the Sith Empire, right? And it's a stormtrooper being man, the Sith Empire is kind of looking shit right now. We're kind of becoming one of these planets we blow up. But
so
obviously
we're the
not.
first order.
Right? Yeah. So this is the thing about first world countries, right? Flick, even what I'm about to say. But first world countries will never have this revolutionary violent, or not never, but I kind of disagree with that statement, not gonna lie. But it's very, very, very difficult for this revolutionary violence, this kind of when you think of the October Revolution, you see the dudes storming the streets, right? They were doing that because they had nothing else to lose. In America, we're still above the global standard of wealth, right? The poor person here is nowhere close to a little Sudanese child, right?
The poorest in America are the 70th percentile richest. They're richer than 70% of the planet. The poorest Americans.
Yeah. So just
but it's because we compare ourselves to our parents who had it way better, right? And so to us, we're like, man, we're objectively poor, right?
I mean, yeah.
Like I
I'm
can't
not,
afford
I
a
make way
home.
more than my parents ever made.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I can't even
Yeah.
buy a house
This
out
isn't
here.
like this point is not to defend America. Like I'm not saying like, oh
No,
yeah,
no,
we're like we
no.
should
I'm saying,
love, you know,
but I get
like
what you're saying. You're saying
yeah.
like I'm complaining because I can't take my kids to the movies when there's people who are literally, sharing a bowl of rice.
Right,
5
right,
people.
yeah, basically, right,
Yeah.
and ultimately, like the revolutionary, like Cuba is like these motherfuckers, man. Cubans are probably some of the most resilient people I've ever fucking seen. Like
Oh my God.
the revolution still lives in their heart to this fucking day. Okay, why is
Yeah.
that? Because they've been under constant embargo, they've been under constant sanction. Life has been shit for them, since America was like, fuck you, right? Good classic American doing, by the way. Anyways, but the point I'm trying to make is that in first world countries like America or Britain or Germany or France or whatever, right? It's very difficult to have this revolutionary spirit because you're gonna have people who talk the talk, right? But ultimately, when you're starting to say, okay, am I about this shit? Am I ready to lose my car that I use every day? Am I ready to lose my nice house that I live in every night? Am I ready to lose my PlayStation 5? Am I ready to lose my fucking PC, right? Once it comes to that, people, you're not gonna be as fucking, guns a toting as you were a moment ago, right? And we all, like, and that's the thing, like we all suffer from that, right? Like we all have lived in this first world. Like when I think about it, and I'm like, man, the capitalist class is so evil and shit like that, and all this shit, right? But I live a very nice life, right? And obviously that
It's like
I would,
keyboard warriors who are all overweight.
like
the fact that you have the privilege to be overweight. You know what I mean?
Like when I
have this conversation.
like would I be like here's the thing. Objectively, what is best for the world?
Like
Objectively
we're all on our
speaking,
iPhones.
yeah,
arguing over.
Objectively, what's best for the world is for the American empire to collapse. But millions of Americans will die. Millions of Americans will die. Millions of Americans will go into poverty. Millions of Americans will literally, it will be one of the worst things for Americans, right? And when you think about that, right, you can accept the fact that yes, like it would objectively be the best thing ever, but to our instincts, like, fuck, man, I like my bed, I like my PC, I like my car, right? I like all these things, right? Unfortunately, right? So that's why ultimately you don't see this kind of like movie-esque revolutionary violence that you would expect even with the high tensions in this country, because people don't want to lose their shit, right? And
Definitely. And most people are not willing to sacrifice that. They're not willing to sacrifice their 401ks to see justice served. They're not willing to see every aspect of their life be taken away.
Right, because if people were really angry, well, we know where the president is. It'd be really easy to go there, wouldn't it?
100%, and that's why I keep saying I
like if people were really mad,
that we just have to be organized. We have to go to the polls, and we have to get people that start speaking up and go, because like you said, collapse of America, but we need to try to advocate for politicians that want to strive for a peaceful America that actually helps the world. I mean, we've quite literally over the last 80 years, plundered the world for, blood and oil. And I mean, God, at a point in time, we have to ask ourselves, when are we going to stop? When are we going to actually, as the most powerful nation in the world, hold some accountability and be a little bit more responsible with the way that we drop our weapons,
I actually disagree. I think America needs to do the opposite of switch its intervention style. I mean, that's exactly what NATO was, whereas America beforehand would do, for instance, just the war on terror, right? America, the first invasion was Afghanistan in late 2001. The second invasion was Iraq in 2003, right? Yeah. And while those invasions were both popular at the time that they happened, right, long-term public support was hard to maintain. Right, so what did America do? Oh no, we're just shifting our strategy. Now we're no longer what's it called?
What do you?
We're no longer boots on the ground
at the cost of peace. I don't think that we should intervene. I just think that we should remain peaceful, like Switzerland. I think that we should just be straight Switzerland with shit. But when we supply 43% of the world's weapons, how do you do that? We don't profit off of peace. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I mean, I guess one other point I was gonna make is that it's sort of piggybacking off of what Solus was saying, or sorry, what Hooper's Revenge was saying, is that when we look at the living standards of the average American, right? I guess like the term people love to use is first world problems, right? Your first world problem is I can't afford to go to the movie this weekend, whereas Solus was talking about Cuba, and theirs is like, I don't have access to power. I maybe have power three hours a day, right? So we have to understand the type of desperate. I mean, obviously Cuba before the revolution was even worse, right? It was even more dire. It was even more desperate and exploitative. That's why Castro was so popular. That's why you had people cheering in the street. We want more executions of the collaborators, because like Castro was bringing justice to those that had never had justice before. And I think it's important that we understand that when we look at a revolution like Cuba, or hell, even the American Revolution, right, with the growing merchant capitalist class within the United States, right, developing their own separate identity from the British, advocating for the growth of their own capitalist class, it's important that we look at these revolutions not as moral crusades. People don't revolt because of what's good or bad for the world. People revolt on the basis of their class interest. And unfortunately, even those that would advocate for expanded social welfare in a country like the United States, even their strategy, right, as opposed to combating this exploitative system that America not only imposes on its own workers, but even worse, imposes on the world, now they turn the American workers against the rest of the world. As I was talking about earlier with World War I, right, the propaganda and the systems created in Europe turned their own countries against other working class people. Now Americans have been bribed with higher living standards, and now they really cannot conceive of any type of political action that disrupts the existing political system. Whereas, I mean, you look at Gaza, you wonder why October 7th happened. It's not because Hamas is morally good or bad, but when you hold the people down under that type of occupation, after that type of theft, after this almost century long of oppression, of course they're gonna violently react to that situation. But obviously Americans are so divorced from anything resembling those conditions of life that they really cannot understand why other places in the world are willing to rise up, take arms against their government. Not all of them good, right? What's it called? A lot of people have terrible ideologies. A lot of people have ideologies that I personally would disagree with.
I guess my
But they
stance
get
on that would be
radicalized
like,
in their
I
position
don't
out of their conditions.
I don't support religious wars, but I also don't support terrorism. So, you know, that whole situation, it's based off of a religious war. Let's be honest.
Actually, it isn't.
Are you
Hold on,
sure?
let me ask you
With
this. Let me ask you
Israel
this.
and Gaza and everything, yeah, it
That's not
absolutely
really.
is.
Oh, hold on. Do you think the Palestinians hate the Israelis because the Quran tells them to hate Israelis, or because Jewish people have
Just
kicked them out
because
of
of
their
the
homes?
history of it,
Huh?
just the history in general, people hate the history, in which, I mean, then again, just because of the history makes them hate each other, and it just caused, once again, just a religious war.
Again, I'm saying my point is that it's not a religious war, right? That like the Palestinians' opposition to Jewish people, and they make clear from the more secular organizations. Hell, that's the perfect counterpoint to what you're saying. The first big organization that was fighting on behalf of the Palestinians, right? The first big militant nationalist uprising
PLO
group,
Fatah.
it was the PLO, right? The largest faction of the PLO being Fatah. And PLO was an explicitly secular organization. They had a secular ideology. I mean, they were Muslim because most Palestinians are religiously Muslim, but it was the ambitions of the PLO were wholly secular, right? And they were the main group that were fighting against, I mean, similar to how the ANC in South Africa fought against the apartheid government, similar to how the FLN in Algeria fought against the French rule, right? Similar to how the Viet Cong fought against the U.S. occupation.
And France.
Right? The point is that like the reason why the Palestinians fight is because they've had their land stolen and they've been
Over
massacred and
religious reasons.
brutalized
Over
for the
religious
benefit of.
reasons, which makes it a religious war.
Wait,
Wait,
say it again?
hold on. Let me ask you. Do you know who, like, okay, so for one, right, we just brought up how like the first big organization that was against Israel was a secular one, right? But for two, even in existing Palestine right now, right, you obviously know the H word group, right? That's like the main one that's talked about. Do you want to know, okay, and that, do you want to know who fights alongside them against Israel?
Where?
It's the PFLP, okay, and the PFLP is not Muslim. They're Christians. They're Christians fighting alongside Muslims against Israel, right? And
Muslims
not
have
to
way
mention,
more in
right,
common with us than Jews.
and not to mention, right, the first guy, or I guess I'll say the first guy, the father of this idea, of, like, because we'll go for both sides. We go on Israel's side too, right? The father of Zionism, right? The father of this idea that Israel needs to be created, this homeland, right? Do you know the man who created this idea?
Who?
It was Theodore Herzl.
Yeah, Herzl.
Okay.
And Theodore Herzl, guess what? Theodore Herzl was a secular Jew, and in fact, the first what's it called, Flick? The first kind of governing body of Israel before Israel,
The
like
Jewish agency.
it's like it's the first like Congress or some shit like that. Like
The World Zionist Congress, something like that. It was in
I believe
1897.
I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I know it's a majority, but I think near like 70% of those in, or like, it might be 70, might be a little bit lower, but a large portion of these people are secular Jews, right? They're not practicing, right? And that's ultimately the point we're trying to make, which is this is not a war of like, this isn't like that movie where the guy, King Baldwin is fighting Saladin, right? This isn't that at all, right? This is probably the most secular war there is, because never have we this idea that it's like Muslims versus Jews versus Christians, when Palestinians has Jewish Palestinians fighting alongside Christian Palestinians, fighting alongside Muslim Palestinians against Israel, right? That is just the opposite of a religious war. It is probably the most like non-religious war we've ever seen in the modern day, right?
Yeah,
so
the modern state of Israel is just bureaucratic colonization.
So I don't buy this idea that it's a war fought out of religious extremism on both sides or whatever. When
Obviously, there's other reasons, like them struggling over the land, the national identity, etc., etc. But like, it's also heavily infused with religious elements.
Yeah,
it's seen throughout history, so therefore it can be identified as a religious war.
Caden, who would you say was the leading figure of the American Civil Rights Movement? It's not a hard question. I'm pretty sure you know the guy.
Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, for the most part.
Exactly. And what was MLK? Like, do you know what his profession was?
Not exactly his profession, but I just know he was a spokesman that had a dream about, us viewing each other strictly as the same and just judging based off of
Sure.
He was a minister.
But the point is he was a pastor.
Or pastor,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
He was a Christian, and not only was he Christian, Christianity was central to his philosophy of justice. Right? The philosophy that guided him throughout the civil rights movement, right? That led to him even condemning the war in Vietnam late in his life. Right? That philosophy was fundamentally guided by his view of Christianity. And I could say similar, who would you say is the second most well-known figure from that time period?
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, a man deeply driven by his faith in Islam. Right? So the two most well-known men that fought for the rights of African Americans in this country, right, were both deeply, profoundly religious. But we could understand that the civil rights movement, that we could understand that their desire for black people to have equal rights in this country, or at least have some type of restitution for the crimes that have been committed against them, right? They realized, they were able to conceive of secular political goals while having a religious moral foundation.
Also,
so now what I would say about a group like Hamas, yes, they do have a religious moral foundation. The thing is that they're not Christians, they're Muslims. But their goals are
extremists,
secular.
they're terrorists. In general, you can say that was a terrorist act, so they're terrorists. right?
I mean, sure, I get you can
Okay.
call
What
them
about the
that,
leveling of Gaza
but
City? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
like it,
72,000 plus dead, I think, now. They've killed 900 since the ceasefire. I think a 2-year-old boy was just returned to his mother 2 days ago with cigarette burns and stab wounds,
oh
because
yeah,
they
we heard,
abducted him and
yeah,
his
yeah,
father.
yeah.
Just last week, they killed 8 police officers in Palestine. And then, like, the Sunday before that, a family of 6, 4 people were murdered. They left 2 orphaned boys. I mean, they're still out there committing, like humanity, like fucking war
Crimes against
crimes on
I
humanity.
mean, well,
crimes against humanity, man.
Well,
So
Caden, are
hold
you at
on.
all
they just
familiar with what the
they have the
ANC
eye for the
was?
eye kind of mentality.
Caden, are you familiar in any way with what the ANC is?
No, I don't even know what that is.
The
Okay,
African
okay.
National Congress. But
I won't use that example. Okay, but I'm trying to think of an example that you will be aware of in history. Okay, are you familiar with the Haitian Revolution?
sure.
Okay, like do you know what the Haitians did to the French white people after the like in 1804?
What, massacred them?
Exactly. And do you know why?
No.
Because they enslaved them. You know, like they were enslaved. They were under this brutal oppression. Now, were they terrorists? In a sense, yes. You could say that they committed acts of terror for political gain, even against civilians.
Right.
But are you not gonna say that like the Haitian revolution, like you can't understand the basis of the Haitian
I
revolution?
understand
Even if
that,
you would
but being
condemn the Haitian
peaceful,
revolution,
like, okay, you're under oppression and whatnot, but you could do things peacefully instead of sending out a terrorist group to
the
go and wipe out a whole
Palestinians
bunch of
did do
people
it
to set an
peacefully.
example.
In 2018 and 2019, they came out peacefully, protesting against Israel.
You know what happened to
And
them?
Israel massacred hundreds of
Yeah,
them.
they got gunned. And here's ultimately the thing, right? Like, this is what I wanted to say. Like, this sort of idea of like, oh, well, they're terrorists, they're violent, and all of these things, right? Again, we say this while we exist in the first world when this has never happened to us, right? But once you're in a situation where no matter what you try, whether it's marching in 2018, 2019, like there's literally a picture of it, right? They're like marching all together, right, down this like desert road kind of thing, right? And guess what happened to them? They got open fire on them, right? And the issue is when push comes to shove, right? I mean, let's talk about the civil rights, right? The civil rights, MLK is the guy we talk about, right? But there's always that quote, I was always more Malcolm than Martin, right? And there's a reason for that, because when things get pushed to shove, when you're being peaceful, when things don't work when you're being peaceful, are like the scientific method is if you're doing something and it's not working, you don't do it over and over again, right? You have to find something else to do, right? And in the Palestinians' case, right, there was nothing else to do. There was say, well, we're being oppressed, we're getting our homes taken, we're being bombed, we're all these kind of things, right? What other option do we have besides to fight, right? Would you condemn the Vietnamese were brutal. They were, the traps they set for Americans, what they did to Americans. I mean, it's such a horrible image. But again, when you're a Vietnamese child and you're having orange agent sprayed on you, what other option do you have, right? And that's ultimately the thing. When we call things terrorists, when we call things
Pretty
violent,
genius,
right?
by the way, though. They're traps.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. But like, it's easy for us to say, well, they're just these religious extremists that want to push their thing, right? Because we don't exist under the conditions that they do, right? And another
no,
point,
I agree with you, because I always say, like, the only difference between me and a criminal is several days worth of not eating.
I mean,
like if I can't eat, if I have no access to food, how long until I decide to commit a crime? How long until I decide to kill for it?
And my
Not
question
that
is, like,
long.
what's Lebanon's crime right now, too? With Israel actively pushing in, taking 10% of their territory right now, 1 million displaced, 1,000+ people already killed. Okay, you justify it for the Palestinians in Gaza, but the Lebanese didn't do anything.
I mean, the most the Lebanese people did was fight for their brothers in Palestine and Iran. I mean, Israel starts an illegal war against Iran, and Israel's committing a genocide against the Palestinians, right? The few Lebanese people that slide for those people that are actually going through it, of course, Israel can't take it. And obviously, Israel itself has expansion as gold, which is why they're now trying to ethnically cleanse the south of Lebanon telling them they cannot return, right? Muslims, Christians, right? Shia, Sunni, right? Demolishing their villages, demolishing their homes. In fact, I remember I saw this quote recently. It was so interesting. It was from the defense minister. He said the plan is to demolish homes like we did in Gaza.
Yeah.
Why
that
is your
the
plan to
message they
demolish
put
homes?
out.
That doesn't sound like we're combating terrorist infrastructure. It doesn't sound like there was a militant purpose to this part that we're destroying. It sounds like you're trying to make it impossible for people to live here. You're trying to make it so that it's literally unlivable. You bomb all the mosques, you bomb all the
Erasing the
schools,
generations.
you bomb all the housings, you bomb critical civilian infrastructure.
To be
You make it
fair, Hamas
impossible for
was
them to
hiding
live.
in all of those infrastructures you just listed.
Come on.
And shooting from those
And
places.
guys, just kind of off, just kind of off topic on that. How sad?
Katie.
How sad is it that we are across the world, just societies of people who've decided to no longer have children? We don't have children. Like, it is so sad here. Like, 3 of the elementary schools in my area closed. There's no kids. My son's in high school. He's a senior, or he'll be a senior this semester coming up, fall semester. There's like 5 kids in his class.
Yeah, man, it's expensive to have kids. What's it called?
Like, this life is crazy. All these things that we're talking about, you guys are talking about all these historic events, but like at the end of the day, they happen to real people like you and me. And, and we're not the ones making these choices. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're not the ones who want to bomb Iran and do any of that. And the people who are getting killed in Iran, they don't give a fuck about any of this. Like, they're just trying to eat and like go to work.
That's American imperialism.
Like, we're just regular people, and we talk about these sweeping things, and we talk about, oh, the Vietnamese and this and that. But like, dude, they're us and we're them.
Yeah, that's exactly
we're
why
just
we're
a bunch
talking
of
about
people.
It. Yeah,
like, we don't.
That's why
we're not making any of these choices. So when we say like, oh, we bombed and they bombed, it's like, no, it's like 5 guys in a room.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, we're pretty, like, I would say
Whatever.
that like
you know, I'm simplifying it, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I would just say like
it's a bunch of dictators in a room. How many people are we talking about in a political regime? In any, like, probably less than 100 heads in the world, making us fight for crumbs. Like,
because I do
so
want
crazy.
I do want Flick to make his point, but let me just ask you like I say a quick thing about this, right? When you're like, oh, we don't make these decisions, right? First of all, there are many people in this country who do love war, who are like, yeah, America war, right? But even the people who don't, right? Like, let's say you're just some person who like looks at the bombing and say, oh, it's so sad, but Khomeini is like a dictator, right? And he is bad. I don't want to support him, right? If you were to say that to like an Iranian person, getting bombed, right? And you're like, and they heard that exact thing where it's like, oh, it's so sad we're bombing them, but at the end of the day, they are like a dictatorship, and it's not what I want, but like, I don't support this regime either. I mean, they would probably want to do something bad to you. That's what I'm saying, right? So like, even like this kind of thing about like if you live in the first world and you have this kind of, even if you're like one of these, like, I would say it's a regular opinion to have where you're like, oh, yeah, like the kidnapping of Maduro was not good by America, but he is a dictator, right? I mean, yeah, go tell that to like a Venezuelan who is like getting bombed, right? I mean, they're not going to fuck with it, right? So I would say like the first world, we have to accept our role. We can't just be like, well, we're not the ones at the top making the decision, so we, share no accountability. But like people in the first world do. Like, even if you're not one of the people in the top, even if you're not one of the people making the decision.
Yeah, like I agree with you. If somebody just stormed it, like if another country just, I don't know, somehow came in and stormed the White House and took Trump, I don't support Trump at all. I don't like him at all. I think he's a horrible president. But would I be shocked and probably mad? Yeah, because that's our country, right? That's our president.
Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is,
you know what I mean? Like, so I see your point. Like, I think that's all countries. Like, they're like, hey, that's our people. You got to pick a side, I guess.
I wouldn't even say it's all countries. I would say it's like it's very uniquely first world countries. Where like you could say like yeah, like the people are somewhat complicit to it to some certain extent, right?
Mhm.
I mean, like, again, imagine like some Iranian schoolgirl hearing like some, fucking people in America on a TikTok live talking about, well, like I don't support the bombing, but their leader is bad, and that's the exact thing that the American government saying, yeah, their leader is bad, so we're bombing them. I mean, they're probably gonna view you just as bad as the government, and I wouldn't blame them for it either. So, anyways, I'm gonna keep on letting whatever his name fucking Flick. Yeah, I'm gonna let him keep on going.
Yeah, Caden. So I, mean, I was gonna ask you. So when you say, well, Hamas did have infrastructure in all those areas, I wouldn't even deny that there are like actual historical, or even in this current conflict, instances of Hamas using civilian infrastructure. About what proportion? I mean, Israel's destroyed, I mean, like 80-90% of the houses in Gaza.
Can I clarify
destroyed,
something?
like, almost all of the hospitals.
Just like a 5-second thing.
Go ahead.
Specifically, children's schools and hospitals were being used as places where they were launching their missiles from, etc., causing attacks from, right? And we retaliated in defense, or not
Who's
we?
we?
But, Israel retaliated in defense. So, with that being said, that's all I was just trying to clarify. I'm not saying it's right.
Kaden, the point is, for the vast majority, like 99% of Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip, there has been zero evidence shown that this was a valid military target. And we know Israel has attacked civilian targets without them being military targets before. We've known they've done this historically all the time, right? And then now again they're doing it on a far larger scale, saying, "Oh no, we're just tackling Hamas infrastructure." Have the actual tangible evidence? Of course not. I remember, in fact, once this is so funny. Like about a month, 2 months before the ceasefire, in October, in August. I mean, I say funny. This is actually pretty sad, but Israel double tap striked a hospital. And I think they killed like a couple dozen people. Very, very, very unfortunate. Obviously a war crime and part of a genocidal campaign. But the point is that first they said, "Oh, we're sorry, we didn't mean to do it." And then the military leadership that authorized the strike said, "No, we did mean to do it." And then, "Oh yes, we meant to do it." And you want to know how they justified it? They said there was a Hamas camera.
So you said there was no evidence, right?
No evidence of what?
Of like Hamas using schools and hospitals as
That's not what I
points
said.
to attacks. You
That's not
did
what I
state
said.
that.
In fact, I said the opposite.
So you said there was evidence that
No,
Hamas was doing that?
said yes. I said that there have been Hamas has historically, and I said even in this conflict, used civilian areas as military infrastructure. What I also said was that for the vast majority of Israeli strikes on civilian areas in Gaza, there has been zero evidence demonstrated that there was any military utility, right? Or that the area that they struck was a valid military target. The example that I'm giving is one in which Israel even gave a justification, right? That, oh, it was a camera, a Hamas camera. I mean, first of all, funny enough, it wasn't even a Hamas camera. But even if it was one, does that mean you get to strike a hospital?
You're blowing up a hospital for a camera.
Strike the hospital again? Of course not. I mean, there was another hospital. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Okay, so there's this article I read. This was maybe like early, mid-2024. And I've even sent it to Hooper's Revenge here. And there's this one dude, this monster, this freak, this commander in the IDF, right, who was in that article. People that had served underneath him were talking about, he says, everyone is a T word, right? If you're there on a bike, they're doing reconnaissance. A woman is a man in disguise. A child is a scout, right? Everyone's a T word, right? That's what he said. That was his doctrine, right? So about a year later, right, around May, June 2025, he himself unilaterally authorized the controlled demolition of a Palestinian hospital. Now, it had been cleared. There was no Hamas there. There was no Hamas fighting. There was never any evidence shown by Israel of Hamas, like, infrastructure in the hospital. They just destroyed a hospital. That's it. That's the only thing they did. There's no justification for it. They just destroyed a hospital. And this guy,
I mean, there's evidence
Netanyahu's
proving
pick.
why they did, but I mean, you claim that there's not for their sake. But
No, I'm saying there isn't. Israel did not provide any evidence of Hamas infrastructure in that hospital. And
they
obviously
cleared
Hamas
it.
was in there because Israel had cleared out the hospital.
So there was nobody inside of that
There was
hospital?
no one in there but
Right.
the IDF. It
So
was cleared and occupied by the
they
IDF.
most likely got rid of that place because it had military plans, or Hamas had military plans, including that building.
See, Caden, do you hear how insane you are?
How am I
Israel
insane?
just destroys a hospital, and you are inventing in your mind with zero evidence
If
a
there's
reason why
nobody
it's
in that
justified.
hospital and it's a war ground, then it's a key military target. Absolutely.
Why is it a key military target?
According to what I'm seeing, yeah, bro.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me find the name of the hospital, and you tell me what you're seeing that would indicate that destroying that hospital was a valid military action. Let me go find the name. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I think, like, at the end of the day, what we have to recognize is that, yes, what happened in October, 2023 was horrible. But what Israel has done in retaliation, I would say, is not necessarily warranted, especially due to the fact that, like every war, most of the time, it's not the men who perpetrate the crimes that get hurt. It's the women, the children, the elderly. Every war, World War II, Vietnam,
And then, can I say something?
Okay, wait, hold on. So,
Hold on,
it is the Turkish hospital in Gaza.
Hold up.
Yo, Flick, hold up. So it has been confirmed in Hamas's plans to use places like school buildings and hospitals and, key structures as such to have these places be bombed by Israel. So therefore, people like you can put the blame on Israel. So it's a terrorist plan.
The hospital, no one was in there.
Correct.
It was cleared out. Hamas was not using it.
If it was used for military plans,
it was not used for military plans.
Well, okay, what hospital?
The Turkish hospital.
Turkish hospital.
The Turkish hospital.
Again, the point is that, like, without any evidence, you just automatically in your head invent a reason. This is insane. You would, if Hamas did something in reverse, you would never give them the
reasons that they give, in order to do this. In which, if they're lying about it, in which they very well could, then screw them. But at the same time, there's evidence that you're not claiming that is evidence. So,
wait, what evidence am I not claiming is evidence?
Destruction.
Because if my claim is when Israel destroyed a hospital, it was not a valid military target, whether Hamas had used another hospital at another time, not that is even true, but even if it was true, that does not now make this hospital a valid military target. At that point, you're just destroying a hospital. And if we're saying Israel could bomb a building that could hypothetically be used by Hamas, not even actually, not that we have any actual evidence that they've used it, but just hypothetically.
Yeah, so what hospital is this called?
Why can't Israel destroy every building in Gaza?
What's the name of this hospital?
I said the Turkish hospital.
The Turkish hospital?
Yeah. Just look up Turkish hospital, Gaza, destroyed. It was a controlled demolition.
Yeah, the IDF.
Right, the hospital had been cleared out. It wasn't operational at the time.
Hospital in central Gaza earlier today, saying that it was being used by Hamas operatives. In response to the query, the IDF says that it carried out an airstrike on a group of Hamas operatives who were residing at the hospital, which was the terror group turned into a terror infrastructure. Apparently, this is the time.
Sounds like key points I was stating.
So you gotta. But we got to move. You got to not just look at the Times of Israel. You got to go look at other, news outlets and everything.
I mean, Israel's obviously gonna say, "Oh, it's terrorist infrastructure,"
right?
With everything they hit, right? Like, but that doesn't mean it is. Doesn't mean they provided evidence.
Yeah, no.
They just said
you
it
have
is.
to understand, dude. These terrorist group know how to get to the point to where they have support. Like, there's a lot of people flying flags that Hamas fly here in America all the time.
Sure.
With that being said, it is a how do I say it? It is a mind control operation that they're doing in order to get you to think that, oh, Israel's at fault for doing this. There's no evidence of this and that. But dude, that is a terrorist group using a hospital
Hold on.
for either storing weapons.
But hold on. My point
So
is
the
that you have not
context
validated
is-
that claim.
Hold
The
on.
only thing saying is just Israel. Israel said it's terrorist.
So according to Al Jazeera,
if
it
Israel
says
destroyed
that
every building in Gaza,
Hamas?
saying
Do
it
you
was
support Hamas?
yes.
Man,
okay, hold on. Let's
that is
just
wild.
According to Hamas, according to Al Jazeera, it says Israel blew up Gaza's only specialized cancer treatment hospital, as well as an adjacent medical school, drawing condemnation for again targeting a medical facility which is banned under international humanitarian law. So it is a war crime, regardless to attack
Correct.
a
Yeah,
hospital.
we've always known that, and that's why Hamas is
So
hiding behind
it says
things like that.
this. The third floor of the hospital was previously hit in an Israeli airstrike on October 30th, 2023. Fuel shortages forced the hospital to shut down on November 1st, 2023, when the UN gave warnings that lives of 70 patients were at risk. It later emerged that 4 patients died at the hospital due to lack of medical care. The hospital was being used as a command center by Israeli forces during the previous military assault in central and northern Gaza. It was blown up completely after having been rebuilt with a Turkish donation of $34 million in 2017. Israel later confirmed that it destroyed the cancer hospital, claiming that it was used by Hamas without providing any evidence whatsoever. In a statement, the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the deliberate destruction as part of Israel's policy aimed at rendering Gaza
Wait,
uninhabitable.
hold on. I got a question, Caden. So you're saying that, okay, like, yes, Israel is claiming this without any, like, really reputable evidence, but we have to have this, like, idea about these, you know, these rabid terrorist groups and how evil they are and whatever. But here's where comes, like, the break in logic, right? If there's no reputable evidence for them to do this, and you're saying, well, they just are this evil, they would do that, right? How do you then justify that claim? If there's no evidence of it being such, and then you're saying, well, they just would do it anyway, right? That's like just what they would do, right? Then how would you rationalize
investigations in
this statement?
2015 have subsequent FDI findings of confirmed that Hamas and other militant groups like Islamic Hijab have stored weapons, including rockets, inside school buildings.
Sure.
Okay.
Wait. Hold on. Give me a second. Flick.
Hold on.
Let's all just talk.
I'll let you go, man. I'll let you go.
Okay. So okay. Let's say it this way, right? Okay. In Israel, right? You have bunkers of IDF soldiers in like civilian residence, right? And if you were to say if Iran or Hamas or whoever, I don't know, right? Like struck like they said, okay, there's IDF soldiers in these civilian resident places. They're like conspiring against us. They're building their plans against us. So we have to start targeting them now, right? Would you give the H word group or Iran or whoever is doing it that same grace you give Israel and say, well, they put it in other like civilian residents, so why shouldn't we assume that they would with this one? Would you give that same grace to these groups?
Wait, hold on. Dumb that down a little bit.
Like I'm saying like, okay, so I'm going to steel man your argument real quick, right?
Sure,
You're saying that, okay, these people, like these T groups, right? They've done this in the past. They've put weapons in these like civilian resident areas, right? Which I wouldn't even disagree because it's true, right? I agree with that, right? Right. Now, right, Israel is also known for having like IDF bunkers under civilian resident areas, right? You can look this up. This is true, right? They have it like it's very well established, right?
I'm sure they do. I'm not saying they're all sane out there. That's
okay. So if I were to say, right, okay, whether it's H word group, whether it's Iran, whether it's Lebanon, whoever, right, we're to say, okay, well, we know that Israel does this in general, right? So let's strike this civilian resident, or whether it's a hospital, whether it's a living area, whatever, right? With rockets, right? Because we can assume, like just like you're saying, we should assume that they're putting weapons in there or hiding soldiers in there or whatever, right? Would you give that same grace to Iran or give that same grace to Lebanon or give that same grace to H word group?
To assume is crazy. No, and that's where I'm gonna cut in right there because no, I'm not seeing evidence of them assuming, although if they are at some points, then they're in the wrong. And I'm not sitting there saying that it's a perfect world for them and they're doing it based off of all of their findings. I just have yet to see evidence of them not having evidence, if that makes sense.
What do you mean evidence of not? They don't provide evidence.
I would really, bro. Like, if
Wait,
you want
the absence of evidence, not the evidence of absence
like,
of
watching
evidence.
like Al Jazeera and not like our news, because our news doesn't cover it the way that it should be covered. Like Al Jazeera really covers what's going on in Palestine, Iran, everything that goes on in the Middle East way better than our Western propaganda does.
Do
And
you guys have those like a list or anything of where you get your news? Because that would be
yeah,
good to like
I put a link in the chat
post
to
on
one
your
of my main
link. Yeah.
ones. Yeah, Al Jazeera, I
Anyways,
watch
Katie,
their videos a lot.
So
BBC,
let me
PBS,
cook for a
Okay.
second.
NPR.
All right.
All right,
Go ahead.
Caden, let me
Very
ask you this.
spirited,
So you're
guys. Very
saying
spirited.
that we should have valid reason to assume that when Israel strikes a hospital or a school or a residential building, that there was a legitimate cause, even if they don't provide evidence. Like the fact that Hamas has done it in the past, they have a reputation for doing it, is sufficient evidence for you. Is that fair to say?
Being used in military plans and action against the Israeli military, and yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if there's nobody in there, obviously, if it's packed full of children and sick people, yeah, that's freaking sick. That's horrible. Unless they have something that's, constantly bombing cities throughout that building, you got to do what you got to do. But at the same time, Hamas is hiding behind these people and buildings to sit there so people can say and countries can say Israel is committing acts of war crime. In which, yes, I mean, by law, it is acts of war crime. I'm definitely, absolutely admitting that 100%. But it's just all a way of, I guess, them getting what they want with their actions.
Okay, Caden. So let me ask you about this. So last year, around this time, maybe a little bit after, but around this time last year, it came out that Israel had massacred about 13 medical workers, right? Again, no Hamas, no violent retaliation, no military action or planning or coordination, right? It was just
You said
a
medical
massacre.
workers?
And of
You
medic
said
workers.
yeah,
Yes,
medical?
medics.
Okay.
Yes. And Israel, after that story broke, right, after the UN discovered the mass grave, right, they said, oh, we did this because the vehicle wasn't properly identifiable and its lights weren't on and it was moving suspiciously. Now, what the UN found was on the body of one of the people that were massacred, right? He was recording the event. He had it saved on his phone. And what we see on that video is that the lights were on, they were properly identifiable, and no Palestinian in frame was firing at Israel. The gentleman himself, the video is about 5 minutes long. About half of it, he's literally just curled down, right, phone in the ground, right, and he's praying because he don't know what the fuck is going on. It's literally just the IDF spraying at him, right? And then hell, that guy, he survives to the end of the recording because again, he ends the recording. At the end of him recording that video, he was still alive. Yet he somehow ended up unalived in the mass grave. Again, he was taking cover, he was shielding himself, yet he was still massacred. So now we know Israel will massacre, right, medical workers, right? And lie about it. Not just do it, but lie about
incorrectly
it.
identified them as vehicles belonging to Hamas.
Bro, oh, okay, hold on. Okay,
which is horrible. I'm not saying.
Hold on. Let me, because there were like obviously ambulances. There was like a fucking ambulance.
Right.
An
Apparently
ambulance
they
that
came
says
in with
ambulance
lights off.
with its lights on.
Yeah, with its lights off. The lights
It
were
was
not
on. It was
The
recorded.
yeah.
There's video. I've seen it. I played it on my TikTok live before. Right? The lights were on. Israel lied and said they were off. But then the UN found a video recording on one of the bodies of the people Israel massacred.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I read that incorrectly. I was reading their claim, and then the evidence claims that the lights were flashing. So, yeah, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I read that incorrectly.
Okay. So, again, the point that I'm making is, so the same way you would say Hamas has a reputation of using civilian areas as a military, either to hold military infrastructure or to engage in military operations, that we can now apply this as a general rule that when Israel strikes a civilian area, right? What's it called? When Israel strikes a civilian area,
right,
it's because there's some potential like valid reason for striking it. So now,
it's usually because strikes are coming out of that specific building.
Sure.
I understand if you have to shut down the threat, and which is reasons of why they've been doing it, and then obviously bombing buildings that hold key stability points
Okay.
for Hamas
I'm
terrorist
gonna
group
try one more. I'm gonna
that
try
are
one more
emptied
line of
out.
thinking, and then I'm gonna stop
And
talking.
that's because of tunnels. Like we
Okay,
have to
Caden.
also
Okay, I
remember
have something
that.
for that.
Wait, Hooper. This is gonna be the last thing I'll say, and I'll be mute for a while.
Okay.
So, Caden, let me ask you this, right? When Israel, how do I say this? Okay, so when Israel strikes a civilian target, right, or a civilian area, right, and they do not provide any evidence, right, and you're just going off of, oh, well, it's something that's happened in the past.
But that's the thing. That's not realistic. According to what I see, they provide evidence.
Hold on.
So we have to speak
So now,
realistically.
hold on. So now, if we have past evidence, let's give a specific example, right? That Hamas has used. You said children's school. You yourself said children's school, right?
Yeah,
So
children's schools, hospitals, yeah.
Yeah, children's school or hospital. Okay, let's say hospital, right?
Right. Hey, I'm gonna go mute real quick.
Hold on.
I'm gonna use the bathroom, but I'm still listening.
I mean, I'm about to ask my question.
Oh, go ahead.
If we have documented evidence that once or maybe twice, right, or maybe even 5 times, that Hamas has used a hospital as a military base of operations, does that now make every single hospital, whether Hamas has used it or not,
No,
a
sir.
valid military target?
No, sir.
No. Okay. So what would make it a valid military target would be actual military use.
Right. So tunnel networks, right?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, sure. But the point that I'm making is
key headquarters,
for the
places where they're hiding weapons.
Again, I'm not saying they don't stash their weapons in civilian areas, right? I'm not saying that isn't the case. I'm saying that when Israel blows up a residential building, right?
How should they go about it? How about that? How should Israel go about that? In your opinion?
Israel shouldn't exist. If we're being honest.
Okay, so you're just anti-Israel.
Of course.
Okay, well, I guess that's where you and I tend to disagree because your opinionated beliefs on Israel shouldn't exist make you believe that Israel's doing the wrong thing. I believe they're doing the right thing by wiping out evil in general. And I'm not saying they're perfect, but I just feel like terrorist groups should not exist no matter what.
Again, Caden, what is a terrorist group? What makes a group a terrorist group?
A group that caused mass destruction based off of just acts of harm.
Okay, so is the IDF a terrorist group by your definition?
No.
Hold on, I don't know what the IDF is. Let me look it up.
Israeli
You don't know what
Defense
the
Force.
IDF? Oh my! I don't even know if you're equipped to. You don't know what the IDF is?
I mean, I usually.
How the fuck are you equipped to have a conversation about the legitimacy of Israeli military practice in Gaza? And you don't even know the name of the damn military.
Because I'm not living in the Stone Age and I have information right in front of my face at the tips of my fingers.
So you have information at the tip of your fingers and you don't even know the name of the military you're defending.
I'm not defending. I'm just saying they're not wrong.
You're saying a hospital when you see
I don't
no
defend terrorist groups
is a
because
valid
I'm an
military
American.
target.
I don't defend terrorist groups. I don't negotiate with
You're
terrorists.
defending the IDF,
Hey,
which is a terrorist group.
Hey, Flick.
Yeah.
Let's try to get a little bit control of the situation.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm chill.
So
it's all good.
the IDF is the Israeli Defense Force, which every citizen of Israel must be in for 2 years once they graduate school. Correct?
I mean, yeah, I know there's some exceptions for ethnic minorities.
The entirety
but yeah.
of their nation serves in the military. Now, that is far more superior to any other country because you learn how many skill sets being in the military.
Hold on. The fact that Israel has conscription has nothing to do with whether it's a terrorist organization.
Palestine does not exist in ancient times. They stole the land. Palestine.
No, they didn't.
Are terrorists.
Palestine did exist though before Israel
It did
was
not.
formed as a state.
Did not.
I mean, hold on.
Hold on.
When was
Hamas goes after
with the stroke of a pen by
Hold
the
on. Go back
Palestinians.
to any of that. Palestine was
Israel
not in
goes after
biblical times.
terrorists.
Villain,
That's the
when was
difference.
Israel founded?
The Palestinians welcomed the Israel,
Way
the
after.
the Polish Jews and everything when they came into Israel, bro. Or
You guys, I
occupied
gotta go.
Palestine.
It was nice talking to you.
I see
It was
him.
nice talking to you. Have a good
Bye.
night. Later.
Villain, do you know when Israel was founded?
Oh, he left.
Oh, okay.
All right. What's it called?
Caden.
Okay.
Caden.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's move the
I'm
conversation
just
in a productive way, because the whole main thing of this thing is to not try to go at each other, even if we don't necessarily agree about everything. We got to try to find a way to meet in the middle. Even
So
if
can I talk before anyone else
I
interrupts me?
No, wait. I would like to ask a question first. You can answer. I just want to ask the question. Is the Israeli military, by your definition, is the Israeli military a terrorist organization?
No.
Okay,
Right,
how not?
Let Caden give his rebuttal now.
Because they're right now currently going after a terrorist group. Hamas goes after civilians. I mean, that's been shown. Dude.
Okay, so what evidence can I show you to say that Israel goes after civilians?
Israel doesn't go after civilians, like I just said.
Okay, I'm saying if
Hamas
I wanted
does.
to demonstrate to you, what evidence could I provide you that will make you say, okay, maybe I was wrong?
I mean, any evidence at all, but are you smarter than a fucking computer or no?
Wait, am I smarter than a computer? Well, I don't have to be
correct.
smarter
Because
than a computer.
I'm asking, give me evidence. I mean, it hasn't.
Sure, I will give you. Okay,
so give me it.
Do you want me to? Okay, so do you want me to give you evidence of Israel going after civilians?
Sure. I mean, I'm sure they have at some point. Sure, go for it.
Okay, so wait. So then, how are they not a terrorist organization?
Brother, Hamas is hiding behind their own people. Their own people. You're defending cowards. That makes you a coward, homie. How does that make you feel?
Don't talk about me. The IDF are the biggest cowards on earth. But anyways, I don't even need to get into that. Again, Caden.
Because I'm not wrong.
Hold on, Caden.
Hold on.
Caden. Define again for me what makes a group terrorist.
Causing harm to mass people, right? So
does
to a
Israel
lot of
do
people.
that?
Huh?
Does Israel do that? Does the Israeli military do that?
Let's look it up.
Look it up. Look it up. You said, am I smart?
Right now.
Look up. Does
Absolutely.
Israel cause mass harm to people? Does the Israeli military cause mass harm to people?
I mean, we can literally talk about the Deir Yassin massacre, but it is what it is. Chill, I guess.
I'm saying, like, the IDF was literally made by merging different terrorist organizations.
I gotta talk now. Like, this is one of the most.
Wait, hold on. Hooper, you could talk, but Caden, when he's done, I want
Yeah,
to
yes, numerous reports of human rights organizations and UN bodies include that Israel military has caused mass harm to people, including civilians, over decades of conflict. These actions have been described as war crimes against humanity.
Okay, so is Israel a
They have
terrorist
children
organization?
in jail
The
right
Israeli
now that
military.
have no crimes pending against them as well, like no criminal charges pending against them.
Hold on.
Yeah, Caden. So is based
I
off
would
your
like to
definition
fact
and what
check
you understand now, is the Israeli military a terrorist organization?
So based off of the definition, the Defense Forces for Israel is a national military of the state of Israel. It is not officially designated as a terrorist group by the United Nations or Western governments as the United States.
Caden. So again, are we? Is the definition of terrorist what the U.S. says, or is the definition of terrorist what you said earlier?
But definition of
flip-flopping.
The definition of terrorism is what I just said. I'll pull up the exact definition so you understand.
Go ahead, please.
This. Like, I understand your point, but the exact definition: terrorism is the calculated use of violence or threat of violence to induce fear, intending to coerce governments of societies, often driven by political, religious, or ideology goal or ideology. I can't talk right now. Goals, but I would say that would be an act of terrorism.
Okay, so I'm saying, is the Israeli military a terrorist organization by that definition?
They have done acts of terrorism. Yeah. So the United States have done the same thing. So is the United States government a terrorist?
The U.S. military, absolutely.
You think so?
I mean, they commit acts of terrorism.
Absolutely.
Wait, Caden. What makes Hamas a terrorist organization?
Because they did terrorist acts.
Okay, so when
wiping
the
out that
IDF
beach
or the
is a
Israeli
terrorist
military
act,
does
brother.
terrorist acts, why aren't they a terrorist organization?
Bro, did you see what they? Oh my god!
Wait, hold on. You're answer the question. Okay, so you're saying
why did they do that in the first place?
You're okay. Hold on. You're saying that H Word Group is a terrorist organization because they've done terrorist acts, right? We're saying that the Israeli military and Israel as a body nation, right? American military and American state as a body of nation, right? Have committed T-word acts, right? So if we're saying, okay, H Word Group is a T-word, I'm not gonna do the fucking TikTok language, is a terrorist group because they've done terrorist acts, and then now you yourself are saying, yes, the Israeli military and Israel has done terrorist acts, and the American military has done terrorist acts, right? What is the distinction between those two then? Because you're saying they've done the same thing.
I guess it all depends on their motive behind it, and which I'm looking up what is Hamas's motive, because I mean, what is Hamas's motive?
It's to fight the country that stole their land and oppresses them.
Okay, would you say the Viet Cong was a terrorist group?
No.
Okay,
no, they're just the military.
Okay, do you know how fucking brutal? Do you know how? You know what they would do? They would literally hide. Okay, they would hide, and this is something I wanted to bring up about guerrilla warfare in general, right? What you're saying is, oh, well, they hide under civilian residence. It's cowardly, right? You know who else was doing that? Jews in World War II, Vietnam and the Vietnamese War. This is what happens when you're against a way stronger opponent militarily. You have to fight a little bit dirty. Jews did it in 1940s. Vietnam did it in the 1960s. Hamas does it now, right? And I'm not saying that I like it. Obviously, I don't like it, right?
Target the military, not mass people, dude, not mass civilians, not little girls.
Was our excuse during Vietnam to kill people was due to the fact that we couldn't differentiate whether or not the women, the children, the elderly were working with.
America didn't care to differentiate. They wanted to cripple Vietnam.
South Vietnam. Yeah, 100%. I'm reading a book right now called "Kill Anything That Moves," and it's just absolutely brutal.
Oh my God! Someone's echo is so bad.
Yeah, that was
oh my.
Henry Kissinger.
Yeah, it was a bunch of Islamic extremists that knocked us out. So I mean, it was terrorism because. Like, come on, dude. That's just absolutely bullshit. I understand there's a lot of tension going on between it, but there's no reason to sit there and target civilians over it. And I'm not both sides have done things wrong. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not sitting here backing it up, obviously, right?
Okay, do you condemn the
hatred that's going on? But in general,
is also condemnable.
In general, it is a terrorist act.
Like
no matter how you see it, Hamas is considered a terrorist organization because you know what? They're sick. They went out of their way to commit terrorist acts and they hid behind their own people. They've been planning this out for a very long time, ever since 2015, whenever the UN discovered it. In general, sitting there hiding literal explosives near kids and everything else like that is sickening.
Caden, stop the moral diatribe.
That just goes back to where it's just a religious war. It's nothing.
Caden, hello.
Hi. You want to give me a second?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Give me a second, buddy.
Okay, what is your evidence? Hold on, Caden. What is your evidence?
Hey, buddy.
What is your evidence?
Hey, I'm not going to give you this, bro.
I'm
not going to give you this.
Hold on, guys.
There's no reason to sit there and talk over people.
Conversation.
Absolutely. There's no reason. Sorry. There's no reason to sit there and talk over people constantly,
That makes people I don't agree with everything Caden says, but the one thing that we don't need to do is just because he has a differing opinion is
where's your respect?
Maybe we could have a conversation to where he's like, you know what, maybe you're right, because he's saying, hey, show me evidence. Let's get him some evidence, and maybe he'll see, okay, well, maybe you're right. Maybe they have done some actions that are condemnable as well, and maybe they took it a step too far, because obviously he hasn't seen that stuff. I mean, you got to understand a lot of people that are here in the West are programmed.
He would need to see.
So let's move towards that conversation. Maybe that's
okay. So Caden. What can I show you that will make you say, okay, Israel does target civilians?
And I think a big thing that we also need to understand
I'll just look that up.
That conversation is that we shouldn't try to beat each other. I feel like we should just try to find common ground. And like I said, the Israel thing is a very nuanced and complex conversation, and everybody
No, it's not. One group has colonized and brutalized another people, and all the other people have done is fought back against this system. Are the methods unconventional, controversial? Sure, absolutely. Even condemnable in some instances. But the point is, at the end of the day, right, Israel, or initially Jewish people from Europe and eventually the Middle East and North Africa, came into Palestine, kicked Palestinians out of their homes, right, and have since then held them under a brutal occupation in which they regularly brutalize any attempt of them to reclaim the land that they had taken from them.
Right. But we can't blame necessarily the people that are exposed to the propaganda, and
this is not propaganda. This is not propaganda. Propaganda.
I feel like what they feed over here is right, because they try to paint the Hamas and Palestinians as the bad guys. They try to make it seem like Israel is the great person. I had to go look at foreign media to look and see
Americans are propagandized. Absolutely. Israelis are not propagandized.
Yeah, Israelis are more over here. Yeah, over here.
Israelis are radicalized. Israelis want other people's land.
Which a lot of people don't see that.
The same way Germans view Jews in World War II, Israelis view Palestinians.
And like I said, a lot of people see Israel or the people of Israel very similar to us. You know, they're the close ally, and they don't necessarily know the nuanced complexities of what Israel has done as well as a nation.
It's not nuanced complexities. It's colonization.
All right,
it's like referring to apartheid South Africa as moral complexities, right? A lot of people don't understand the moral complexities behind Nazi Germany. What the fuck is that even? There's no moral complexity. It's colonization and genocide. That's what it is.
Sadly, people that have been, exposed to our media in the way that it is.
I understand Americans are propagandized.
Right?
I understand Americans are propagandized, but we don't.
Let me get my headphones. Crap. My thing's gonna echo. My bad.
It's complicated. It's a lot of things. No, at the end of the day, we need to be blunt. And what has happened is Israelis, Zionists, have systematically stolen and oppressed and now even genocided the people that they stole the land from. That's what's happened. And they use any attempt of the Palestinians to fight back against the system for the repression.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I see a bunch of terrorists hiding behind their own people, causing all of this to happen. I mean, you and I just simply disagree. And that's all because of just belief systems. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, there has been mass casualty. That's what happens in war of civilians. This happened historically all throughout history with war. You know, it's going to fucking happen. But at the end of the day, this is over terrorism. Terrorism, at the end of the day, has caused this. And I feel like we can all agree, no matter what state
I agree,
or side
terrorism
we're
has
on.
caused this. The point is that it's terrorism from Israel. Israel commits massive acts of terrorism, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank too. What do you think has been going on in the West Bank? There's no Hamas in the West Bank. There's no really organized armed resistance. I mean, there's some very, very small little groups, but they're irrelevant. And
I believe what you're saying is truly something. I believe what you're saying is truly something you believe. It's just everything we've talked about.
It's not what I believe.
Hold on, listen, dude. Oh my God. Lord have mercy.
You interrupted me.
Pray for a second, brother. Can I just talk? Just do yourself a favor and pray for a second.
Brother, you interrupted
everything
me
we talked about, everything you've asked me to look up, right? And yeah, there was some facts that I was wrong, and I admit that, and I highlighted that fact, right? Everything we've talked about, I have looked up. You know, and I've compared the word terrorism, the definition, the Israeli state, et cetera, et cetera. Your examples, I have looked up. I have a computer in my lap right now. With that being said, all of your claims and everything else have just been debunked, and I just simply believe it's based off
what is one claim I've made that's been debunked?
Based off of your ideology. And man, that's fine. If you want to believe,
Caden, what is one claim I've made that you've debunked?
I think it's important that we understand too that we have to educate each other, and he's trying to understand. I mean, I think Caden.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm open to the idea.
Hold on, Caden. What is one claim
Can I turn on my camera for you for a second? Hold up.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Look at this, dude. Look how many tabs I have open right now.
Is it showing it?
So many different tabs.
Your camera's
different tabs. I got all this information.
We can't see your camera.
But hold on.
Oh, you can't see?
Again.
You can
Okay,
see?
now we can see. Yeah.
Okay, bet.
Okay.
all of these different tabs I have open. It's not like I'm not doing my research. I'm open to the idea of
Bro,
being
you
wrong.
were just looking at Google AI overviews. Calm down. Let's not call it research yet.
Dude, you ready?
Hold on, Caden. Hold on, Caden.
Look at all those sources right there. Look at all those sources. Don't be mad
Have
because
you
I
read
use
any of
AI.
the sources?
Don't
Have
be
you
mad
read
because
any
I
of the
use
sources?
AI.
The thing that you are sourcing, you have not even read. So let's calm down before we call it research. Okay?
What do you mean?
Caden,
Just because I'm
Caden.
using something that benefits me? Are you kidding me?
No, it's not because you're using something that benefits you.
I'm done with this conversation with you. We can move on to a new topic.
Caden,
We can move on to a new topic because now you're just not making common sense, man.
Caden,
Dog,
what
you're
is
using
one
Google
claim-
Overview AI, which is wrong like half the time. Literally, you can look, dude. There have been times when you can look up something as simple as like how large is the Caspian Sea or something, and it'll give you two different answers after two different fucking searches.
Yeah,
Right,
you
it gives me an
letters on
overview of
elephant?
everything that I don't know, and you're mad about it.
Guys,
I'm so
Caden,
sorry.
Caden,
It takes the
guys.
emotion out of it,
Caden,
and
it's
you're
fine.
mad.
Look,
Caden,
everybody,
it's
everybody,
fine.
hold on. Look, at the end of the day, guys, what we're trying to do here, Caden was here yesterday. He's a returning person from yesterday. You know, we were able to have a really good conversation and end it off really good, and he's back today. I don't want to make him not come back because he feels like he's just
I'm gonna come back regardless. I'm not.
Unfortunately,
I'm just done arguing.
I feel like you know some MAGA supporters, you know, and conservatives, they are redeemable, and I really want to get to this.
Okay, then let me.
Okay.
Let me go. Let me go.
Hold on. I just want a clear answer, Caden. What claim did I make that you've debunked?
I mean, I have yet to see proof of anything other than a few key factors that I just.
Okay, what claim you said I've made claims that your research has debunked?
All right, your
What
evidence
claim
saying
did I make that's
Israel
been debunked?
has no evidence of Israel or I'm sorry,
I gotta use
Hamas
the restroom real
using
quick. Y'all keep things
schools
chill,
and
please.
such.
I never claimed that.
Yeah, I just I found no evidence that they're not bombing it for no reason.
Wait, Caden.
Can I respond to that?
Caden. Okay. What I said is that Hamas has in the past, right? There have been instances in the past and even in this current conflict of them using civilian areas. What I also said is that Israel, for the vast majority of its strikes, has not shown a modicum of evidence that they the thing that they targeted was a valid military target. Right? That's what my claim was. Did you debunk this?
Yes.
How did you debunk this?
Because I saw evidence.
What evidence of what? That the vast majority.
Dude,
Hold on.
At that time, I explained it to you, so like I don't know where you're going at with it, man. I just think it's so funny. It's like you can't be open minded to the fact of it, and which I am. I have like facts on my computer right here.
Caden.
I mean, it is what it is, man.
Caden, do you know what a steel man is?
Agree.
Caden,
Flick.
Do you know what a
Is it
steel
okay if I
man
take a
is?
swing at?
I mean, this will be my last swing. This will be I promise. Caden, do you know what a steel man is?
A steel man?
Yeah.
Like Mr. Steal Your Girl type shit or what?
No. Okay, do you know what a straw man is?
No.
You don't know what a straw man is? Like in an argument when you make a straw man?
Someone misrepresents their opponent's argument?
Yes. A steel man is the opposite. So I want you to give your best faith interpretation, your most honest interpretation of what you think my point is right now. The point that I just laid out like 1 minute ago.
Your point is you think Israel is specifically targeting civilians. And that's
not the claim that I made.
Right, okay, but you wanted me to talk, right?
No, I want you to tell me the claim that I just made. To the best of your recollection, what is the claim that I made?
You're just against Israel. You think Israel's a terrorist.
That's the position, yes. But he's asking you to the specific claim.
Okay.
What topic here? Like now you're
Caden. The last claim I made, I said that Hamas in the past has used civilian areas to hold military infrastructure and engage in military operations. And I said B, for this conflict and previous conflicts, for the vast majority of Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip, there had not been any shown evidence that there was a valid, that what they targeted, the civilian area they targeted was a valid military target. That is what my claim was. Can you steelman that for me? Give your best faith interpretation of what I just said.
I mean, I'm just gonna once again just disagree with you, dude. Like,
No, I'm not asking if you agree. You can disagree. That's fine. I want you to say what you understood my argument to be.
you think Israel is targeting civilian locations specifically to harm civilians? I mean,
is that what I just said?
I mean, to summarize it, yeah, kind of.
All right, let me take it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm mute.
Yeah.
I know Muhammad wanted to go too.
Sorry, Muhammad. I've been waiting in line a little bit. Like, here, listen, Flick. You know, he's a bit of a. Yeah, I can be the little good cop, all right? Okay. So Flick's argument, right? Yeah, his position is obviously like Israel is bad, right? That's like his position. But his claim about this specific issue, again, one that yes, Hamas, just like you said, has used civilian residence areas like hospitals, whatever, right? As military bases, right? Okay, so that's point one. All right, we agree, we accept that yes, Hamas in the past and now still, right, used and uses some civilian residents as military bases, right? We agree there, right? Correct? Okay. Point B is that however, when Israel has struck civilian residence areas for the vast majority, not saying that all, because you can obviously probably find instances where they have proven it, right? But for the vast majority of these strikes, right, they have not given evidence that could be used in a court of law, right, to show that there was military presence in these buildings. That is the point that's trying to be made. So we want you to basically say that, okay, you need to prove, right? Now, this is your position, right? That for the vast majority of the areas that have been striked, right, there was evidence that can be used in a court of law that there was military presence or a need or a valid reason to strike these places. There you go. That's what we're asking.
All right, Caden, your turn to go. Your rebuttal.
I ain't gonna lie. I was typing shit in. I wasn't even listening to you. I kind of just like blinked out. You want to what's your question? Can you just shorten it up?
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll shorten it. Okay, so the point A that we agree
what
with.
is the question here, so I can type it in for you, so I can find these articles.
Okay, sure.
Because
Okay.
Once again,
can you think?
Hold on.
You have a brain?
There's multiple different times to where I once again have typed in your claims and everything else, being open-minded about this, but have yet to find it. That's the problem.
Okay, Caden, look up. Has Israel shown any evidence of terrorist infrastructure, Hamas infrastructure, whatever you want to call it, for the vast majority of their strikes in the current Gaza war? Look that up. Has Israel shown any credible evidence?
For the vast majority.
For the vast majority of their strikes. Like, do it verbatim if you can. Has Israel shown any credible evidence of Hamas military infrastructure in the vast majority of its strikes on civilian areas?
In fact, I'll look it up too. We'll do it together.
After this, could I chime in this? Cause
yeah, bro.
I do.
Put in your position, bro. Please. You've been in here for a second.
Yeah. So, firstly, I do have like just blatant, like, not like opinion-based, like BBC, Amnesty International, and the UN. So the UN has put out a 77-page report showing 4 out of the 5 criteria of genocide. You only need 1. In those, they have shown that over 70 strikes that they've sent into Gaza did not prove having H group there, and they have struck civilian areas. On my screen, I had over 100 safe zones. The areas where they showed leaflets and told them, hey, go to these areas, those were striked. Even if some of those said facilities that you say they said they proved, which most of the time it's Israel saying that they have it, they do their own investigation, not allowing third parties to go in, and it's IDF claiming it. Never active shooting.
UN doesn't count?
I'm almost Caden. Please,
UN
let me just finish
count?
this. No, UN's the one that says Israel's the one. Like, the UN hasn't proved it. Israel makes the claim to the UN. UN doesn't do the investigation.
So just to clarify, you're claiming that there's no evidence of these claims of them using areas such as hospitals and
No, my claim is, hold on.
for evidence in
Caden,
military.
I'll say it again. I'll say it again for you. Please pay attention for this. The claim comes from Israel's own investigation, not allowing a third party to do it. Israel has not allowed an impartial third party to come in and investigate. Their claims usually come from, hey, we think they're shooting from here.
Right, yeah,
Before
that
they
I
ask for
know, yeah.
Caden. Yeah. So then they pew it, then they investigate and find these unexploded ordnance stuff conveniently placed. Remember very early on where they found in the hospital where they found Zilist, which it turned out to just be a calendar. They found weaponry in the room where an MRI is held. You know why that's a silly premise that weapons are held in the same room as an MRI?
Like as a machine?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, magnetic?
Exactly. So a lot of these premises, they don't really previously think these through. A lot of their evidence comes from after they do the booming, not beforehand. Then they go and show images afterwards, not beforehand. Their evidence is always after the fact. They found Mohammed Senwar under a parking lot after they boomed it. They didn't know he was there. They found him afterwards. And
wait, Caden, I want to know, did you Google my claim?
Yeah, I have multiple different times. There was no point of doing it again. I mean, I'm just not going to sit here and
Wait, no, I just told you the claim to Google verbatim.
Right.
Did you Google that?
No, he started talking. Homie, I'm just done with you. I already told you I'm done with you. You and I are going to agree to disagree.
Hooper's revenge. You said you were going to do it too, right?
Yeah,
I did. Did you Google it?
I did.
Okay, so what is the Google AI overview
let's
say?
listen to him. There you go. Because he said he was going to do it in the first place. That's
okay.
why
I did. So okay. Let's actually, this is perfect. Okay, lack of evidence for most strikes. Independent observers and humanitarian agencies have noted that for the vast majority of the over 22,000 strikes, Israel has not provided public immediate evidence for the specific targets. There you go. It's a pretty simple answer to a simple question.
So just because they haven't revealed their evidence to the public means that they have no evidence?
Bro,
it means they haven't provided evidence.
Come on, man. Come on. Even you know. Wait. Flick. This guy's done with you. Okay, please. It's okay. I got it. All right. I got it. You know, LeBron. It's okay. Ben Simmons.
No,
is here, okay?
what's it called? Again, I'm open-minded about it. I understand that. I just don't see how you can claim that's no evidence at all. They don't have to give out evidence, just like how Donald Trump doesn't have to give out evidence that he has certain gains to other countries. That's not how that works with countries, man.
Can I Hooper, hold on, I did wait and I didn't get the...
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Wait, it's you! Hold on, I haven't talked to you in a while. Anyways, go
yeah,
ahead.
I know, it's been a while, Hooper. I was gonna say, I used to go to Flicks all the time. So according to international law, they do, because as Israel doesn't recognize Palestine as their own territory, they're not their own civilians. Under international law, they are required to not attack places like schools, hospital, because those are considered under international law protected class buildings. They have to show these, Caden, and they have to show that before.
Hey, you don't have to say my name every time. I'm just agreeing with you. That's kind of
I know.
I'm just saying.
I apologize. It's kind of just so it's not gets.
Yeah,
confusing.
I'm listening to you. I'm not like one of those people that won't listen to you. Ask the host.
Okay, definitely. Gotcha. So the idea is these protective class buildings have to have proof beforehand, and like I said, and like Hooper showed you, they only do so afterwards, and it's never by a third party.
Right. I'm just looking for that information real quick where it says they only find evidence afterwards, because whenever the war started in the first place, I just remember seeing a bunch of tunnels throughout these schools and hospitals where, they're were restoring hostages, where they were using like easy attacks and then sink back into where they're just not seen anymore.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, Hooper, fantastic. When were those tunnels built?
Over a long period of time.
Cool. So that doesn't give any indicator that they could have been using that as a base.
They were. They admitted
hold on,
it.
hold on. Caden, no, they didn't admit it. They never admitted it. Israel claims that they admit it.
Wait,
Can you
hold
show
on,
evidence?
hold on.
Caden, hold on, please.
I think regardless, I think like the conversation that we're having right now is gonna be. I think we've been very circular for like the last hour. You feel? I mean, and at the end of the day, we're talking about Gaza. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I think that we should be, maybe move the conversation in just a different direction, since nobody's gonna. I don't feel like we're gonna agree on this one.
Okay, can I make one last point?
After I just don't believe in military groups using human shields on their own civilians.
Israel does it. Israel does
Specific
it.
tactical threats. Exactly. I disagree with that. That's just wrong in general.
Caden, Amnesty International and UN says there's no evidence of this happening, and it doesn't dictate under international law they can strike buildings where they assume civilians are. They have the weaponry and the tools to go underground. So going back to this thing, how many civilians has Hamas unalived after the current ceasefire?
I have no idea, sir.
You can Google this for me, and you can confirm my number. 0. How many has Israel civilians have they unalived during a ceasefire? Which definition of the word ceasefire? No firing, no pewing, no unaliving.
Right.
Over 500. How many violations?
Israel's dying or like?
No. Israelis unaliving civilians.
Okay.
500 plus Palestinian civilians. How many violations of the ceasefire, which, again,
Yeah, I
dictates
remember
the
that
ceasefire
happening. I do remember that happening.
Over 2,000 violations of a ceasefire Israel has committed.
Right, which is messed up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he'll agree with that. I mean, 100% we
Right.
can agree that
So
since
the whole
ceasefire,
point
they've
of
done
this
it.
conversation was
But
just
Caden,
because
that's
I
evident.
stated this is a religious war in which I feel like, once again, all this whole conversation kind of just proves it's a huge religious war.
Wait, Caden, hold on.
Okay. I need to
Go
finish
ahead.
this last point.
Go ahead.
They're Christians, Muslims, and Samaritans that were unalived in both situations.
I made this point already.
So, Caden, so it might be religious for Israelis, even though they call themselves a secular state, and it's a Jewish ethno religion. So based on their own thing, it's religious and not religious because it's a religion and not a religion to them. So it's confusing.
It's
that
over
premise.
religious lands, man, for the most part.
But to them, it's again just for a safe haven for Jewish people. It's like people make 4 different claims.
Well,
So to
it might
say
not
it
be a
is for
traditional
Caden, it's gonna keep
war,
going bouncing. Caden, please, can I just finish this last thought?
Yeah,
The
let's
idea
finish this
is,
last
I
thought
came
and
into
let's
the
move on from this conversation.
Caden, the idea, the conversation.
Caden, I hate the way you say my name. Stop saying my name, dude.
Okay. I'm sorry,
Holy
but you keep
shit.
it because you keep interrupting, and I'm keep trying to
I'm
single the thought
listening.
back up.
I'm listening,
Okay,
Kobe.
but
I've
you're
been
not.
listening.
You go back to
Okay. We're going to
Okay.
agree to disagree.
Okay, fantastic. I came into the conversation where you said Israel doesn't target civilians. Them violating 2,000 violations for the ceasefire and unaliving 500 civilians, which were in the safe yellow zones,
Right.
which Israel shrunk, is targeting civilians.
Can you tell me what was their reasoning for targeting these civilians? What were they trying to do? How about that? Because once again, we all know there's civilian casualties in war, right? No matter what.
Hold
What were they
on,
trying to do? I just
hold
want to know that.
Hold on. How can you possibly determine what they were trying to do?
So I can determine what he's talking about?
Wait, Caden. If the IDF, if the Israeli military just said, we targeted them because they crossed the yellow line and they weren't supposed to, would you take that at face value?
Wait, what?
If Israel said they targeted the Palestinians, the civilians that they've unalived since the ceasefire, if I just said right now that they said because they crossed the yellow line, which is the boundary between where Israel was supposed to withdraw back to, right? They said a Palestinian crossed the line, right? Like, would that be valid? I mean, is that alone just good enough for you?
Dude, no, I don't support anybody You guys are claiming they are.
I'm not asking
You
if you
guys are
support it.
claiming they are specifically targeting civilians. I don't believe that is true, though.
Caden, I didn't ask you if you support it or not. I said if I told you that the Israeli military, their reasoning for why they unalived those civilians is because, not providing any more evidence than just their word, right, that they crossed the yellow line, right, would you believe them at face value?
According to what's happening, yeah. From what I understand, yeah. A terrorist group hiding behind their own people, and they're coming out targeting like certain things from that place, and then they're hiding behind their own people. Yeah, I would say Israel has a right to defend themselves.
At the end of the day, I will say this right here, right now. What we're doing, the way that the conversation is going, I get what we're trying to do, and I get that.
It's going nowhere.
It's going nowhere. Yeah, it's very circular, and we're all just starting to do what every other TikTok debate does, where we're all screaming at each other and yelling at each other, and it's got to get to a point where we're actually having a real discourse and having a real conversation, because at the end of the day, we're getting involved in a culture war conversation. We're getting involved. I'm not saying that Gaza isn't a big deal, but at the end of the day, for everybody that's in this and saying they're America first, we're advocating for non-interventionism at the end of the day. So let's just be real. With the kind of policies that we're trying to push is not supporting Israel, not giving them the money to go and pursue their wars, not going and actively pursuing nationalistic interests and going and overthrowing democratic regimes, authoritarian regimes, any type of regimes, not getting involved in any other person's government, because we have to focus on our country. We have to fix the problems here back at home. And these little conversations right here where we're attacking the left or we're attacking the right, and we got the three people ganging up against one, it's going to cause the even more divisive and hateful rhetoric, especially in the climate that we're seeing right now, especially with the type of rhetoric that our president and the administration is constantly pushing out for us to be even more divided. What we have to do is have these conversations in a very cordial and civil manner, and give everybody a chance to get their points out. And you got to understand too that not everybody is as informed as the next. So yes, there's a lot of very good informed people in this chat today. I can tell that. But let's not attack the people who are not as informed, and let's educate them and bring them into the fold. Because
I just understand people like supporting terrorist groups. I mean,
wait,
a lot of people in this chat support Hamas, and it blows my mind.
Okay,
and these people are just like, what makes it a terrorist group? Suicide bombings in restaurant, buses, hotels. That's a terrorist group right there.
Okay, hold on.
I can't settle down
last remarks, and then we should just
this will be my last remark regarding Gaza.
That just blows my mind.
You have now reached the point where you will just believe Israel can murder however many people they want.
No,
and as long as they say, hold on. As long as they say they were terrorists, right, you will believe them.
You support suicide bombers. How does that make you feel?
Wait, hold on, Caden, don't try to do this moral dilemma. Let me ask you, if a country, let's say...
No, I'm asking, he supports suicide. You do too. How does that make you feel?
I didn't even get my position.
Caden, I feel great.
Obsessing over Middle Eastern terrorist groups isn't going to push an
American policy. Caden, did you know that the last... Kaden, did you know the last S booming didn't happen for like 15 years? There hasn't been an S bombing
during the early 90s, but between 2000 2005.
So 20
H group carried out dozens of suicide bombings targeting buses, restaurants, and hotels.
So 20 years of not doing it isn't good enough.
That's a group. That's a T group.
Caden, 20 years of not doing it isn't good enough.
Okay,
can I get my point off? Doing it. Good enough.
Can I get my point off?
How many people can Israel unalive before you say, maybe they're not just going after T words?
Bro, they're not specifically targeting. Oh my god.
Okay, can I wait?
That's such a delusion.
Can I ask a question, please? For the love of God, I've been trying to say something for the fucking.
So the host said, "Let's move on. Let's move on."
I still haven't gotten my point out yet. Bitch.
I know,
but
listen
here, little boy. Listen here, stupid motherfucker. All right. So when Israel. When Israel.
What cuckboy?
So hold on. When Israel.
What cuckboy?
We gotta keep
Kaden, how many Palestinians?
Guys, language. The moderator will not allow people to talk like that. There's somebody monitoring the situation. We can't get like that. We gotta chill out. Don't be talking. Hooper, if I let you in again, bro, please do not cuss. It's just not good for the channel. It's not what we're trying to do here. If I let you in, please, the moderator will kick you. Please don't do that, bro.
Caden, how many Palestinians can Israel
Hey,
unalive?
I'm done with this, bud. Like I said,
I mean, this is the last thing I'm saying.
All right, well, I'm just gonna mute myself because I'm gonna keep talking.
How many Palestinians does Israel have to unalive before you say they're not just targeting T words?
Let's move on from the conversation. Let's have a productive conversation. We're moving on 4 hours now. I think we've been having this conversation for like an hour and a half. Obviously, we're getting nowhere, and obviously, this isn't the type of discourse that's going to cause us to see eye to eye. It's just going to cause us to go out and I got you, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If a dude's gonna defend a military that I earnestly,
please.
I'm gonna drop, but can I just ask one last question, and it's my closing statement about this?
Make your closing statement.
It's Caden. I'm sorry for saying your name. So I know I'm addressing you. I know it's annoying to you, but do you trust Doctors Without Borders? Caden, that's directed to you. Do you trust Doctors Without Borders?
I think he said he was gonna mute his mic, man. He's done with this conversation.
Okay.
Like I said, man,
I'll just, I guess, end it in a statement.
Yeah, make a statement. We're just gonna go ahead and move off the Gaza topic because this just seems really, really, it's touchy.
Okay. Doctors Without Borders is a well-regarded, world-renowned organization where they go to every country. Israel banned them from coming in. They have made the claim that there is no TS bases in the hospitals that they work at. They still get boomed. So I'm sorry that the facts are hurting you, I guess, but no, I'm sorry. The Doctors Without Borders confirm it. Amnesty International confirm it. All these other now you want to unmute. All these other organizations say that it's not happening, and Israel banned over 11 international organizations from coming in. If that doesn't say it, I don't know what does. But if you don't want to talk about it, I get it. Thank you for having me, host. I'm going to drop.
Of course, bro. Yeah, have a good night, man. Appreciate you dropping in, man.
You too.
Yes,
Can I make my closing statement now with no profanity?
Oh my God.
Okay. Okay, with no
bro.
profanity. All right, great. So this is what Israel does, right? What if I said, not only even in the area of Israel, Palestine, right? In Iraq, right? Iraqi Jews running I think it was like a car shop or some shit, something like that, like a car mechanic shop, right? And guess what happened to that car mechanic shop in Iraq? Iraqi Jews. They got bombed, people died, right? And guess what Israel said? Israel said, well, this is classic, Islamic theism, right? This is why they have to come to Israel, because Israel is the only safe home for Jewish people, right? Guess who actually bombed that Iraqi Jewish car mechanic shop? You want to take a wild swing at who actually did it? Who bombed the Iraqi Jewish car mechanic shop to have them flee to Israel? I'll give you a clue. It wasn't Muslim. It wasn't Muslims, and it wasn't T groups. It was Israel. You can look that up. You just look up Iraqi Jew car mechanic shop blown up or some shit like that. Anyways, right? So my point is that I'm sorry. I'm not even saying this in an offensive way, but you are just not as well informed on the topic as you think you are, right? And the point I'm trying to make is that there are documented instances, where Israel commits an action. And if you look at that action and still decide to trust their word, given that they would bomb their own people to frame it on Muslims and have them flee to Israel?
My point is, I haven't seen evidence of your claim even after research, so I'm gonna leave it there, dude.
Do you search
stop talking about
what
it.
claim?
Oh
what
my
claim?
God, let's stop talking about it. Move the fuck
You can't
on.
say I haven't shown evidence of my.
Wait, that's profanity. That's profanity.
We're done with Gaza, man. I think it's too much. Just
the only reason why I'm here because I respect the host. I don't care to be talking about this anymore. Let's move on.
Let's move on to something different.
Holy crap.
I'm kind of tired of talking about Gaza. It just feels like a lot of circular stuff. Obviously, we're not gonna agree. Let's just agree to disagree here. It's not fun for anybody when we're just yelling and going back and forth.
Wait, host, I got a question for you.
It's good, bro.
when me and Flick, when we do our lives, we run things a little differently, right? But I know, like, I know what you got to play like the neutral, guy, right? You're like you're just the guy who hosts the live, right? But in your opinion, if you could give this, right? You were saying, oh, it's getting circular, it's not getting anywhere, right? Where do you think the knowledge gap is on why it's not getting anywhere? Just in your honest opinion, if you can give that.
I mean, honestly, I think there'll be really
Hold
positive
on, no,
feedback.
chill, because I literally have the knowledge right in front of me. So you could even sit
Hold
there
on,
and say
I didn't
that.
say it was
It's all
you. I didn't even
opinionated.
say it was
It's
you.
all
I didn't.
It's all
opinionated,
about
bro.
approach.
It's
I
all
feel like
opinionated based off of
right
what you
now we're
believe.
not
it was
getting
You
through
you.
each other
support
due to the
terrorists.
fact that
It's okay. If you're
okay.
proud of that, it's okay. You
See, he's
support
ad
terrorists.
homing me.
And
He's
I
ad
feel like
homing me.
yes, there is a level of not being educated enough and not being informed enough. But from
Can you
the
be more
conversation,
specific?
I mean, obviously, Caden is talking from a perspective where he's saying that he doesn't see anything wrong. He's not seeing the news and not seeing any of the devastation that the Israeli government is doing on Gaza or has done upon Lebanon, or that what they're doing right now in Iran. I mean, people tell me that I'm spreading propaganda for saying 82,000 buildings have been destroyed in Iran already.
it's
Not everybody
unfortunate. I'm not
believes
trying
it.
to say that. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think they're
Caden, it's okay,
specifically
it's okay. We're
targeting
done. We're
civilians as
done.
they
We're done.
say,
We're trying to
and
move
they're
on, Caden.
purposely
Caden,
like
please, let's
supporting
move on.
Hamas.
Guys,
Cooper's
Bro,
asked
that's
the host the question.
wrong.
We're done with
That is
Gaza.
so
No more words
wrong.
about Gaza.
all
Come
right,
on, Caden.
and
I mean, I like Cooper's question because I love positive feedback, right? Again, especially with the host that wants to have these lives, but we can have these conversations, right? I just wanted to gauge how a more neutral person observed the conversation himself. So I really do appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, dude. The host is cool as hell.
Yeah, man, I really try to come from. It's not an easy thing to do, man. To come from a perspective where you can moderate both sides, right, and not lean into one and get mad at the other. I mean, because I do have my personal opinions on it. Of course, I'm very much passionate on these topics, and if you go look at my short and you go look at my other long form content, I advocate for these positions all of the time. But as somebody who gets clowned by MAGA, absolutely shit on in my comments. Like, I mean, these people are relentless towards me. I still believe the fact that they're redeemable. And there are some points that we may not agree on in the beginning, but I do believe with a empathetic approach, I can convince any MAGA supporter to join this cause or what we're doing here.
Yeah, that's good. You
so,
shouldn't
Yeah,
ostracize
and
your working
I
class
feel the
base.
same way about MAGA, honestly. I feel like the more people that come over to our side, the better. People don't necessarily, they're always one sided and they don't necessarily see the harms that the liberals are doing and what they
Wait.
have done to our country. So, I mean, it's great to have these conversations being all like different sided and everything else because you get to see different perspectives and sometimes you do learn some things, but a lot of times people just freak out immediately because they're just like, oh, this person's this and this and this because they support this person. No, it's fucking ridiculous. We're having educated conversations over here, and that's what I like.
We talked about it yesterday, man. Like Dean and Parker, the people that do debates, especially like for the liberals.
Well, they suck.
They suck.
Yeah.
And what they do is they just try to shut people down, talk fast, and they speak over people, and they 9 times out of 10 will make conservatives feel dumber than they need to. And I don't want to do that here.
Well, that's not the only reason they suck, but that is one of the reasons they suck.
They
suck
because, one of the reasons.
No, I mean, this
they
is
have
my
shitty
thing,
talking
right?
points too. They're terrible.
Yeah. This is my thing about it, right? I'm not here. I want to, that's my ultimate thing. I tell people this all the time, right?
I can tell you're passionate about what you believe.
Yeah,
I mean, no, I can tell it's that.
It's this, okay? I 100% agree. Like, the enemy at the end of the day is not like the MAGA guy in the swamps of Louisiana, okay? I don't think that's the enemy. I think they're wrong, but it is what it is, right? Like, that's why I try convincing them, right? But the point I'm trying to make is we can accept that, yes, obviously we shouldn't ostracize the working class base, right? At the end of the day, if there ever is like an organized struggle, right, the MAGA dudes will be with us, right? That's how it's going to end up being, right? I mean, I even said in past times, like as much as I hate MAGA, right, as much as I don't like them, I will say them storming the Capitol just shows that they actually have conviction in what they believe. Like liberals condemned it. And I'm like, what have liberals done? They've just done this fucking, we vote at the voters ballot and they just keep losing, right? So like that is one thing I would say. Like MAGA people have a strong conviction in their politics, which is one thing a lot of liberals don't have. They just do it to virtue signal and be cool and progressive, right? Right. So that is one thing. But on the other end, right? And I know you got to play like the neutral host. I get it. Okay, it's I get it. But at the end of the day, as well, like
we can have a different conversation at school. You know what I'm saying, bro?
We can have a different. But if you ever come on me and Flick's lives one day, it's pretty different because it's not about like ostracizing these people. Like I genuinely think that as much as I think that this guy is like uninformed or whatever, but he seems like in general, I guess, like a decent guy. Like I think with whatever, like I don't think this guy like wants like people to die and shit, right? Like I like obviously. But
yeah, no, I mean,
but yeah, like but the point I'm trying to make is the reason why, right? Caden, that we get kind of riled up, okay, is because you have to understand, right? Like me and Flick have been on this topic since I think he was a little earlier than me, maybe like around he was like 2019 or something like that. I was a little bit later, like 2021, okay? There's a lot of information. There's a lot of information on this topic, right? 100 years of history on this topic, right? So like the claims that you're making, right? Like we've heard them thousands of times before, probably more than that, thousands of times.
And I respect that, but the problem is it's just not only are they claims, it's just there's like you're making things up that aren't true in your claims and there's no evidence backing it. And the thing is, you truly believe that, yeah, but the things we've talked about, I have looked up, I've typed it in, I've educated myself on the whole topic in general. It's just I don't see that, so therefore ideology can't agree with you.
But again,
in my head, I can't agree with you because you just sound like another person spreading misinformation because of something you believe.
Okay,
I just don't agree with that.
Okay, hold on. 1 second.
Not even that I'm not gonna bring up the topic again. I'm not gonna say any of the words. Right? But the point is, the specific claim I made, right? This gentleman, Hooper's Revenge, looked it up, and even by your own standard, which is the Google AI overview, it affirmed my claim. It affirmed what I said. So when you say my claims have no evidence, the same standard of evidence you would use, right? My claims are correct.
Right. And that's based off of our just different beliefs, I guess. In which,
no, it's not based off different
Thank God
beliefs.
it's America, right? Thank God it's America.
I'm saying by your own standard. By your own standard, which was the Google AI overview. And that's what got me here. It wasn't even, I get heated talking about this issue a lot. But this time, it wasn't even the issue. Because like I said, I don't even got to bring it up again. It was just how you were so inconsistent with your standards. That it just perplexed me, right? Because when you were using
I'm not sure what you're meaning, but okay.
When you were using all the tabs of Google AI overviews as your research, and the same quality of research.
I go back in and I look at other websites
the
too.
Same quality
what do you
of
mean?
research.
It's just quick summary of what's all going on.
I understand.
Is that so bad? So you can't criticize me because it's knowledge, right?
I'm not criticizing you.
But you are. You're mad because I have knowledge at the tip of my fingers, and you have this for some reason in the back of your mind. And which I'm sorry, I'm just not like that. I don't have information that's not useful to me on a daily basis in the back of my mind.
That's fine.
But at the same time, you can't get mad because I'm using my resources. That's what they're for.
I'm not mad because you're using your resources.
But you are. It's okay to admit that, even though you don't want to.
Can I please finish? All I'm saying is that you
start being honest with yourself, brother.
Hold on, Caden. You had a standard of evidence. That standard of evidence was the Google AI overviews. I accept that. Okay, I'm not criticizing it. I'm not denouncing it. I'm just saying that is what it is. That is the case.
No, so I understand that. You think I'm wrong. I think you're wrong.
Hold on, Caden.
You think we both support the same thing.
Caden,
but it's wrong.
Hold on.
Let's move on. Let's move on to American topics.
Because
American topics.
I'm not even talking about the issue. I'm not talking about the issue. I'm just saying because I think that one thing that is important is that if we see flaws in someone's line of thinking. Not even in the arguments
Come back
themselves,
here
but the
tomorrow
line
and we'll
of
have this
thinking.
conversation again. How about that?
So again, Caden.
All right, come on, guys. Let's just move away from the topic. I get it. Look, Caden's using different resources than you're using. You're using different resources.
No.
And
Again, I'm fine with the resources he's using. My critique is not that he's using Google AI overview. That is good. That is fine. That is valid. That is okay. Right? That is perfectly A-okay. That is not my criticism here. All I'm saying is that now when Solus used the same evidence, the same standard of evidence, right? You refuse to accept the claim at that case.
If I see the evidence, then I'll sit there and I'll admit it. Yeah, that's
so what was back to the
absolutely.
way that I was talking earlier, man? Like, sadly, like maybe y'all were here in the beginning, maybe y'all weren't. Everybody is so defensive already on both sides that sadly, you know, let's just be real with the way that we're approaching the situation, especially going at Caden. You think he's gonna listen? I mean, from an empathetic, like just emotional intelligence perspective. I'm telling you that people aren't going to listen, whether you're liberal or you're conservative, especially when you're just trying to prove them wrong. I mean, you got to prove people wrong in a way where you're talking to them and they still feel human. Because I will say that it sounds like, I mean, it's 2-3v1 versus Caden. And I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that I agree with his beliefs either, but what we have to do is go and we have to still be empathetic. Empathy goes a long way, even for people that you find to be spreading dogma, even for people that you find to not be as informed on the topic, and even for people that you don't think should be speaking on the topic. That's fine, but I mean, we have to see each other still as friends with differing opinions. And when we start yelling at each other, he's just gonna, I mean, obviously he's like, I'm not gonna listen to you, and as anybody would. I mean, for people like me, I'd be like, bro, I'm not gonna listen anymore.
I just know we're not going to agree, and that's why I want to switch topics in general, is because you claimed the statement like, you think Israel doesn't have the right to exist. So I know we're not going to agree. So that's why I just want to move on from it, because I feel like we could I feel like we could have better conversations elsewhere.
Okay, let's do it. Caden, I'm not discussing Gaza. I'm not discussing Israel. I'm discussing the way you think, right? And what I'm trying to say is, you had a standard of evidence which is perfectly A-okay. It is perfectly fine. It's good. It's cool, right? And I'm saying that I keep using this Hooper's Revenge, right? Applied the same standard of evidence that you have already accepted. Right. And when he did that, he got a response that validated the claim that I made. So again, it's just that now you're saying, oh, well, I have to see the evidence. Well, what would be the evidence? He did what you said was valid evidence. So I'm just saying that. This is the last part of what I'll say.
When you
I'll say that
ask it certain questions,
hold on, Caden. This is the last thing. This is the last
pretty
thing.
much all evidence.
This is the last thing, Caden. The last thing I'm trying to say.
Not built in a day, and at the end
I agree.
I think Caden's perspective, if we're gonna try to convince him otherwise, it's gonna take time, and it's not gonna be like an overnight kind of thing.
Okay, well, the objective.
I understand,
what are you trying to convince me of?
I need to demonstrate.
What are you trying to convince me of? Is the idea I want to know.
Okay. Right now, I am trying to convince you that you do not hold your same standards consistently. That's what I'm trying to convince you of.
Again, for what?
Okay, so we were having our conversation.
I know the conversation. What's the topic?
Okay, yes. So you had your standard of evidence, and when that standard was met,
for
my claim, right, when Hooper's did the Google AI overview, when that standard was met, you refused to accept
Israel's
my claim
a terrorist,
as valid.
Right? Israel,
no,
a terrorist.
Again, no, that's not what I was claiming. That's not what I was claiming, and it's not important what I was claiming. The point is, I had a very specific claim. Hooper's Revenge looked up my very specific claim. The return that he got validated my claim, and you refused to accept my claim as valid or as true. Even though by your own standard of evidence.
All we know is they're fighting over the 17-year-old blockade, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Gaza, what's going on in Gaza, horrible. I think that we should start simmering down the talking points, especially because for where I'm at, it's almost 1. I'm going to simmer this down coming soon. I don't want to end on such a hot note. Let's try to move it down just a little bit. maybe bent like put this conversation on the back burner for another day. You know, we do this on a daily basis. You know, we have these conversations daily, you know, for this reason. Obviously, today we're not getting anywhere, but that's not to say that tomorrow, the next day, or a day after that, we can't get nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Rome wasn't built in a day. We have to accept that. And everybody's opinions, it takes time to uh mold them into a new opinion, right? I mean, nobody's gonna just take what you're saying at face value, especially people nowadays. They're like, oh, I want evidence, and I want this, and I want that. And you know what? I can give it to you. You know, if Caden wants more evidence, I'll spend time to send him messages of stuff that I've been seeing, and maybe he'll be like, okay, well, maybe he's right, because at the end of the day, he's already coming, you know, and talking to me from an area like he has this perspective of me where from yesterday it's a very respectful one, very central, and I was able to get a couple of MAGA supporters and conservatives to follow me and be on my side. It was nothing but MAGA supporters in my chat yesterday. We didn't have any liberals or anybody advocating for social progressive policies. So, and it wasn't even as heated as this. So, like I said, we have to we just got to keep it civil, man. We got to keep things, you know, cordial. And if the conversations are getting too out of hand, we got to move the debate topic to the next debate topic, because there's plenty of things that we could be having a conversation about instead of fighting each other about what Israel's doing, because that's what Israel wants. Let's be real. For any anti-Israel people, they just want us to be more divided here in the country, you know. So we have to find time to have the conversations, simmer things down, you know, because like I said, there is a lot of issues going on here in the country, and if we need, those are the things that we need to be focusing on. You know, this is
I think we can just all agree active war in general is just horrible, and it always has divided people no matter what.
Sure, and again, the point that I'm trying to make right now is not related to Israel. It's not related to Gaza. I understand hosts for a while had wanted to get off of that topic. Right. The only point that I am making, because while I do think we need to be cordial and we do need to be respectful, and like I said, even me myself, I sometimes get heated and whatnot. What's it called? But I also think we have to be honest, right? If someone is exhibiting a line of thinking that I think is like flagrantly irrational, right? I can't convince this person, right? Even whether I take one day or whether I take 1 year, I can't convince someone if I can't demonstrate again where it is that like I believe the link, the chain is breaking, right? The broken, the chink in the armor of his logic.
But we do have
so
enough
now again, I'm not even talking about
like aggression, right? Within the streaming world, what we lack is people who are actually willing to talk. We got guys like that, and you know what? They just spread more division. They just get, and like look at Charlie Kirk. I'm not saying what happened to him was awful, but I mean the way that he was speaking to people, that's what causes division. I mean, he was quite literally trying to prove liberals wrong all of the time. I'm not trying to prove conservatives wrong. You know, we shouldn't be trying to like just be like, I got you know what I'm saying? Because that just promotes more and more hatred in this country. We already got people.
Again, I'm not trying to prove him wrong, because none of what I'm saying, none of the point I'm making is contingent on Caden being correct or incorrect, right? The issue is that he's being inconsistent, right? And the issue is with inconsistency. If you have inconsistent standards, no matter how much evidence, no matter how much data, no matter how much anything, no matter how long I try, if you're going to hold inconsistent standards, well, then you're just going to believe what he wants to believe, and it doesn't matter what I say.
No,
right. So again,
that's not at all what's happening, but in your mindset, that's what's happening, brother. That's just a mindset that you have, and that's fine. And that's fine.
But here's the thing. It's not a mindset. It's what's happened in this conversation.
You're dead wrong.
Right.
You're dead wrong.
Wait, hold on. If I were to say that you use Google AI Overview as your source, right? That is not my perspective.
Their sources.
Wait, hold on. And that's fine. Again, like, as I said before, and as I'm saying now, it's perfectly fine. Right? It is perfectly acceptable to use Google AI Overviews as your source. Okay, as you showed yourself, they even source themselves. Right? They're not just pulling it out of thin air. right? So
Right.
you
So I
use
go to their pages if I don't know
Caden,
stuff.
hold on,
So I
Caden,
do read
hold on,
into it. So
Caden,
it's
hold on,
like I
Caden,
am familiar,
hold on,
So
Caden,
therefore you
hold
can't
on,
sit there and like saying I'm not
Caden.
developing the same policies over the same two things. No, that makes no sense, homie. It makes no sense, brother.
Caden. You established a standard of evidence, which is the Google AI overviews. That is not my perspective. That is not how I feel. That is just true.
Correct.
Okay?
I used it because
Well,
it sums
hold on,
everything up.
Caden, hold
I
on,
feel like we're
Caden,
talking
hold on.
ourselves into a circle again.
Yeah.
Hey, well, hold
I know.
on.
Because liberals don't know how to drop things for the most part.
Caden, can we agree that what I just said is true? It's not a
They
matter of
don't listen.
perspective. What I said is true.
They just want to be right.
Let's just move on, or we're gonna have to start muting people, man. Let's just get out of this conversation. Yes, Caden. I mean, it's a Flick, you think Caden's wrong? Caden, you think Flick is wrong? I don't think at this point any of y'all. I don't think y'all are gonna convince each other.
Again. I'm not even. I'm saying,
bro, just learn to shut the fuck up.
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just asking him as a matter of fact.
Switch the topic. What's your favorite cheese? Hey, what's your favorite cheese?
As a matter of fact,
what's your favorite cheese?
Now, and I feel like we just need.
I mean, is it ego? I mean, we have to have a common basis for reality.
Yes, I agree, and maybe tomorrow we'll be able to get that. Hey, you were right out of him, but maybe not tonight. I feel like things are probably.
I'm not even trying to say that I'm right. I'm just trying to understand if we can actually conceptually just understand what reality is.
And
I just think war is war.
Even talking about
and you have a problem with that. War is war. I'm not saying everything
I'm not saying anything about
correct
war.
and this and that. I just seen terrorist acts, dude. I just can't. I seen evil and I don't stand beside it.
Okay, Caden.
No matter what it is.
Okay, that's
okay.
Again, that
So
has nothing to do with what I'm.
Drop it, homie.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Yo, it don't matter what you're trying to say. Nobody cares about your opinion.
Did you use Google AI overviews as you
for a second? Hold on, guys. Hold on. Look,
yes, sir.
Look, hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna mute for a second. Let's just wait. I think I'll meet you in a second, Flick. Just hold on, guys. I think this conversation has just gotten very circular tonight. I feel like we've talked about the same thing for like 2 hours, and there's just been a lot of arguing. We haven't even really got a lot of points out there that makes sense. I mean, this isn't even like clippable content at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just arguing.
I'll come with a list of facts tomorrow that sums up my points and everything.
Yeah,
but
you know what?
I think I'm getting tired, so I'm just gonna get off of here anyways.
I mean, I was already wrapping it up anyways. It's 1 o'clock where I'm at. You know, obviously this conversation has gotten heated. You know, we've gotten to a point where nobody's really
I love all of
each other.
You guys are great.
And you know, I mean, obviously, I think we could maybe move this conversation to another day. We can obviously try to, you know, do it better tomorrow. Maybe everybody's tired. Who the hell knows, man? I don't know. But right now, we're not getting anywhere. It's a circle. It's 1 o'clock. People are tired. We're just yelling at each other now. Or, I mean, it just, like I said, it feels circular in my ear. And I mean, I want to get into a real conversation about stuff, but I'm too tired to even get into it now. So let's do this tomorrow. I mean, if y'all want to join in tomorrow, y'all are more than welcome to. But we got to, keep things just a bit more cordial. I understand that it's not the way that we normally see things, right? It's not the way that we normally go about it, especially as being people that are so passionate about our political ideology and our political philosophy, and we know a little bit more than the next, you know, because we're well versed in multiple different, you know, political philosophers and everything. But we can't just go around trying to flex that on everybody and act as if we're, try to just prove people wrong and trump them all the time, because that's going to turn people off left or right. And you know, trying to come from a very human perspective is extremely important right now. I mean, I feel like that goes a long way, especially as somebody who's from Texas. If you just talk to somebody, hear them out, man, you know, you can go really far in changing their entire ideology, you know. And even if you can't change their ideology, they'll be like, you know what, I can get behind that guy, right? Regardless if he's liberal or he's conservative. I might be MAGA, but that guy right there, I can get behind his ideas because he's common sense. He makes sense. He knows how to talk to people. What is going to give people a bad taste in their mouth, and from the conservatives that I've talked to, is that liberals don't know how to stop screaming over each other, and then the liberals feel as if conservatives are not informed enough. All right, well, let's have those conversations and let's address that. Okay, cool. Liberals, we yell a lot. All right, and conservatives, y'all are not informed as enough. Let's talk. Let's give each other the resources we need, and let's try to come together and have a real conversation about it.
First of all, right? You don't gotta, we're not liberals, you know that. Anyway, second of all,
I know you're
listen.
not.
Yeah. Second of all, what's it called? Listen, right? I agree with you. Like obviously, like the online debate space is like a very debate bro-y kind of shit at that point. That's what Dean and Parker do, right?
Right.
For sure. I mean, that's why I hate those guys, right? And I'm pretty sure I think everyone here hates Dean and Parker, right? But listen. I think you know this, or maybe I don't know, but like. I hope you don't see it this way, that this is not, me and Flick, we can get a little bit, whatever, right? Usually I'm like the good guy too. And, I lost my shit today, but it is what it is, it's chill. But what's it called? This isn't about, this is the last thing about, like, I guess like trying to, flex the IQ and shit, right? I mean, it's not really that. I mean, obviously, what's it called? Like, do I think that, we have put more work into understanding this issue than most people? Sure, right? But I mean, it's not about that, right? Because I agree with you. I'm a Texan as well, right? We go to the same school and shit. So, I've had to talk to many, like, you know what it is, right? People in what, like Chico and fucking and Decatur and whatever the hell, right? So we know it's up, but I hope we are coming from like. Ultimately, like we are trying to come from good faith. That is something that we do. Okay,
I don't think
like
y'all
we
are
are
like bad guys. I think y'all are highly informed individuals that also care about this country, and I just feel like a lot. The conversation gets lost in translation sometimes.
But we are a bit more loose. We're a bit more loose on. Sometimes we do take a little bit more extreme measures in our lives. But anyways, that's a different thing. It is what it is. But. Yeah, man. Ultimately, I'm gonna hop off now, and maybe I'll join tomorrow. Maybe I won't. Depends on whatever the hell happens. But if that is still crazy. I swear, because Flick was on live. I saw that notification. Let's just see what he's up to, right? And I was like, man, this guy looks really fucking familiar. I'm like, I don't know why. Something is putting me off about this shit. But
I don't talk to many people at the school, bro. So that's weird as hell that you were able to find my live tonight.
Yeah, it's really odd. Yeah, it's just because Flick was on here, so I was like, okay, let's see what's going on. But yeah, no, that's really.
Coming back tomorrow?
That's really interesting. I don't know. Maybe I got work tomorrow.
Y'all should. I'm gonna be doing my research, and I'm gonna literally list key points, and like we'll see based off of my research what I come up with.
All right.
But I'm gonna give you guys key points, and I'm gonna make sure I have these websites and everywhere where I get my information saved. But I'm going to be back here 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. as Aaron's time goes.
Is he unmuted? Yeah,
wait, hold on.
I'll be online. Is he muted? I'm trying to unmute him.
Also, are you a Packers fan?
Oh, yes, sir, I am.
Oh, I see. Well, a lot of people down here wouldn't like that. Not me, though.
You fucking Cowboys fan over there.
I'm not a Cowboys fan. I'm a Texans fan. So we're not even the same.
You guys aren't too bad.
Yeah,
I just like to fuck with the people of rivalries,
Don't worry. I don't think anyone here besides host maybe likes the Cowboys. I don't know.
He said maybe.
Are you?
I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna get hate if I come out here and say if I do or I don't.
You gotta wear a Dak Prescott jersey next time when you get this shit. But yeah, man. What I will say about the Packers is like I mean, your off season has been interesting for sure. Very interesting off season moves.
From what I've heard, yeah.
But anyways, I do think that Jordan Love is better than. Well, I don't know. They're like in the same tier. Anyways, whatever.
But I mean, honestly, my advice: if you ever get a chance to come to Limbo, no matter what, for a game,
no, not Stroud. I'm not talking about shitty Stroud. Okay, I don't like Stroud. I'm talking about Dak. But I was gonna say I don't know who's actually better between those two. But
what's it? Lambeau man. Lambeau Field is amazing.
Lambeau Field is amazing. That is true. But anyways, all right. I'm gonna get out of here. Go Texans, go Rockets, go Stros.
I'm gonna go to Waffle House.
And and go Waffle House for sure. You know, city legend for sure.
Hell yeah, bro.
But
Appreciate you
yeah.
coming in tonight, man. It was like it was really interesting that you came in here, bro.
Yeah, really
Seriously.
weird. Yeah.
Man. I mean,
If we ever,
I know it's different. I know it's not normally like what you would expect, and I get it, bro. You know, especially because I agree with y'all's philosophy a lot more than I agree with liberal or conservatism. So I want to come at people the same way, but I mean, dude, it would be so cool if we could build a community of people that commies, liberals, conservatives, it doesn't matter. Everybody just talking and being able to be like, you know what, this movement right here, this people's movement, this is where it's at. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I feel
Also,
like if we did that and come to a common
what? Go ahead. Hello.
Caden?
But I mean, we act the same way our government does, so it's a representation.
I think you went out in the beginning of your statement.
I forgot what I said. Yeah.
It's all good. Anyways,
All
I was
good,
gonna say, at the very least, okay, one thing that we are all not, which Flick is he's a fan of an orange team from Ohio. So that is at least the very least we can say. None of us here are Bengals fans.
Hey, don't conflate me with the Browns, man. That's fucked up.
All right. Well, I'm out of here. Maybe see you on campus sometime. I don't know. This is really odd, but yeah. All right. I'll catch you.
Yes, sir. You have a good night, bro. Everybody, appreciate y'all getting on here. All right, everybody. I'm hopping off for the night. Appreciate y'all debating with me. Appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Until next time, I will see y'all later. All right, for everybody over here on Twitch, I am actually getting offline NPX Live. My bad, bro. I've been online for like 4.5 hours. It's my time, dude. It's time for me to go. I'm tired. It's been exhausting controlling these dudes all night long, trying to make sure that they are not biting and chewing each other's heads off because, like, my God, these people tonight. Let's just take a second to, like, reevaluate and just, like, think about what we just went through here. I mean, dude, these guys, gosh, man, I'm not trying to be like that person, but I had my conversations with conservatives yesterday, and it was nowhere near as chaotic as having left-leaning individuals within my chat tonight taking over the group. I think that going forward, I'm going to be having a timer set for everybody's talking points because it's just too much. It's too much for one person to try to talk over the next. And then somebody who feels like they're superior over the next person is getting their points out over the person who's obviously not that informed. And I just can't stand for that, man. What we're trying to build here, what we're trying to do is build a coalition. We're trying to be I don't want to be corny, but a family, right? We need to build a community that empowers one another and not destroys one another just because we simply don't agree on our ideology. It is not okay for us to go at them, even if they do, if they're coming across as, you know, fascist or supporting an apartheid state. Okay, not everybody understands what an apartheid state is or what Israel is currently doing, and y'all need to understand that. Everybody needs to pay attention to the fact that not everybody understands what's going on in the Middle East. Not everybody pays attention and monitors the situation as much as the next person. I promise you that I have way more intel about what's going on currently over there in the Middle East than anybody on my live tonight, but they didn't even let me get a word in about it because they didn't want to talk about that. They just wanted to be right. And that's not what we need in this coalition. So they're more than welcome back. I like that they're there. I want communists in this. I want liberals. I want conservatives, MAGA, fascists, whatever you are, you can come in and we can maybe find some kind of common ground to remove ourselves from our extremist viewpoints and actually agree on something for once in our lives. Maybe agree on the fact that, hey, you might be liberal, you might be communist, you might be Republican, but at the end of the day, we are all American. And we like football. Obviously, everybody at the end started talking about football. And then what did it do? I mean, it literally lifted the tension of the conversation. Like, dude, at the end of the day, y'all can hate each other on your politics. You can hate the next person for not agreeing with what you have to say. But when you're from the good old USA, man, the second you start talking about football, bro, all that shit goes to the side, bro. I don't know, man. It's just crazy. It was a good conversation. We had a good night, man. You know, hey, what's up, bro? What's up, OM Flongle? Football is for the Goyim. I mean, I don't watch football. So when they started talking about football in my chat tonight, bro, in the debate, I was actually lost, bro. I'm like the most like, I'm not a sports dude, so I cover politics. You know what I'm saying? As I'm wearing a sports shirt, I'm such a freaking capper. You know what I'm saying? Guys are like, you a Rangers fan? I guess I'm from Texas. I mean, I guess I like rep them simply because I'm from this place, but yeah, I don't even know a single player, bro. They were saying, "Oh, you're owned by this person and you can't even do this." Yeah, I'm like, bro, yeah, whatever. I don't even know what you're talking about. But yeah, bro, I agree with you. At the end of the day, it's a distraction, but that's besides the point, man. We had a couple of good debates tonight, man. I mean, I would go back and watch it on Twitch, YouTube, lots of good conversation. It did get a little convoluted at a point in time when we started talking about Palestine and everything, but nightly debates, man. I do this every single night. I get online on TikTok, Twitch, and I try to have a conversation with just everybody. It doesn't matter who you are or what you represent or where you're from, dude. I really just want to have a conversation with most people. That's the most important thing to me, man, is literally getting to the root of all of these issues, right? And preserving our union. That is the only thing that is important. So with that being said, man, I had a good night, man. I appreciate everybody for coming and hanging out with me. That being said, man, this was a Risk Beyond America. I will catch you guys next time. Peace out.